Okay, how am I sounding? Welcome to SmartyTalks. This is going to be one of the best, if not the best, SmartyTalks that you have seen so far. So let me know in the chat, how is everything sounding? Is everything working perfectly? Oh no, an ad's playing on my end. Is everything playing perfectly? And if so, we will get started. So, sounds like everything's working well. Awesome. So, today we're going to be talking about some of the most effective mindsets for really anything, but we're obviously focusing on Roblox because this is a Roblox channel and this is a Roblox stream. But we're going to focus on some amazing mindsets, and if you watch till the end and follow these mindsets, they're really going to help you in anything that you do to be more successful in them, think better, and just do better. So these are going to be awesome. So many of you have seen in the recent community posts that I have been posting a lot and a lot and a lot of information on this topic. I've been posting a ton of mindset posts of things that can help you improve your mindset, and many people have gotten a lot of value from these. Many people have let me know, wow, these are really helpful, really motivational, really inspirational. And yeah, so I've gotten in a habit of writing post after post after post, and I think it's helping me improve my communication a lot, and also bring more value to you guys. So we're going to be going over these mindsets in depth on this stream and more, and it's going to be awesome. So these recent posts, they've been pretty crazy. So I'm going to pull these up, and we're going to go through many different mindsets that you can start applying, and we're going to break them down. Eric F said, "We can always count on you for the amazing content." Thank you. Yeah, no problem. I'm happy to provide it. So yeah, so let me see my notes here. Yes, so we're going to be talking about a lot of different mindsets on things from networking on Roblox to earning Robux to making games to making videos to anything that you really want to do on Roblox. And it's going to be amazing. By the end of this stream, you're really going to have a much better grasp on mindset. So it's going to be great if you stay to the end, because it's going to be amazing. So the first thing is that you should grab a paper and a pencil or a pen, because there's going to be a lot of stuff that you'll want to write down in this stream, and there's going to be a lot of things that'll be very valuable. So I highly recommend grabbing a pen and a pencil. It'll really help you. Thank you, Stinky Pinky, for getting a membership for 7 months. That's awesome. Thank you so much. And you're an excellent mod. Shout out. So, all right, let's get started. So, the first thing is this one post that I did back here about a concept called luck surface area. I found this one really interesting, so I think I'll start with this one because it's a really helpful mindset to have. So I'm going to read this out loud, and then we'll just add on to it, break it down. And yeah, so let me read it out loud. Every piece of content, every game, every post, every single thing that you put out there increases your luck surface area. Your luck surface area is where opportunities can land at random for you, and the more you increase it, the more lucky you'll become. The most successful people who seem to be constantly winning simply have expanded their luck surface area so much and so widely that it makes them a magnet for opportunities and income and things like that. And what prevents most people from starting to expand their luck surface area? Usually they either lack skill or they lack distribution for their skill. So the first step is to get the skill. Then second, do the distribution. Post, 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 post. constantly post. People who work for a job, for example, compared to doing something online, usually they don't have as much luck surface area because they're stuck with one person who's paying them. And they probably haven't started to use the internet to get new opportunities yet, like entrepreneurs do. That isn't to say that having a job is bad, but traditional jobs don't leverage the full opportunity and the full potential of luck surface area. Now, to distribute, sell and market your work and sell yourself as much as possible online. And you might be thinking that I'm not ready to do that. And I say good. The secret is to start when you're not ready and improve as you go. No one ever feels fully ready. Even the best speakers in the world, even probably some politicians, get anxious before going in front of massive crowds. They just do it anyway, even though they don't feel ready. So, when you distribute your work and skill through mediums like social media, the Roblox platform, asset marketplaces like Clearly Devs, any place with any place with eyeballs, that's exactly where you can start to expand your luck surface area. You can be the best game developer in the world, the best YouTuber in the world, but if you never post for the world to see it or talk to people about it, sadly, no one will ever know you and you'll never succeed at it, ever. So ask yourself this: how is your luck surface area currently? How well do you grasp this concept? And now that you have perspective on this, can you picture where this could take you? Let's discuss. It's simple but key, and as always, remember, just start. So, this is a recent post. This is one that I really like because I think it kind of gives you like a visual, like it kind of makes you picture luck surface area. It kind of makes you like, wow, I can kind of imagine that concept as like a real like thing that exists that I can kind of imagine. And I think that it's a really, really useful and really, really essential way to think. So Eric F said in chat, what is the quickest way to improve your luck surface area? So first of all, if you already have a skill, then what you would want to do is you want to do distribution, as I mentioned in the post. So do the distribution, post everywhere you can, constantly. And you could post on, there's many different platforms you could post. You could post on Twitter, you could post on YouTube, you could post on Roblox if you're making games, you could post on Clearly Dev if you're making assets. There's a lot of different places that you can start to do this, but the main idea is that you just want to distribute your stuff anywhere where there's eyeballs, distribute it anywhere where people can see it, and from there you can increase your luck surface area. The problem that people have, the problem that many of you probably have, is that you haven't uploaded your stuff to a platform. You might have great skill, you might have amazing abilities in whatever you do, whether that's modeling, building, scripting, anything. You might have amazing skill, but if you don't post it anywhere for people to see, it's going to be really hard for you to like earn off of that skill or get opportunities from that skill. Now, that's the idea here with luck surface area. And if you use this, it'll really help you a lot, and it will help you to get a lot more opportunities. Eric F said, what are some good websites to start selling? So if you're discussing selling assets, the latest video on the channel is about Clearly Dev. It's a really good site to sell your Roblox models, sell scripts, all that. It's really, really useful. But yeah, so that is luck surface area for you. Very good way to think about Roblox commissions, Roblox YouTube, anything that you want to do. This is a very, very good way to think about it and to think about how to increase what you're doing right now. So next up, we have a lot of other mindsets. And if you guys have a recent post that you actually particularly liked, you can let me know in the chat and I can discuss that post and we can break it down. So the next concept is about motivation. So a lot of people will ask me about motivation. And the thing about it is, what surprised me was people actually that are asking about this, oftentimes they don't really understand what motivation is. And you know, many of you watching, you might not understand what motivation is yet, but that's okay. I have a really good way to break it down that I did in this post, and it really gave me this idea because nobody's really taught what is motivation. What really is it? How do you get it? Right? So let me read it out loud for you. Many people ask me, how do I get motivation? And that's a great question. But the problem isn't getting motivation, but rather coming to understand what it is and how it works. Ask yourself, how can you get something if you don't grasp what it is? You just can't. Motivation is simply a process of influencing yourself to feel like taking action the same way you'd influence someone else, sell a product, or persuade someone on your ideas. It's about thinking about the results you want in vivid detail in your mind and knowing you will achieve it. And instead of asking, can I achieve this? Ask, how amazing will it be once I achieve this? Then paint a picture in your mind of the amazing results you'll get once you achieve what you want. Describe to yourself in words how you'll get there. Make it so irresistible for yourself. Sell yourself so well that you feel great and just can't help but get started working. Then simply take action, and you'll see that motivation is the easiest thing in the world to get. And as always, just start. So I love this. I love this concept of motivations. It's being a process of influencing yourself to feel like taking action the same way you'd influence someone else, sell a product, or persuade someone on your ideas. Because it really is true. It is so true that motivation is done this way. If you really think about it, how do you sell a product to somebody? If you're selling something to somebody, you're trying to motivate them to buy. Naturally, that same process works for when you want to motivate yourself, for when you want to get things done yourself, right? So that means that by painting a picture in your mind, by imagining the results that you want, by imagining yourself doing the task successfully, it naturally makes sense that you'll feel motivated to do the task. And of course, in that post, I also mentioned describing to yourself in words how you'll get there, and just selling yourself so well that you just feel great and you just can't help but to get started working. That is also very essential too. But really, if you can just imagine and visualize what you're going to do and what it's going to get you and the results you want before you get started, it's going to really help you to feel more motivated. And it's a really amazing way to do that. So how do you apply this to Roblox? That is a really good question. And the way that you would do this is simply before say we're going to make a script, or say you're going to make a game, or say you're going to make a Roblox video. Instead of thinking about, how hard it's going to be and imagining all the piles of endless work, bug fixing, or whatever hard task you're going to do, imagine the results you're going to get from doing the task. Imagine the results. Imagine the finished product. And this will make you feel a lot more motivated than if you were imagining the hard parts of the task or imagining anything else. And it's really quite a simple tweak, but it will really change a lot for you if you want to be motivated. So, this was a really helpful mindset, and I think it's gonna be really useful. Again, as I said in the start of the stream, I highly recommend, grabbing a pen and paper and writing down some of the mindsets that stand out to you in this stream. It's going to be really helpful to you, and because this is not an average stream, this is really going to be quite amazing. It's going to be probably the best SmartyTalks yet, and we're only just getting started. So make sure to like the stream, and thank you for tuning in. So we'll also answer questions later in the stream. We'll answer a lot of questions, and now we're going to add on to this. We're just going to keep talking about these different mindsets I've been posting in the community posts. So here's another one. This one is about beliefs, and I'm just going to read it out loud right now. So most people get locked into beliefs that stop them. For example, they think that they're too dumb to learn scripting. And it's absolutely not true. This is, in a way, a dumb belief to have. Anyone can learn scripting. But many people, they get locked into beliefs like this, stuck and unable to move. That's how powerful beliefs are. They can lock you down like you're in a prison cell behind bars, but that also means that beliefs are so powerful that you can really do anything you want if you simply have the belief that you can achieve the thing. And you should focus on specific beliefs over vague notions like believing in yourself, which don't work, by the way. Now, this insight into belief is one of the most powerful things ever because the mind is able to learn and it's able to take on new beliefs very rapidly. And it's proven that when you think positively and when you have these good beliefs, your brain rewires itself, making you able to think better, feel better, and be more resilient. And there's infinite benefits to having positive beliefs and thinking positive things. So don't think it's just a bunch of nonsense about being all happy-go-lucky, blah, 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 be positive for no reason. No. In reality, it's the most useful thing ever, so start using it. Leave the prison cell right now, upgrade it, and turn it into a mansion. It's not about being positive for the sake of it, it's about being effective. And for the longest time, I had negative limiting beliefs. But when I started to change them, and when I started to replace them, everything got better. It makes your brain work better. So, how will you apply this? So that was also another very good post, and it kind of is very connected to the motivation thing. Now, as I mentioned in this post, adjusting, your beliefs, say about yourself or your abilities or, even identity, who you are, these can change how you feel. And if you adopt more positive beliefs, you will actually be more motivated because obviously you're going to believe that you can achieve the thing. And much of our limitations, much of the things that we think stop us from doing things like getting a lot of views on YouTube, getting a lot of visits on Roblox, or getting a commission, a lot of the time, the things that prevent us from doing any of these things are self-imposed barriers. These are things that are not really in the real world, but they're in our mind. And as I said, it's like a prison cell. It's like a self-imposed prison cell. That is what having negative beliefs is really like. It really is like that. And if you escape the prison cell, if you start changing these beliefs, then you're allowing yourself to do anything you want. That's the thing. Much of the time, any kind of limitation you think that you have is usually self-imposed, and it's simply a belief in your head. And this is such a powerful thing because for the longest time, I did not know this. So this might even be new for a lot of you. I did not know this for the longest time. And then when I learned about this, I was like, what the heck? Have I been lied to my entire life? That's kind of how I felt. Because it was like before, obviously before you kind of understand this, you walk around thinking that all your beliefs are complete fact, complete truth. You might think, I'm dumb, or something like that. You might be walking around thinking that, and you're like, yeah, of course I'm dumb. Of course. But oftentimes, this isn't even true. It's like, bro, what the heck? Why didn't anyone tell me this before? Many times. So a lot of the time, these beliefs are just complete nonsense, and you can change them. And after I started changing mine and adjusting mine, such as thinking, instead of thinking I'm reserved, instead of thinking I'm outgoing, it made me more outgoing. Beliefs are changeable. This is essential. Most people don't know this, I think. I really think most people don't know this. And when I learned this from, say, self-improvement YouTubers, psychology, all that, I was like, what the heck? Wow. And let me add another thing. You want to know where these types of beliefs come from that have been holding you back from learning scripting, learning building, getting players in your games, earning Robux, anything like that you want to do, or even like, say, improving in school. It could be something as simple as that. You want to know where these beliefs have come from. A lot of these beliefs come from other people or, the media or things like that. And basically, these places have programmed you to think that you can't do what you want to do. That's basically how it works. That's how a lot of these beliefs work. And if you really ask yourself, who told me this? Why do I believe this? Where did I hear this? Who told me I'm dumb? You'll probably actually discover that, oh, this was not me who had this belief originally. This was some teacher told me this, or even a friend or a parent. Even some of the closest people could have told you a belief that could be holding you back incredibly. And it's like, wow, what in the world? And when you start changing them, everything opens up. And it isn't just like, you might think, oh yeah, this will open up some limitations. I might be able to start a new project if I change some beliefs about starting a new game or something like that. Well, yes, but also you're going to feel better too. Like, I was surprised by this too. Like, I started thinking, I started implementing this, and I actually started to feel better too. And now, like, say if somebody, insults me or whatever in a comment or something, it bounces off a lot more easily because of these changes. It's very amazing. I want to get canceled. Bro, I can't get canceled. That's impossible. Anyways. Who was saying I'm going to get canceled? What am I saying that could get you canceled? Anyways, guys, the issue isn't getting canceled, but getting good beliefs and fixing problems. So, next, let's talk about another essential post. This post is Roblox content creation. All right? This one's very good. So I'm going to read it out loud right now. This is really helpful. Roblox content is changing. You must seize this opportunity. This is very important. Ask yourself, what problems have you overcome in development? What steps did you take to solve them? Do others have the same problems as you? Then, take that process that you went through, take those solutions, and turn them into content for your past self. Solve the problems you have conquered better than anyone else has, and that's how you make something with impact for people. Development content is rapidly becoming very popular among devs on Roblox and players. You're still early, but not for long. Start by solving problems for your past noob self. That's how you get views in dev content. Once you do this enough and do it effectively, you'll be able to gain an income, gain views, create networking opportunities, earn more Robux, and more. Okay, I had to rejoin the game. Time is ticking. Give value to get value. So this post is talking about doing game development content, doing essentially solving problems for your past self, and especially in game development. Roblox development content is quickly becoming one of the best ways to promote your games, and it's becoming one of the best ways to earn. And it's just becoming one of the best forms of Roblox content out there. I know a lot of you probably seen, there are a lot of people who are blowing up in Roblox content right now, in Roblox dev content. This stuff is really, really crazy because we have not seen this nearly at the level it's at now, ever. Like, ever. I remember a few years ago when I was watching Roblox dev content, there was the Dev King, there was Alvin Blocks, there was some Role Builder out there. We had these guys who are really good. They're the OGs, right? And there were a few others, like iNewbie. He's really good. Who else is a fan of iNewbie? Let me know in the chat. He's really good. But we didn't really have anyone else. There weren't that many people. And as time has gone on, we now are starting to see tons of people. This is like an earthquake of people coming onto the scene with Roblox development content. It's very, 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 very. How many times am I going to say very? Maybe we could just turn this into a whole stream. I'm just saying very, 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 very good opportunity. Now, so many people are starting, I think partly because of DevCreate. DevCreate's a networking server that I made. There's a lot of people in there. There's Role Builder, there's Scroof, there's Threesto, there's all kinds of people in there. There's RoDev. A lot of people who are really, really good developers, really, really good content creators are in DevCreate. It's a very good place. And also there's been some viral videos that came out of there, like Scroof's video with like 500K views or more, or maybe it had 1 million, when he was doing the 6 devs do a game without communication, make a game without communication. That was like, he did like the first one on that topic. And then there was also there was RoDev, who continued that trend very, very well. He got to millions and millions of views. And yeah, so a lot of things are, with the help of DevCreate, and of course they are amazing content creators, that all credit to them, but with the help of DevCreate, a lot of things are happening. And DevCreate is becoming, it's a really good way for networking. It's a really good way to expand your Roblox dev content. And it's just really good. And to get in, you will need to get a good amount of subscribers. I think it's around 500 minimum right now to get into DevCreate. And I think you have to have several videos up, not that many, but if you can get that, then you can join DevCreate, you can start networking, and you can start to expand in Roblox dev content. So I was connecting that to this post. Now back to the post with the main point. So I was discussing how a huge part of Roblox dev content, and especially Roblox development content, okay? It's about solving problems for your past self. What have you overcome in development that you could solve for somebody else? Because there's going to be many people out there who have problems that you have solved. Let me give you an example. So back when I was starting Roblox development and starting scripting specifically, I think it was around 2021 or 2020, something around there, 2021, 2022, 2020, somewhere around there, I started scripting. And I remember it was just hard for me. It was hard. And so once I learned scripting to a good level, I decided to make the easiest beginner guide to Roblox scripting. And this video, I spent like a month on it, sitting down, writing down notes, thinking, how can I make the best scripting guide possible for my past self? And I did this for so long. This was in 2022. It took me like a month to make. And I did this, and now that video, many of you here have learned scripting from it. And also, it has like 2.6 million views now. So this shows that if you can solve problems for your past self, you can do really, really well. You can really make some amazing content that helps a lot of people, and it can also build you a huge channel and a huge brand, and it can help you to get a lot of views, as it has helped me. And that's just one example out of many, many, many things I've done on this channel to try and help devs to solve problems. And it's just an example of how, this is such a good way to make dev content. And it really is such a good opportunity to do this. And it can really help you. And it can help a lot of people as well. So that's awesome. And I noticed that a lot of you guys are putting chats in, you're asking questions. That's awesome. And we will get to those later near the end of the stream. We're going to go over a ton of mindsets that we've been discussing in the community posts. These are amazing. They're going to really help you. And any questions you have, I'm going to try and come back to most of the best questions in the chat. So ask some really good questions, and we'll get to those very soon by the end of the stream. Thank you, JJ Mo Go, for the super smart subscription on the channel. It's awesome. Thank you for joining the channel. It's awesome. I'm gonna check Discord just really quick. Let's see, because earlier I was talking to people in the Discord, and there were people, they were mad about certain things. They were mad about pings. That's all right. They were mad about pings for the stream. That was funny, but it's an important stream, so let's go. The next thing is another mindset for content, related to content creation. So this one is about self-confidence. And I basically said, many people struggle with confidence. They don't like their voice, they get embarrassed easily, they care a lot about other people's opinions, and this is okay, but they lose a lot of opportunities because of it. And with content creation, I've actually found that you can really get a lot more confident and you can speak a lot better if you can make content. And in this post that I made about this, I linked to my second channel, which has a lot of information on these topics. And in that video, I discussed a lot of things about how to use content creation to increase your confidence. Obviously, confidence, huge part of mindset. Many people, they come looking for good mindset techniques just to build confidence. So it's very important. And I think content creation is one of the most underrated and unnoticed ways to build confidence. Like, no one's really talking about this, but it is such a good way to build your confidence, because through content creation, you are going to improve your communication skills a lot. See, if you're making videos every week, every day, who knows how often, even monthly, you're going to be improving your communication skills a lot. Most people are not speaking that much and refining it and practicing and improving. You literally have to, as a content creator, you have to go record, and then you have to put it in your editing software, and then you have to, you have to essentially, continually refine your speaking. And you have to notice things like ums, uhs, like I'm doing right now, uhs, gaps, and you start to reduce those a lot, because you have to make editing easier and to just make better content. You end up really reducing a lot of these mistakes in speech. And everyone does them, everyone makes these mistakes, but in content creation, you end up removing these a lot. And through improving the way you speak, you actually get a lot more confident, because you're improving such an essential skill, which is communication. Communication is like, you're constantly communicating, and content creation is like a rapid way to improve your communication, and that will lead to confidence, and it's really cool. So that's an essential mindset. Using content creation for confidence, absolutely amazing, and it will really help you. Next, and you can do this with Roblox content, by the way. It doesn't matter what content you can do, but Roblox content, you can absolutely do in Roblox content. So next, this is one of the most recent posts. We're going to talk about this one for a good amount of time, because this one is very essential. So I'm going to read it out loud. Set a direction, then just start. Even when you're blind on where to go and what the next steps are, take action rapidly and gain speed, momentum, and acceleration. Doing anything successfully is really a lot of it is just simple physics. Most just never hit the gas pedal because they've not put a direction in the GPS in the first place. Put any direction in the GPS, anything, and even a random one, and just start. And then take action at full speed, gain momentum, and then every single bump, pothole in the road, it is an opportunity to improve and to learn and to develop further and gain even more momentum. Again, set a direction, just start, maximum speed, build momentum and keep it, continually increase your speed. So this post is really good because it's telling you basically that it's just about just starting, and then from there it's about physics for anything you want to do. Like my channel, for example, I learned a lot of this from doing my channel. You know, if you start a YouTube channel, you put out videos and you continually increase the speed, you're going to start to gain momentum. As you build habits of recording consistently, you're going to get momentum. And then from there, you're going to really start to do better as you go. And it's really about simple physics. Anything you want to do. It's about simple physics. And this is such an interesting mindset. I learned a lot of this I learned from this guy named Myron Golden. He's a really good entrepreneur, and he's a millionaire entrepreneur, and he has some really good mindsets. And one of these really involves physics. He talks about this a lot. And it's like, wow, you don't usually think of physics as being so essential to doing anything successfully, but it really is. And you can apply this to Roblox. You can apply this to anything that you're doing. It's amazing. So that's a good mindset to have. And the next one. I really like this one. I'm going to talk about this one for a while. So you are still early to content creation. Whether it's a game on Roblox or a video on YouTube, you are incredibly early. Starting in the creator economy now is like buying Bitcoin in 2009. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. Naval, a billionaire, says that everyone will be in the creator economy in the future. Start now, be early, join the future. So that was a post on content creation. And it sounds intense, but it's really true. Because content creation is such a good opportunity. Whether you're making games on Roblox, making videos on YouTube, making YouTube shorts, making TikToks, no matter what it is, joining the creator economy now, you're super early. And if a billionaire is saying, for example, that everyone is going to be in the creator economy, I think that means that it is a huge opportunity and that you should definitely take it. And there's a lot of people who discuss this. I really like what Dan Koh says. Dan Koh is a really popular YouTuber. He talks a lot about growing on YouTube and content creation, and really using content creation in a unique way so that you can basically make it like a job. It's really fascinating, and it's really true too. Content creation over the long term, you can really make quite a successful venture through content creation. And even if it takes you, say, a year to get 100K subs or something like that, which, believe me, you could do that in a year. Even if it takes a year, even if it takes 2 years, even if it takes 3 years, dude, it's very, very valuable to have a following on social media. It's very valuable to just start that, because it's like investing in your future. It's like investing in a stock right now to sell it in 10 years, except better than that. Way better. Essential. Floating Cat Games said, bro, I just like the thought of having a community. Yeah, having a community is really, really, really a good aspect of content creation as well. I like having a community. It's awesome. And yeah, it's really fun. Next. This one's good. So, make dev content on YouTube to build a foundation for your games to grow. You can promote your games to your fans when you build a strong fan base. I'll be doing so soon with the projects I'm making now with Myro. Building on there's essentially no competition in dev content right now. It is becoming on par with Roblox gameplay content very quickly. Many creators are blowing up. Rodev, Cone, Byteblock, Scroof, you name it, and you could be the next one. For example, someone in Scripting Seekers decided to just start, and they actually had a massive success with over 200,000 views very quickly. So just start with even one short video and get on the journey to make your future projects flourish, because you'll have a base to stand on and gain friends to run with on the way up. So I like this post. This post is very, very True. Making dev content, again, as I keep saying on every stream and throughout this stream a lot, making dev content is a huge opportunity right now. And many people are blowing up in it. And you can use dev content. Once you have a successful channel, you can use dev content to promote your games and to promote anything you do on Roblox. It's very good. It's very good for that. And you'll see there's many people, like for example, I think D Happy's an excellent example of this. He's done a really good job of promoting the games that he's working on now, and or that he's worked on in devlogs, for example. And he's promoted them directly through his videos. And imagine, you could really just do something similar. There's many people who have promoted games with dev content and started some really successful games. I mentioned iNewbie earlier as a content creator I used to watch a few years ago. He is a really good example of this because, dude, he started developing a game called Fall of Hell, and or something like that. That game, after he had made videos on it on his channel and promoted it on his channel, that game went on to get 1,000 players consistently. And it might not have that many anymore, but it was a long time. It was like years that he had that many players. And he had really done a good job promoting that through his channel and kickstarting something that was very successful through a dev channel. And it really shows how making dev content is an excellent way to build a foundation for your games to grow and promoting your games to your fans. I do discuss this a lot in like a lot of posts, community posts, and also a lot in scripting secrets, etc., and in my videos, because this really is such a huge opportunity right now. And nobody else is really talking about how you can really use dev content to promote games. You can use dev content to market your stuff on Roblox. You can use dev content to build a community before you even release your game. And it's so powerful. And I'm doing this right now with Myro, the guy I'm working with on a lot of projects right now, including ABR, which we talked about on previous streams. I'm working with him, and we're going to be promoting ABR via this channel. We're going to be promoting our games with this channel. So it really shows how you can use dev content to promote your games. And the thing is, this is such a good strategy because even before the game releases, you can start building a fan base for it. You can start to promote your game before it's even out via your dev channel. And this is why it's so powerful. It's very rare. It's very rare where you can promote your game before it releases. And through dev content, you can do exactly that. And that's what I've already started doing with Myro. We've discussed ABR quite a few times on this channel. It's quite an extensive project, and we've been able to promote it and start getting some interest on it from many of you guys early from simply sharing it on my channel here. And without this channel, without the community, ABR probably probably wouldn't be as successful as it will be. And this shows how making a dev channel, making dev content, super good opportunity right now. I highly recommend it to anyone who's a Roblox developer. Next post. This next post is a really good one. I like this one. So let's break down some mindsets that are really essential. So some specific mindsets that you can implement for anything, especially Roblox. So this recent post, I listed out several good mindsets that you can use. And yeah, so first is action over fear. all of us, oftentimes we get stuck in fear before we take action. And it's essential to switch from fear to action. It's essential to make that switch. And many of the techniques and things we've discussed so far can help you do that, like imagining, the good results that you want, and rather than imagining, say, the results that are not going to help you, or the hardest part of the task, which many of us do. It can really help you to remove that fear and to just start. Next, we have proactivity is greater than reactivity. So this is taking action first and being proactive rather than reactive, rather than being, the mouse running from the cat. This is a weird analogy, but the mouse running from the cat. You're gonna be, the cat getting the mouse. So next is self-validation is over seeking approval. So you want to, as we said earlier, choose positive beliefs rather than looking for others to confirm approval, etc. Next is authenticity over conformity. So this one is essential for content creation, for example, especially because being authentic, sharing things on this stream, for example, people were saying, "Wow, bro, don't get canceled." Well, I'm just being authentic, and if that gets me canceled, that's all right. I'd rather be canceled than be conforming to what everyone else is talking about. So that's an example, right? So being authentic is an essential mindset, and it's really essential. Row Builder said, "Smarty's a W." Thank you, bro. Welcome to the stream. Next is self-responsibility over victimhood. So I think a lot of us can get stuck thinking, "Oh yeah, you know what? All this stuff outside of me, my teacher causing me to have a bad grade, or the players not choosing to play my game, or the developers not choosing to give me a commission, right? It's their fault. I'm a victim to everything they're doing, right?" And this mindset is a limiting mindset. So what you want to do instead is think, "You know what? I'm responsible for the results I get. I take ownership of it." And when you do this, it will really help you. When I did this, it helped me a lot too, because now I recognize that, and sometimes I'll have to remind myself of this even. Now I recognize anytime something doesn't go the way I want, say that I want to do something specific, like I want to have a video that gets a lot of views. I want to get 10,000 views or something like that on my latest video, but it doesn't. Like my latest one recently, right? I have to take responsibility for that as a creator rather than blaming it on the algorithm, for example. And this will allow, even if the algorithm had a part in it, even if that's true, believing that it's my full fault and my full responsibility is going to help me more, because, well, I'm going to be able to recognize better what I can do to solve it and what I can do to make videos that get more views. And this is very true. I had to do this recently. I had to realize this for myself recently. The latest 2 videos haven't gotten as many views as some of the other videos before. So I had to look at it. I had to be like, this is my fault. How can I improve? And I recognize, and many of you guys have mentioned this, you guys want to see more in-studio videos, directly in studio. And I agree. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do more videos directly inside of studio. And that is going to help to bring the views up. So I took responsibility and I saw how I can improve, and I'm going to do it. Row Builder said, "How do you feel about plugins causing USD only?" Honestly, I haven't really done much with plugins. Like I haven't sold a plugin or anything like that yet. But I would say that when I heard that, I was kind of surprised. I was kind of wondering, like, why? Because it doesn't make any sense. Think about it. Most of the players on Roblox are younger, usually. And how are they going to pay for a USD plugin? that just made me think, like, how are they going to pay for that often? How are they even going to pay for the plugin? Many people won't be able to even get plugins because of that. And also, can they be free anymore? Right, yes. I know, yeah, USD RoBuilder said, what's next? UGC costing USD. I agree. That would be crazy. Imagine like everything on Roblox just changes all of a sudden to USD. You want to join Jailbreak, you have to pay $20. Pay up. Or else you can't play Jailbreak. You have to pay $20 to join the game. Roblox is going to turn into EA. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. That's a really good example of why they shouldn't do that. UGC turning into USD. Because yeah, you're right. If enough things turn into UGC, well, I mean turn into USD, if enough things do that, then how are people even going to get stuff? How is a lot of the Roblox audience going to be able to get stuff at all, you know? Like many of them, they don't have a credit card, they don't have a debit card, they don't have a bank account. So they aren't going to be able to get a lot of the things on Roblox. So yeah. RoBuilder said, Roblox must have had a call with big games to figure out how to make some money. Yeah, they probably did. Scripture said, yo, Smarty, you answering questions at the end, right? Yes, but RoBuilder gets a pass, of course. Of course RoBuilder gets a pass to have an early question. Did you say they can? You said they can be free? Yeah, I haven't looked yet. So did you say 25? Is it 25 minimum for a plugin? Is that what it is? For if you're going to sell it for USD? Oh yeah, RoPass. Is this soon? It must be. Oh, Jailbreak would be $25. Yes, I agree. Guys, $25 to enter Jailbreak. Pay up. Come on. How much would it be to enter Brookhaven? 500? RoBuilder said a plugin minimum is $4.99. Wow. That's crazy. That's so weird. I keep getting disconnected. It's all right. Okay. Let's return to the most important table on Roblox. Okay. Hey. I need my seat. Thank you. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, RoBuilder, for stopping in and mentioning that, because that is an important issue. And a lot of people, probably people watching right now, are probably really annoyed about that. I don't understand that. Like, as a developer, like, sure, I want to make money. And if I was making plugins, I would want to make money from them. But I don't think that it makes sense from just like your average developer or your average player's perspective. It doesn't make any sense. Why would Roblox do that? And yeah, it's confusing. Really confusing. So let's see, we have a question, or we have a point. Okay. Guy Mock said, mindset is the most important thing for success, not gonna lie. I think it's a close second. I think the number one thing is action and just start. I think that's the number one thing. Because if you didn't believe that you could do something, but you still started, you're further ahead than the guy who's sitting there jumping all over the place thinking, woohoo, I can do it. I can get 1 million subs, but he doesn't actually start, right? So I would say action is the most important thing. But yeah, mindset would probably be a close second, because I think, and a lot of entrepreneurs talk about this, they say, yo, you can't make a decent amount of money unless you believe that amount of money is possible for you to make, and also that it isn't an insane amount of money that's super hard to get. If you believe either of those things, it's going to be hard to make that amount of money. So mindset, yes, it's very essential, I think, especially if you're trying to go to the next level in something. I think then one of the next steps is definitely mindset. Well, let me give you another example related to that thing entrepreneurs talk about. Okay, apply that to YouTube. Apply that to YouTube subscribers. Okay, if I look at my subscriber count right now and I say, wow, 75K subs, that is amazing. That is spectacular. I can't believe it. How do I have 75,000 subs? This is so much. If I go, okay, it's true. It is a good amount of subs. But if I go around saying that and thinking that, oh, wow, this is a high amount of subs, well, it's going to be harder to reach, say, 500,000 subs or 1 million subs eventually. Instead, if I say, you know what, I only have 75K subs right now, and I can keep improving. If that word only 500, only 75K subs, by using the word only, I shift my entire perspective on how many subs I have. And it might, if you're saying that out loud, obviously it might sound like you're bragging or something, but that isn't the point. The point is to show your mind and your subconscious that this is not anything compared to what I could do. This is nothing. And you can do this for a lot of things. Say you start a YouTube channel. Obviously celebrate your accomplishments a bit, but don't think, oh yeah, 1,000 subscribers is a ton. Think, I only have 1,000 subscribers and I can't wait until I get 10,000 subscribers. And then when you get 10,000 subscribers, say, I only have 10,000 subscribers. I got to go get to 50K. Or let's go another example. If you're making Robux and you're doing commissions, and you're taking commissions and you have earned 10,000 Robux, and you think, wow, oh my gosh, I've never had this much Robux before. This is amazing. What am I going to do? This is the most amazing thing that's ever happened to me. Thinking that, for example, it might be good. It's good to celebrate your accomplishment, but thinking that it's a ton of Robux is going to prevent you from actually being able to go to the next level. So if you instead say, you know what, I only have 10,000 Robux. I only have 10,000 Robux. Now, by doing this, now you can hear, you can almost feel like a difference, because you're shifting your entire perspective on it. You're like, I only have 10,000 Robux. What's next? I can do more. I can achieve more. And it's not about saying, it's not about bragging. It's not about saying that you have nothing at all. It's just about showing from your perspective, showing your brain that, look, I can do a lot more. That's what it's about. And I think actually thinking about this right now, thinking back when I made my first 10K from a commission from Build a few years ago, if I really thought 10K was a ton of Robux, I really did in 2021 or something around then. I was like, wow, 10,000 Robux, I need to get to that. But now thinking back, if I had been like, you know what, after I got that 10,000 Robux, if I had been like, you know what, this is only 10,000 Robux, this isn't that much compared to what I could do. If I had been more adamant about thinking that, well, I probably would have earned more Robux a lot faster. Think about that. I probably would have earned a lot more Robux a lot faster. Now, a lot of people in chat are saying, another thing a lot of people struggle with is expecting more than the normal. You can see a lot of people expect a lot of visits and earn a lot from their first game, but then after that, they don't. Yeah, I agree. So, okay. What I'm talking about right now is generally after you've achieved something. This is a little bit of a, kind of a tweak to the wording you do, a little reframe to the wording that you do. But what you're talking about, IDK, is you're talking about people who, I think, they start something and they think, oh wow, I'm definitely gonna get 1 million visits on this game. and then they don't, and then they get demotivated. So I think the problem there isn't thinking that you could absolutely get 1 million visits. I think that isn't the problem. I think the problem is rather being so attached to the outcome. You should be like, yes, this could get 1 million visits, and I would love it if that would happen. But if it doesn't, I'm also okay with that, and I'm going to see it as a learning experience for my next project. You see how that could really help somebody in that position. I think it's about being, I think it's what they call like being outcome independent. You want that good outcome, you believe you could do it, but you're not like so attached to it where I have to get this outcome. You can recognize and reframe it as this was a learning experience, and you can see it that way. And when you do that, now you're going to be focused on, oh, look, I learned that maybe I should have more developer products in my game, for example. I should have more, free rewards that keep players in longer and keep them staying in the game. And then you'll take those learnings from that project, take them to your next project, and then maybe you can get 1 million visits on that one, or at least more visits, rather than quitting. So that's a good way to tweak that. Robuilder said, he only paid me 2 Robux. He should have paid me 2 million. Am I doing it right, Smarty? I'm not sure. I need more details. W Robuilder almost at 350k. You're right. Hutton, you're right. He's doing amazing. 350k is insane. All right, guys. Continuing on, we have another comment from IDK that he said earlier. They don't hit the expectations. They feel like they're defeated, even though their beginning expectation/goal should be just getting the game out and releasing a game, not getting one popular. Well, I would agree with that, and I would shift it a bit. So I would say, as I said earlier, yes, you should believe that you could do that. You could get 1 million, but you should be outcome independent. And also, you should think you should have a long-term goal of, yes, I would like to get 1 million visits, and then you should break that down into smaller micro goals along the way, like, yes, getting the game out, releasing it, and doing those first steps. So it's about like setting a long-term goal of long-term, I want to get 1 million visits, and then you have short-term goals. Okay, I want to release the game, I want to add game passes, I want to add badges, I want to add all those tiny steps that lead up to having a full game. Set those micro goals, then you can feel good about that along the way, feel like you're accomplishing something, and still have the big goal that you have in the distance that you can still go towards. IDK said, yeah. Yep. Same account launched from a different device. What is that? What in the world? Is someone hacking me right now? No way. Doubt it. Okay, we're good. That's weird. How did that happen? Okay. We're dropping lots of value here. This has been fun. Especially with Robuilder, and that was a good surprise. Okay. Make sure to share the stream if you're enjoying it. I'm enjoying it for sure. And yeah, I can't wait for what is next. So, next thing. So I like what you guys are saying. Ooh, Robuilder said I'm staying. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. So, a lot of you guys are saying a lot of things to build on this concept of goals. So let's just keep adding to this. This is a good topic. William Short said the person who loves to run will run further than the person who cares only about winning. I think that's how the quote goes, at least. Yeah, I agree. I think that's really true. It is super true that you should enjoy what you're doing, and I would add that you should also care about winning the race, but you should also care about, running and doing all that in the actual process. You got to care about both. Lydia said, set your goal high but reachable. Even if you don't reach it, chances are you will have advanced more than if you had set a smaller goal. I agree. Because I think a lot of people, they get scared of, okay, what if I set a goal and then I get demotivated because I don't hit it? But they end up setting their goal too low, reducing what they could actually do. So it can be kind of a difficult thing, okay, to determine the way that you want to set up your goals. And I really like the perspective on it that, okay, you set a really huge long-term goal and you break that down into more micro goals along the way. And then you're not going to be as discouraged if it takes a long time or if you don't hit the large one right away, because while you're hitting micro goals along the way, you know you're on the way to that goal and you know you'll achieve it eventually. I think I got that concept from Dan Coe. I mention Dan Coe a lot because he's a really good YouTuber on these types of topics. Like, he mixes like content creation with like self-development and all that. And it's a really good perspective on this. I like it a lot. And he breaks this down a lot better than me in the micro goals and the long-term goals. Like, everything he does, dude, I don't even know how he does it. Everything he writes and everything he makes in his content is super systemized, where if you go to his channel, you're going to be like, what the heck? How does somebody think this deeply about every little detail? That's why I recommend him, because he's like, okay, he's giving you a lot of info there, a lot. And it's very, very specific. It might be kind of complex at times, but it's very specific and it's very useful. Roll Builder said, motivation is less than discipline. I agree. Because I think I actually have a unique perspective on this. So I think that after thinking about how these things work and looking at, I don't know, like psychology and stuff like that, I think discipline isn't so much always about forcing yourself to do the task, but I think discipline is oftentimes about thinking about the long-term delayed gratification things that you want, like 1 million subs, for example, or 100,000 subs, whatever that long-term goal is that you have. Looking at that long-term, and then thinking about the moment in the context of that long-term goal, and determining, okay, I could go and sit down and drink Coca-Cola and eat Cheetos and scroll on TikTok, or, you know what, I could sit down and make some YouTube videos. So, you know, that it's about like choosing and prioritizing within the context of a goal for discipline, I think. Because think about it. If all discipline was forcing yourself to do something, then it wouldn't really be, I mean, obviously it's good to build, but it wouldn't really be useful. You'd be going in random directions. You'd be like, oh, I got to force myself to do this hard task and lift this weight, but there's no point. I don't have a long-term goal. I don't need to get, I don't need to get super strong or anything in the long term. So I think usually like discipline is more about that long-term focus, and then looking at the short term within the context of the long term. And then, okay, let's talk about motivation second. So I think motivation, as I said earlier, many people don't know what motivation is. Motivation is like usually, okay, motivation can be a feeling, right? And I think that giving yourself motivation, as I said earlier, is about influencing yourself the same way that you would influence someone else to buy a product or to kind of adopt like an idea of yours, or to take action on something. It's the same process as influencing someone else, except you're influencing yourself, is basically my definition. And it's about like imagining the results you want from the thing, and making that so vivid for yourself in your mind that you just can't help but take action. You feel like taking action. And I think that's what motivation, when people are asking, how do I get motivation? I think that's what it's about. Now, obviously, you can motivate yourself with words. You can motivate yourself by imagining things. There's a lot of different aspects to this. And I did discuss this earlier in the stream, and it's on the community post if you want to see the full post. But yeah, very interesting. William Short said, "Role builder for real. Motivation is always moving to the next big idea. It's discipline that allows you to finish." I really hope I get that quote right, or I look silly right now. Yeah, it's very true. So the traditional idea of discipline of like, just like saying, you know what, I'm gonna take action whether I feel like it or not. Yeah, it's very, very essential. Ludius said, "Role builder, I think both are equally important. How much more work can you put in once you're motivated?" That can be very true. You got to have both. I would agree. Ah, I see what happened, Stinky Pinky. You kicked me? Same account launched experience from different device. Reconnect if you prefer to use this. Wow. Ludius said, essentially what you're saying, Smarty, is learn how to motivate yourself and how to guard your motivation. What do you mean by guard motivation specifically? Yeah, but I am basically saying that. Yeah, I'm saying, okay, learn how to actually motivate yourself, because people don't, okay, they say I want motivation, but they don't know exactly what it is that motivation is or what they're looking for. How can you get something if you don't know what it is really, you know? So break it down. What is motivation? You can break it down into steps. And as I said, it's about, you know, imagining the results you want, and then, you know, telling yourself how to get there, and then just and doing it until you feel great and you want to get started. I think that's like the process. Modern Chris said, I think you got to find what moves you. Some people use material things, and some people use things like thinking of building something for their family or getting a sense of urgency. Find what's for you. True. That's really profound. I agree. Stinky Pinky said, dang, the whole gang is joining. True. I wonder, what if we got them both on here? Imagine that. What if we have Chris and Robuilder on? I don't know. I might have to adjust something in my streaming software, but we might be able to. If they want to, of course. Yeah, but building on what Chris said, that's true. And I like what you said, because you kind of said, okay, some people are motivated by things outside. They want a car, or they want a house, or they want money. And then some people are motivated of like something, I guess what many would say is more meaningful, like your family or something like that. And I like that you said find something that works for you, because I think a lot of the times people tell us what is the right motivation, what's the wrong motivation. I think oftentimes it's about what motivation works for you. So that is a good way to put it, yeah. Okay, Chris and Robuilder want to jump on. Awesome. So yeah, let's do it. I need to adjust something in Streamlabs, I think. This might take a second, but it will be well worth it. Basically, the reason why, okay, and I've had streaming issues in the past because, well, essentially what happens is I have a Mac, and Mac, you have to like do this weird thing to get the microphone and the desktop audio to play at the same time. and it's kind of annoying, like kind of really annoying, but it's fixable. You have to do this weird thing to get it to work, but I got it. So desktop audio capture. Let's see. Okay, one moment. Apologies for the delay. Audio output capture. Record stream. Okay. Okay, let's see. Output device. All right. I'm still trying to figure out how to set this up. So black hole 2CH. Aggregate device. Cord. Okay. This should work. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Okay. Roll. Okay. I'm joining the dev create chat, and we will get started in a second. Okay. Hello?
Yo, it's your boy, Smarty Roblox. Today we're gonna be showing you how to do cool things.
Yes. Awesome. Did you guys hear him? I think it's working. Okay, awesome. You couldn't hear him very well? Okay. All right. Maybe if I okay. Oh, it's probably user volume on Discord. There we go. Okay, awesome. How's it going?
It is going fantastically.
Amazing.
Well, hopefully. We'll see.
Let's see it. Yeah, let's see if Chris. Chris, you can jump in the dev create Discord. And yeah. Yeah, it's going awesome for me because I would say, I mean, I haven't watched as much recently, I have to be honest, but you're definitely one of my biggest inspirations for my channel. And
It's okay, man.
Yeah.
A lot of people haven't watched as much recently.
yeah,
Your boy Row Builder's fallen off, but we had a good run, and my next channel will be called Row UI Designer. And then when I fall off of that one, I'm gonna switch to Row GFX, and then
Oh, yeah?
after that fall off, then you might be thinking Row Scripter. All right, but no, I'm hoping I'm dead by then, because scripting is not exactly something I want to do.
oh, oh my. Well, I can't wait for those new channels. No,
I can.
you can.
I don't want to have to do it. Well, GFX used to be super fun, so maybe that would be kind of fun, but who knows?
Yeah, that.
AI done took all the GFX jobs.
Yeah, true. Imagine if somebody actually took that idea and then we just actually see like, oh, row
You
your
gotta run with it, boys.
yeah, row UI designer, row scripter. They just show up on the scene after this stream.
Man's in the chat said row comedian. If I was a comedian, I would get myself canceled. Like, so fast. I'd be funny, but not funny in, like, PG ways, bro. I would be genuinely canceled.
Really?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Like, within the first video, by the way. Especially, oh, yeah, it would be bad. It'd be real bad.
I think we all want to see it.
Nah, dude, I would literally, like... Oh, wait, we gotta see if I can get a game to pop off first. I gotta get set up before I get canceled, you know? Or else I'm gonna end up at, like, Row McDonald's.
Oh man.
That's gonna be kind of upsetting a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I mean, honestly, that was good when you came on the stream. That's getting really, really close to row comedian, I would say. Would you like to join us in game on the stage here? I'm gonna have to.
I can.
Awesome. Yeah, and if.
Send the link.
All right.
I have no idea what the game is.
Yeah, I meant to link it below this stream on the live stream, but I didn't yet. So.
The only thing I see linked down there is Smarty's store. Guys, if you would like your own assets, go check out Smarty's store.
Thank you. Row advertisement.
I got you. We out.
Okay, here we go. Then I got Chris, and there we go.
Dang, no thumbnail, no game description. If I had to say why this
Oof.
game is failing, I would have to say those two things definitely are not helping.
Oof. You got me.
Oh no. No game icon? Dang, bro, the bare minimum.
Yeah, we got to get the Smarty
What
Talks
happened?
logo on there. You're right.
Yeah, something, man, something. Alright, we out.
What?
Alright, so the sign says create. Got it?
Create. Yeah, I would say this lobby needs some updates. I like it, but I think it definitely needs some updates.
I like how it says right this way, but also doesn't point to which direction you're supposed
Yeah.
to go. Awesome. Okay, I'm in. Oh, I'm actually in one by myself.
Oh.
Well, work. Hold on, let me try again.
Oh, dang. Okay, I'm allowing Chris on stage now. And...
Oh, your server's filled up. It only lets 6 people in there.
Oh, man.
That's it.
Stinky Pinky, is there a way to...
Row extinct.
Row extinct. Shoot. Restarting the server? Okay. I'm just going to join Row Builder's server then.
Oh, snap. Let me join again.
All right. Yeah, so I guess keeping it on the topic of mindset, we can talk about that. We could talk about like some specific mindsets that have helped you guys in different things. And yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's huge.
Yo.
Hey,
Yes, what's up, dude?
What's up?
how's it going?
Yo, is that
Right now, the ceiling that has some paint lines
I'm a
on it,
sh-
because I'm not the greatest painter, but it gets the job done.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, I'm a huge fan, Rob Builder. What's up?
Oh, snap. Wait. What if I say I'm actually the fan of you?
Um,
What kind of...
I think I'm a bigger fan of you though. Let's be real. Like,
Mm.
you have more
Roblox
subscribers. You
would
have more subscribers. Did he really?
I'd like to add, I'm a bigger fan of both of you. Both of you.
Mm,
That's right.
I've been
I'm the biggest fan
blacklisted
here.
from the stage.
Okay,
Oh, I'm here.
here we go.
All
right.
I demand a gold seat. I will not sit on a simpleton wooden seat. I'll
Okay.
stand on this gold platform over here.
All right. All yours.
blacklisted.
You're
I'm
blacklisted?
Ah! Take that! Oh, crap. He's back.
Can I
Okay.
just
Oh,
stand on
wait.
it?
You...
I'm just gonna stand
You're
here.
in a blue outfit as well, so you should be on the other side. Yo, Pinky, you gotta switch with Chris. We're gonna color code this. So yeah, Chris, you go right over there. Yeah, and then Pinky, if you switch to a gold outfit.
Yeah. We need to color code this. Smart.
Yes. We about to make this look pristine.
I love it. This is the most guests we've had on SmartyTalks so far. And this stream has been like, honestly, okay, when it's just me talking, I get very much in this mode of like just like spraying information out. So we need guests. I think we need guests. We need more guests because I'm just like information, and we need entertainment as well.
Yeah. I think you should pin your server.
You
Tell 'em to
definitely
join.
gotta make a mix of both worlds.
Yeah.
But your channel is definitely more on the informative side. Like you found
Mhm.
sort of a gap, right? All of us
Yeah.
focused on entertainment, and we all start with tutorials, but it doesn't last forever. But
Mhm.
you found a way to really spill a lot more information without making it boring, which is really nice.
Role Builder and Modern Chris and Smarty RBX live. Thank you. Yeah, that is yeah, kind of a mix I did. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of like, I guess on the topic of mindset, what led to that is just thinking, I suppose, how can I bring the widest amount of people into the channel and have them interested in Roblox development and that kind of thing? And then how can I also provide the most value and make it interesting along the way? And that was just kind of the thought process. So it led to, I think, kind of making, okay, Robux videos, for example. And then that leads to saying, hey, look, do development. It's a really good opportunity. And then, of course, all the great things from that. So, yeah.
Oh, was this planned? Conspiracy theory, conspiracy theory coming up.
Oh, man.
Your name is Smarty.
Mm-hmm.
Is that planned because you planned on being informative in all the videos? Or was it because you like the candy? The world may never know.
I'm afraid I can't answer that question, Role Builder.
Oh, the NDA got you too. Crap.
I'm afraid I can't answer that question.
This is tough.
Yep.
Yeah, this audience just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Let's go. Hashtag Smarty on top.
All right, let's see.
Dang, we need a cricket sound effect or something.
I did. Okay, I pinged everyone
Oh snap!
who joined us.
Oh
Hello.
my gosh.
Smokey.
How's it going?
Good. How about you, man?
Pretty good.
That's good. That's good.
Okay,
Hey,
so
Smokey, I don't know if you're aware or not, but you are live.
you are.
Like
Oh, really?
like this is live, so don't say nothing
Oh,
crazy, okay?
Is this that the dev talk thing that Smarty has, or what?
Yep.
It's actually called
Oh,
Smarty
okay.
Talks.
Smarty
Get
Talks.
cultured.
Oh well, I mean, I was trying to get myself. Oh, okay. It was the first thing that popped up on my YouTube.
Ah.
Oh snap.
Are you trying to get a shout out?
I mean, no, I thought y'all were just chit chatting. I don't know.
Ah, yeah.
Anyways, I'll let y'all be if y'all are doing the podcast right now.
Yeah. No, I would like to give you a shout out though. You have a good podcast. Audit Podcasts. Subscribe to him. I was on there, and also Road Builder was on there too. It's a really good podcast.
Terrible for taxes, I'll tell you. He's not really good at auditing on the tax side. Got me audited by the IRS. It was horrible.
Oh
But
shoot.
you know, we out. We out. Finally
Yeah,
made
you
it out
know
of
how it
jail.
goes.
It be what it be. I understand.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. See you, Smokey.
All right, I'll see you later, man.
Later. All right. So on the topic of mindset, so I suppose we could start with, I guess, what would be your first, like, number one tip for people who are looking to improve their mindset in the Roblox space? Row Builder.
Oh wait, don't do me first. Yo, Chris, you gotta go first.
No,
I got-
Road Builder. You go first.
Oh
I gotta
God!
think.
All right,
I gotta think.
can you ask the question again so I have time?
What would be the number one piece of advice that you would give to somebody who's looking to improve their mindset on the Roblox space, especially in Roblox development or in content?
But what's the
anything?
mindset on? Like making money, making a better game than your last one? Like there's so many different things to say about it.
So mindset advice in general. Say improving like the way you think about any kind of goal you want to set. So we'll start with like the general mindset advice, and then we can get more specific into specific goals after that.
I think you covered the biggest thing already, the whole victim mentality.
Oh
Most-
yeah.
Like I'm gonna say this, 9 times out of 10 when you get scammed, there was red flags before you did the deal. So
True.
I know a lot of people will get scammed and then be like, "Oh, I got scammed. I'm done developing. I can't do it. No more money." And this was no way my fault. But most of the time you can see the signs.
Yeah.
Secondly, dang, victim mentality, I feel like sums up a lot of the reason people are failing, in general.
Mhm.
Mindset-wise.
That's
I already
really
said
true.
the discipline over motivation thing.
Mhm.
I know someone in here said you need both, which it's nice to have both, but if you don't have motivation, you can always rely on discipline.
True.
Like,
True.
you can't rely on motivation. I could wake up tomorrow and be like, "Oh, I'm going back to bed."
Yes. I like that. And I also would add that the thing about the victim mentality thing, I don't think I ever hear anyone really talk about that. Like, not many people really talk about the escaping the victim mentality and focusing on what am I responsible for on my channel? How can I improve my channel or my game or whatever I'm doing, rather than be blaming everything on outside circumstances.
Personally, I don't know if I'll get canceled for this. Maybe I shouldn't.
I don't know.
Say it. Say it.
SmartyTalks is the best
Real-
place to do it.
All right. I'm gonna try not to get canceled, okay? Let me think of how to word it. The world is set up to have a victim mentality, right? If you can figure out any way that it's not your fault that something's going wrong in your life, it's way easier to do so, and then you don't put the blame on yourself. A lot of people say, please don't cancel me, okay? I'm trying to be helpful. A lot of people say alcoholism is a disease because it's a easy way to say it's not your fault for drinking all the time. But it is. It's not like an actual disease. It's not a mental anything. It's just an excuse to say it's not your fault for drinking.
That
So
is,
there's
yeah.
a whole lot of things in life that are just set up to easily negate fault from the person who is doing them.
Wow, very true. Yeah, I think that's true. And then, like, I've I've been looking a lot about like psychology and words, and it's very true that people get, like any kind of like label or something, it can really trap you in a lot of ways, including getting you stuck in a victim mentality. And yeah, I agree. So I would say if you're gonna get canceled for that, cancel me too, because I totally agree. And it's something,
Smarty,
yeah, it's so true.
you gotta donate. You gotta shout him out.
Right. Wanderer.
Please.
Wanderer 499. Love your video. I just started Roblox Studio yesterday. What videos would you recommend? Thank you. Thank you for the donation. I would recommend Easiest Beginner Guide to Roblox Scripting and Ultimate Beginner Guide to Roblox Studio. Watch those two for sure. So, back to victim mentality. Yeah. It's so true.
Your turn, Chris. I passed the mic.
Okay. I want to build on that, on the victim mentality. I don't know, were you guys like talking about that before I got here? Like about victim stuff?
I think Smarty was talking about it, and
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't have to think of myself.
Well, yeah, from what I've just even heard in like the past 5 minutes, completely agree. Like I'll get canceled for this too. I don't really care.
Let's
Um,
go.
Let's go.
But like,
Our new channel is gonna be called the Collab of Cancelled.
Yes.
yeah.
We got.
Everyone cancel
Dude,
us.
it makes me laugh. It makes me laugh. Like people love to blame like anything but themselves. So I see on YouTube all the time, all these YouTubers they blame the algorithm, they blame
Yep.
YouTube, they blame all these they blame all these different things except for just the fact that maybe they're not making good videos or like on Roblox,
True.
maybe they're just not making a good game. And they'll find
That's
like
why
the
I'm
most
flopping. I suck at editing.
they'll find anything to make an excuse, but you got to realize that like it's literally all your fault, and if you're not where you want to be, it's because you're not doing what you need to be doing to get to where you want to be. So like I think that's super powerful, and like for everyone watching, just like try and internalize that, because I think a lot of us by accident we have that mindset, and we start to blame things without even realizing it. We're just like, it's because of this, or I hate when this happens because then I can't get this. Like you got to realize that you are the one in control of your reality, and like you're the one making the decisions, and you control where you're going. So like you need to, I think it's important to internalize that, honestly.
So true.
I did see one question earlier in the chat that says, "Do you have any tips for somebody under 18 developing, or any advice you can give them?" And I would say, you're under 18, you do not have your own bills yet, so don't develop for the money. Like, perfect your skills, learn what you like, what you don't like, and just get really proficient at one job. And then when you do need the money, you'll have the skill set to be able to hire the other people that you're not good at, because nobody's good at everything. And just don't focus on the money. I did the same thing on the other podcast, and young people are too focused on how much money they're going to make when they don't need money yet. So that's just going to build your stress up. And if you're 10, you don't be stressing about money.
Yeah, I could agree with that. It is, I mean, I would add that if you want to go towards money, I think it can help for motivation, but I think adding what I mentioned about outcome independence is really important, because if you want to make money and you're younger, then it's, I mean, that can be okay as a goal, but you should be independent from the outcome. As with any goal, you shouldn't be like, I have to make this, or, or else. And you shouldn't be like, if I don't make this, then I'm no good. I would definitely add, yeah, along the way, oftentimes the skill can definitely be the best thing that you gain from doing it. I think I would also add that now goals like money goals, especially, they can give you direction too. So it can be helpful even just for direction to have a money goal, in my opinion. Even if you are younger.
It is great. Like, money is obviously what we're all taught brings happiness, right? Oh, if you're rich, you're successful, everything's good. But if you don't get that money, you're not. For example, I used to make simulators all the time with the number one goal of making money. Like I didn't care if the game was like the best simulator on the platform. I cared if it was gonna make good money, which usually it didn't. Why is that? Because you don't have any concern if the game is gonna be good. You're just like, oh, it's a simulator. The word simulator gets money. So I feel like it's really important to have something other than money be your main direction. The dream game, for example, not to self-promote, I've been working on it for over a year. And if this was a different game, the amount of setbacks I've had with this one alone, if I was only doing it for money, I would have quit a long time ago.
Yeah, I agree. I like that perspective. That is, I mean, it really depends, like, I think on the person too. If you're somebody who's, who's,
You're on stream, Scroof.
yeah, you're on live right now. We're doing it live right now.
You're on live.
Oh,
Mhm.
my bad.
It's all good.
You're good. I say it whenever someone joins, so I don't say nothing crazy.
Oh. Yeah, but yeah, so I would say really it depends on the person, and it's, I mean, yeah, if you are making, yeah, like your dream game, I would agree. Definitely focus on the process. I would also add that, like, for example, like shorter term games, I talk about this a lot. If you're making a shorter term game for money, that can be good because you are, like a smaller game, not necessarily a bad game, but a smaller game for money that you can use to help fund your future projects can really be
I
helpful.
feel like that's a trap. So I used to say the same thing, right? I said, oh, I'm just working on a simulator to fund a big project. And I looped that. So I would keep saying that every time I made another simulator or another lower game, like nothing too crazy. And I was just like, oh, I'm just doing this to make money for the big game. And I never actually made the big game. So at what point did you make enough money to make this the crazy game that you're thinking about, you know? And I got stuck in just that loop, making another one and another one and another one. And I would always just DevX when I could or when I needed to, and therefore never end up with the money that I need for this big game. So it is a weird spot, I feel like.
It is, yeah. I think if you set like really specific goals for income, it could really help with that. Like, okay, maybe like you want to make a small project, hot potato, and then you want to earn 100k Robux to fund a game. Maybe being more specific would really help. And yeah, I would agree.
That
It's
would
a
also help
contentious issue.
if you didn't have real life bills as well. So
Yeah.
if all of your Robux could be allocated to your next project, I guess that wouldn't be a bad thing to do. But when you have, like, let's say a house, a little family going on, some pets, all this kind of stuff, you don't really expect when random bills pop up. So sometimes you'll have to DevX or you'll have to do this, and then boom, guess what? You're making another simulator.
Yeah, I can see it that way for sure. I would say, it definitely depends on your financial situation. For many of the people watching, they're younger, obviously, and that usually probably won't be a problem. But yeah,
I would say all of the newer developers or younger developers, yes, make the 10, 15, 20 different smaller games. Chasing a huge idea, this is the first time I've done it, right? Like, I'm just now working on a bigger game than I usually would. And it has been nothing but, like, downfalls. Like, there's so many setbacks. If I would have never made a game before, and this was the first one, I would not continue developing.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, it's interesting the balance between the short-term projects and the long-term projects, and I think that also spans, like, with YouTube even. I think that there's videos that you make to last a long time and to be evergreen. Then there's videos that you make, obviously, to upload right now for the audience that you have,
AKA my whole channel.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, it really, it's mind drawing a blank. But yeah.
I think the way that I would separate it is, don't make a big game until you know something outside of Roblox you're passionate about. For example, I would never make a massive open world game about riding a tricycle. You know, I have no interest in riding a tricycle.
Yeah.
If you have like basic ideas that you don't really care about, yeah, make those short games. But something like motorcycles, this is something I do every single day. I'm in stunt shows, stunt competitions, all this kind of stuff. And there's a real passion outside of Roblox for that. So I feel like making a big game about it, well, there we go. But if you were, I don't know, maybe you love math, right? You could make the next big math game, which probably wouldn't be that big because not many people love math, but you know, you could actually take your time and make it something really, really nice.
Yeah, I agree. I would say definitely because yeah, that is a really good point that I didn't think of as much. If you're making your dream game, it should be about your interests. I know that one of my dream projects that is kind of on pause, but I had started a long time ago, was it's basically like a really, really cool place. I live in a place that's near a lake, and I was making a game called Lake Life, and it's it's cool because I'm passionate about, obviously the cool area that I'm in, and it helped me to have an idea for a game. And I was building a huge map because I was passionate about the area that it's based upon. Now that project's on pause, but yeah, I agree.
Can I ask why it's on pause?
It's on pause because I just simply, I don't know. We put it on hold because we're working on a different game. We're working on an anime project right now.
Okay. Someone said, is it better to follow trends or start an original one? It kind of depends on what you need once again. So if you're in it for the short term, you can follow trends, but trends happen so fast on Roblox. So 2 weeks from now, it could be a whole different trend, and it's going to take you probably 2 weeks to a month to make the game. So if you get in really, really early, yes, I'd hop on some trends. Making your own trends is a hit or a miss, though. Like, it might not pop off, and it might pop off. So I guess if you're spending 2 weeks on the game, either way, it doesn't matter. But most of the time, if you spend any longer than that, it's not worth it.
Yeah, I think there have been a lot of games that have gone off trends. Like I remember, like the Squid Game trend? That was a long time ago, but that one was a huge one for that. And yeah, you said you want to do that quickly. So you said for trend.
Yeah, if there's a trend, odds are it's only gonna last a month max. So
Yeah.
if it takes you a month to make the game, congratulations, you wasted a month, and your game's still dead because the trend's over. Like if you can't make it fast, there's no reason to make it at all when it comes to trend hopping.
Yeah, that's really true. I mean, I think back then, is a while ago. I don't know how long ago when the Squid Game one was done. Yeah, I remember trying to hop on the trend, but we must have been too slow or something, and it didn't really take off. So yeah, I agree. It depends on the you got to be fast about it.
For sure. I remember me and one of my buddies when Please Donate came out and everyone was making the donate games.
Oh, yeah.
We made one. And there was nothing too crazy about it. It was set sort of a futuristic scene, but nothing overly impressive. And we made like 200,000 Robux off it. And we made the game in 2 days. So
wow.
that was a low risk, high reward situation. But I've also tried to hop on other trends where the game didn't work out and we ended up spending like 2 months on it, lots of money, etc. And then, flopped. So it's very luck based on how quickly you can get the project out.
Yeah, that's interesting. I haven't tried to hop on that many trends, but I remember I tried to do one for Please Donate, and people instantly said, "Bro, this is a copy." So maybe it's almost like you could also be too fast at times.
at some point you just gotta be like, it is a copy, bro. Let me get my
Yeah.
bag. Like,
True.
like sometimes it's just like that. And Roblox, their whole slogan, "Powering Imagination," is a lie. Because if you look at this front page, there is not too much imagination going on here. Okay, I don't think they promote games that are unique. I think they promote games that are making money and keep players on. That's what the algorithm is. So
Facts.
powering imagination, your imagination and my imagination are two completely different things. So I have no interest in joining yours. I think people get too caught up on whether it's a copy or not. And 90% of Roblox games are copies of another game. Jailbreak is a copy of Prison Life, of course, with added stuff. Way better game, obviously, but that's what it was based off of. Mad City is a copy of Jailbreak. These are two huge games, right?
Mhm.
There's a lot. Like every Roblox game is a copy of something.
That's a funny concept. That's so true. Like, dude, every game is pretty much a copy of like OG games from like 2008,
Yes.
2009. Like, I remember there was like donation centers back in like 2011. Please Donate is pretty much the new version of that. So yeah, there's really no original ideas. That goes for like real life stuff too. Um, so yeah, super
Like-
true.
Like this new trend is the RNG games that are popping off right now. And once one was made, obviously it's been made in a different place before, but once one was made and popped off, now there's at least 20 I can see on one page. Like, even Hasm made one, you know? There's just once a trend happens, everyone is going for it. And I guess it's like quickest to the draw.
Hmm. That is interesting. The trend topic. I would yeah. Uh what was that last point what was that point that Chris made? I forgot. What was it?
I kind of just added on to what
Oh, yeah.
Builder said, but like yeah, everything's not original.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Um yeah, I would agree. And I think I mentioned this in a video before, like that you can go to I don't think it's copying, I think it's inspiring, and you can go to say Steam, or you could go to the Play Store or the App Store, and you could inspire from a game there. And like that's perfectly fine if you make it, you tweak some things, obviously, add your own unique selling points. Perfectly fine.
It definitely does go out of Roblox. Like, if you go on Fortnite right now and go to the creator section, all
Oh,
of
yeah.
those games are just Roblox games.
Hmm.
So, it's it's literally find something that works and hope it works in a little bit different of a way for you. Like, that's why
Yeah.
my big game here is such a risk, because there's not much like it on any platform really. So it's kind of like, hey, hope it kicks off. But if it doesn't, I mean, you could obviously understand why. It's a more niche subject, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
I do think you gotta just see what works and try to rework it to work for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's really about I always use the term like fusing ideas together. It's about fusing them together into
Yep.
your own unique thing. And yeah.
A thing I used to do a lot, which it worked pretty well for me. Obviously, it would have worked better if I stuck with it. I would take popular concepts and just switch them around. So, I had a game called Pet Evolution Simulator, where you're not the player evolving the pet, you are the pet playing
Mhm.
the game. So, I just kind of switched it all the time. If you could make the roles reversed, I suppose.
Mm. That is interesting. So you're saying switch things up, like reverse?
Like what
Mhm.
if I'm looking at the homepage right now.
Mm.
Pet Simulator 99, right?
Mhm.
What if you are the pet and you acquire a team of humans to work for you?
I love that, dude.
So just, or like, what if blade ball, but you're the ball, and like you take turns being the ball, right? So you're the one attacking people and choosing who to attack next, and then maybe you get some effects, like dodging and phasing and stuff to be able to kill the players.
Wow, yeah, I like that concept a lot. Swapping. Have there been major games that have done that?
Not nothing too huge yet. Because a lot of people don't really do it. It doesn't work in a lot of cases. Most of the time you have games like Blade Ball and then Death Ball, for example, to where Death Ball is a copy of Blade Ball, but they made it way better, in my opinion. So now their game is doing better than the original. But no one's really done the swapped thing. I was working on a video pet simulator, but you are the pet, but it hasn't really been working out so far.
Oh really, dude? I gotta see that. And I want to see your dream game do great. I think it's a really cool project. I do need to check it out more. I need to check out I gotta test it still, but yeah, I love what I've seen.
We got to get all the dev YouTubers to make a video on why my game is failing.
Oh man, I hope we don't have to make that video. I really hope we don't have to.
Hey, we can hope for the best, but expect the worst. That's kind of the mindset I'm going in with.
All right. Yeah, I personally think it will do well, but yeah, I agree. It can be a risk. Like have there really been that many biking games on Roblox, or I mean motorcycle?
There's a couple, and they all use the same free model bike system.
Really?
And their maps, some are okay, but nothing really. There's nothing to the extent of mine. The actual being able to stunt, like you can wheelie in some of them, but that's it. This one you're actually able to do wheelie tricks, one-handers, seat standers, tank spreaders, etc. So this is the most in-depth on a stunt scene, but once again, it's niche, right? So we just gotta hope for the best. We're just gonna see how it goes.
Yeah, I like it. Awesome. Yeah, and so transitioning a bit, I would like to discuss how so we talked about a lot on mindset, and we got very deep into kind of the mindset and also a little bit of the actual development of games. Now I'd like to ask both of you about your opinion on so there's many people watching right now who probably would dream of being a successful Roblox YouTuber. I'm wondering, what do you think is like the number one thing you'd recommend to your past self before starting YouTube as a Roblox YouTuber? What would you recommend to them so these people watching can incorporate?
I have it literally right on the top of my head. Do not be a daily uploader. Straight up, horrible idea.
Daily uploader. Oh man, really?
Everyone was gone. I'm back. We're good.
It was about to crash because I literally was like, just now I was looking at my computer. It's at 1%. I had to plug it in.
Oh wow. My!
It almost crashed. But
yeah. My biggest thing for any YouTube channel, especially one with a creative base to start it, don't upload daily. I've noticed when I'm working on a video and building something, the build is way worse because I'm more focused on getting the video out for the next day. Versus if I actually take time on the build, not really too worried about recording, it always turns out a lot better.
Yeah. I like that. So would you say because I would say personally, I think it would vary. So I think it varies with time, whether you want to be doing daily or maybe not as frequent.
I personally think a schedule is needed, but daily is too much. You can't focus on a great video idea. You can't focus on great editing. If you hire an editor, you can't afford to keep up with that editor most of the time.
Yeah.
It just, there's not really many good sides to it. Even Mr. Beast said it's a lot easier to make one video go viral than 30 videos do somewhat okay.
Oh yeah, true.
So it's just, yeah, daily uploading is not a great idea. I'd say.
Yeah. I mean, I think I think it can. Yeah, it can really depend. Like if you're doing like shorts, for example, if you're doing
Yeah.
shorts, you might do daily. I like to do like clips and things like that. That's a good thing you could do daily. But yeah, I would agree that if you're doing, if you want the maximum quality, absolutely do it. Less than daily. And what was it? What else was I going to add to that? Oh yeah, I remember. So a good example of that, yeah. And Mr. Beast's advice of it's easier to get 1 million views than get however many views, 20 of different videos. It's easier to get 1 million on one. Before I made like my scripting guide, actually that's what I was thinking. I had listened to Mr. Beast's advice. I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm cutting out all the videos I'm making, and I'm only gonna make this one guide. And yeah, it worked out well. So I would agree, yeah, that it can really work out well. And I would say always, because I think the thing is like many times we tend to limit like our flexibility. I think a huge key thing in a lot of things is flexibility. And by saying like by only limiting yourself to not doing up daily, you might be reducing some flexibility in some ways sometimes. So I would say always keep the option open. But yeah, definitely I think it can vary, but yeah. It can really help to go all in on certain videos.
I would say if you refined the process, it doesn't matter how often you upload. Like if you have a good team, like a good editor who's down for your workflow. I mean, Mr. Beast has like 50 editors or something like that, hundreds, whatever it is. But if you have like a lot of editors, maybe some ideal people, just more people to the team, you could upload as much as the whole team could, but then you have to depend on people for your job, which also is not a great thing most of the time.
Yeah. Now, Chris, so what would you say, adding on to this, or doing, what would you say to your past self, if you were starting?
I think you guys,
Mhm.
you guys touched pretty well on the like frequency. I kind of agree with Robuilder. Like I think uploading daily, especially if you're just focusing on just pushing out as many videos as possible, and you're not really caring about like how they actually are doing and like the actual quality of them, that's definitely a trap. And like just posting a video just to have it out, definitely stay away from that. I think what also helps a lot is like, and I've said this before, and some of you probably already know this, but like it's so powerful to improve on every video and just constantly get better and better and better. Because once you do that for like at least a few months and a few years, you start making really good videos. Once you improve, you can just improve like a really tiny thing in your video. But if you improve on every single video, if you just improve a little bit, you start to make a lot better videos, and that's when you start getting higher retention, and you start getting more engagement, and people will start to resonate with your videos more because of how much you have paid attention, like to make sure like the quality basically. So I think both are really important. I think you still want to keep up your frequency. Like you can't be uploading like once a month like what I'm doing. Like I gotta work on that. But that's really powerful. And then another thing that like just I thought about just briefly right now is like the fact that like, and I think this mindset is really powerful. Like when I had like no subscribers and I was looking up to big YouTubers that had like 500K, 1 million, I honestly saw them as like just completely like just different people from where I'm at, like just in a completely different league. Like I could never do that. Like they're just like I would almost think of them as like a celebrity. Like that's just, it's impossible. There's no way I can get to that level. But now I'm pretty much like I'm where I thought I could never get to when I was little, and
Chris
so
the
it kind of just shows you that like we're all literally normal people, and
True.
anyone can get to these positions. So I think having that mindset is so powerful, because a lot of people they start to they think that they can't get to the level because they think it's just so far away. And you see a number like 1 million subscribers, and it looks like it's so far away. It looks like a huge thing that's just impossible. Like you could never do that. But I just hope everyone watching and like everyone listening to this realizes that it's possible for literally anyone watching, and if you really want to do that, you definitely can do that. So I think that's really powerful to have that mindset.
That is super essential, definitely.
Someone asked why I don't go to bi-weekly or weekly uploads. That is an interesting question. Number one, I don't think, like, I've tried this. My mindset is still in 2018 YouTube, where the idea does not matter as much, and how the workflow goes is way different than what it is now. So I don't think I make the quality of video to do bi-weekly or weekly uploads. And then when YouTube is your main source of income and you have bills, you can't just make that switch, making it like in the dark, like a shot in the dark. Oh, I'm gonna upload 4 videos this month instead of 30. Well, how is that gonna affect the everything? Like people's perception of your channel, what your channel's making. Literally everything would change. So it's not just a switch you can do.
What's your current schedule that you aim for?
Every single day.
Every day?
Well, I've missed the last 3 days because I've been doing landscaping stuff, but I was slacking a little bit.
Yeah. So you think that it wouldn't really be possible to swap to a bi-weekly?
I think it would, but I need to learn the new workflow. Like I said, I still make content like it's 2018. You know, turn on OBS, record, and then cut it up and add some music. You know, add some pop-ups, some fun jazz on the screen. But I feel like content is elevated so much to where it's less about just turning on the video. You know, there's editing, and then Roblox development is a weird mix as well, because obviously it's a younger audience, so you need that higher pace editing. But then you also get the comments that are like, hey bro, chill out, like we're trying to make a game, not watch a cartoon, you know. So I feel that's a weird mix when it comes to editing as well.
Yeah, definitely is. Yeah, I think, and like kind of going up like a kind of higher conceptual level here. The thing about dev content is it's like entirely you're right, it's entirely unique from any other kind of content. You have so much more freedom than so many types of content, not just in Roblox. And I think you also had mentioned this on the audit podcast or a different podcast, I'm not sure, but you had mentioned that you have a lot more freedom than when you were doing, say, gameplay videos, because you'd have to stick to like what the devs were doing for the updates and things like that.
Right.
So yeah, dev content it's very unique.
I've noticed I get stuck in cycles of uploading whatever game I'm working on more than uploading what people might want to actually see. So that's another thing when it comes to daily uploads. You just always have to push something out, which is not the best mindset. But you start thinking, what do people want to watch? Or you start thinking like, what can I upload instead of what do people want to watch? And you end up kind of boxing yourself there as well.
Yeah, I agree. It's a balance between what you want and what the viewers want. Yeah. Now, Chris, would you have anything to add? Because I know your type of content, you inspire my content a lot as well. Your type of content is also very unique, and I think there's a lot to learn there for sure.
Add on to like what?
Oh, so we're talking about how dev content very, very unique in that, you know, you have a lot more, I guess, flexibility in what you can make. And I would say that your type of content is also similar in that you kind of have commentaries, and you have kind of pioneered that style of commentary in a way for Roblox, for especially like Robux videos, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Um. So like what? What do you mean?
So for just the how is it making the unique types of videos that you make? How is the because a lot of people are, say for example, Roblox gameplay YouTubers, what they are stuck on is what the developer of the game that they make videos on is changing about the game. And say about with your content, you are able to do it on, you know, any topic on Roblox. So what do you think how do I put this in like one question? Because yeah, I guess how is it making such a more unique style of content? And how could somebody watching go about that?
Well, it definitely helps. Like, I think I could take from a lot of different things going on in Roblox, and I definitely feel like certain YouTubers are more boxed. Like, if they do a specific type of game, like specific simulators, and they die out, then they kind of run out of ideas and stuff. So I think part of what people could learn is just like kind of positioning your channel around making your channel have like multiple, like just giving yourself multiple options to make videos and trying to like not limit yourself. And I think that's important just when you're positioning your channel. So, you know, obviously don't make like a channel about something that's very small. You always want to have like a big audience, a big potential audience, and like a big reach, I guess, too. And so I think like personally for me, I do videos on just like in general, like Robux, like obviously a lot of people on Robux, and then sometimes I do like tutorials. So I'm just trying to like always reach like the whole player base pretty much. I think Robuilder disappeared in the game, but yeah, I think it's important to like just have a big reach. That's always really important. It also goes for like Roblox games too, I guess. You want to have as many people as you can attracted to your game as possible, like potential people. And so I think that's important to always just keep in mind, like in the back of your head also, whenever you're coming up with game ideas or with a channel idea or even like a video idea, have a big reach, have a big audience, especially so you don't get limited by having a small, like a cap.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I completely agree that you should definitely you know, because I guess having the freedom to make any style of content on, say, a dev channel or on your style of channel, you are able to reach a wider audience. And I think, yeah, many people, if you're doing it on a specific game, for example, if you're doing content on a specific game, the audience is more limited. Now, I would also add that for my channel, for example, I also have to kind of balance it out where, okay, yeah, I want to make videos about, say, Robux and things like that, and those more general topics that can have a wider audience. But also at the same time, people might kind of get annoyed about some of those general topics sometimes, and they want to see something more specific. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm like, okay, now I got to do more videos on specific things in studio right now, for example. So yeah, it's interesting how, like, yeah, you kind of have to vary it between, okay, I'm going for the wider audience with the more general topics, and then you also have to kind of vary it between the more specific topics that are for, say, maybe a smaller audience. And yeah, that's what I would say for that. What do you think about?
I think that's smart. I always like to think of like, so whenever you're making videos, like you're either doing it for a wide appeal or you can do it for a specific, and that's powerful, right? Because you always want to have like a mix and like a good balance. You can't just have only wide videos to attract as many people, because then you're never going to have people that are like really into your channel, because then you still also have to have like videos that, you know, really help people. So that could be like an hour guide, and I know you've done some of those like hour guides, and those videos they get people really into your channel, and because, you know, it could help them a lot. And if they watch such a long video, it's like that could help as being more specific. And so I like to always think in terms of like, you know, you have your you kind of have like a huge net where you can have like the very wide videos. Like for me, if I could do like how to make Robux, that's gonna attract like 1 million people. But then I can go really specific and be like how to make Robux with commissions. And there I'm just specifically targeting only people who do commissions. And so,
Mm-hmm.
it's just a balance of targeting different people in your audience. And I think knowing your audience really well helps with that.
Hmm.
So you gotta definitely like you have to know what your audience is about. You need to know who's watching your videos. You need to be, it helps to interact. If you have like a community, a Discord server, it helps to interact with your audience, and really that helps a lot to kind of build like a map for that. And then I think it's powerful to be, yeah, like thinking in terms of those concepts when you're making videos and decisions.
Yeah, I like that. And yeah, so yeah, I mean, thinking of your audience, and I like what you said about having the different people within your audience, considering them. I think that's something that many people don't always consider, especially in Roblox content, that yeah, there can be multiple types of people in your audience. World Builder, what are your thoughts on it?
The biggest difference in audience, some are 3 years old and think farts are funny, and the other ones are older than you and say you have childish editing. The Roblox scene, especially for development, is so like age gapped that there is no one size fits all anything when it comes to video making on this.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, and so would you say there are like a lot of older people in the Roblox dev audience? Because I think, yeah, sometimes there are some, a few. Yeah,
I would say
somebody.
there's enough older people in the audience to think about them while you're editing your video.
Yeah.
Like, you definitely can't go hyper focused with crazy edits. What you could, but you're cutting off the people that are trying to learn something because they don't care about the 50 things you popped up on the screen in your intro. They care about how to bevel a vertice or something, you know?
If you struggle finding sounds and
There's
samples,
just a huge gap when it comes to how you market your content.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I would also, I wouldn't recommend trying to please both. The younger audience is definitely bigger, but if you, like my content is like the mix of trying to please both, and it's not cohesive. Like every video feels like it was edited a little differently.
Yeah, I like that about the editing because I haven't really thought about that. Like, so for the older audience, they want less editing. For the younger audience, they need dopamine, TikTok rush of editing, kind of. So, yeah, how do you go about balancing that, in your opinion?
I still haven't really found a way, and I don't think there is a way. I think your channel is either gonna focus on the people who really want to learn and kind of perfect things, or the people who are just starting and want to be like, hey James, I just made a Roblox game, we could play it together, you know? I don't think you can really please both sets of people. Even workflows when you're making something is different. Like there's the people who think they're gonna make a AAA game on Roblox and they want to make sure everything is perfect, and then there's the people who just want to make it look kind of like a tree. Like, it's just two different types of people on here.
What did you say last? Make it kind of look like.
Some people are like super perfectionists, and then some people are like, if it somewhat looks like a tree, it's okay for my game.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't thought about that. Like the perfectionist versus people who just want something general. I think that also kind of like connects to like building styles. Say you're making a video for like realistic versus low poly.
Right.
Yeah, I think usually like maybe this is just me because I do mainly I've done low poly builds. I think oftentimes that can kind of be best for content, but I guess I haven't really made any realistic builds into content.
I will tell you,
yet.
realistic builds do better views-wise on YouTube. And I think it's just because nobody really does them. It's realistic builds do worse on platform. Like, like the most realistic stuff doesn't have as many visits as like a pet simulator, for example. So the cartoon aesthetic does better on the platform for making a game, but on YouTube, since no one's really doing it, I think it does better on YouTube.
Yeah, and also I would add that people want to see people on YouTube are probably like more so. There's probably people like who like Call of Duty, for example, and they're very used to, I really want to see super realistic Roblox games, and those types of audiences are probably going over to those videos thinking about how they want to see the different, realistic games on Roblox, and whereas on the platform, it's mainly a younger audience directly on the Roblox platform, and they like the low poly style on there.
My best way to sum that up is Frontlines, literally Call of Duty in a Roblox. Like,
Yeah.
super realistic, beautiful game, has 1,700 players, alright? Something like Brookhaven, or Blox Fruits, or Pet Simulator 99, all of these games have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of players. And Frontlines has had videos made by YouTubers with millions of subscribers outside of Roblox, and just so much publicity. It's just not what the Roblox players want. So that's why I think it's so weird when Roblox is like, hey, we're trying to age up our platform. Let's do all of this to age it up. It's not here. Like, don't call it Roblox if you don't want blocks anymore, you know?
Yeah, I
Make
agree.
something else.
Yeah, and they were on that whole
Robrick.
yeah, Robrick. Do it, Roblox.
Like just make a new platform. Like, oh, I hate the 17 plus sort. Genuinely, it doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah.
And then we have games in it that are literally just in it to get on the sort. Ultimate 17 plus swearing obby. Bro, it's
Is that a
legit
thing?
A rainbow obby. Yes, I'm reading it on it right now.
Dude.
We have a game called Sip and Drive, promoting drinking and driving on Roblox. That's fantastic. This thumbnail is literally I ran over a baby. Bro, what? Like, it's just like the whole thing.
Dude.
Sus, hang out with Nico girl.
Yeah.
What?
That's so weird. And now that you bring that up, I haven't looked at that sword in a while. It just sounds so weird. Like, honestly, what if the point is to bring more older players on Roblox, why are they putting such weird games that sound like they're just for a younger audience in the sort? Like, that's all that you see there.
Correct.
Like,
that's what I'm saying. Like, this 17 plus should be games that older people would actually care about, right? Not sus hang out with Nico girl. Like,
what even is that?
no one, I don't know, but I don't think I want to click, bro. It's gonna be one of those condo games from
Me neither. Yeah.
But I don't know, man. It's just weird, man. I think they're trying to age up just to please their investors since they're failing in the stock market. Which, them aging up is not really pleasing anybody. Like, I picked Roblox as a development platform because I didn't want to make the most serious of games. Like, I wanted to just have fun and make, like, silly projects, right? I don't want to care if everything is optimized to a T or if this is the perfect rotation for a rock, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I just wanted to have fun making games.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that this also, like, look at a few years ago, say, like, I don't know, when was it? 2020, that they were on this whole thing about the metaverse. Metaverse. Everything was metaverse. And it was like, that was even worse than it is now. It's like everything was metaverse, and I don't even know what they were trying to do with that. But, like, I think they've kind of reeled back on that. They haven't been using the word metaverse as much, but that kind of, yeah.
I actually just made a video that'll go out in a few days, and this guy had a comment about it. It was about the plugin thing, about selling them for real money, and then they were like, another update that Roblox had that nobody asked for, absolutely unhinged, nobody wants it. And then it says Roblox, trust us, bro, metaverse. Like, It's just weird, man.
Yeah.
They definitely don't have the player or the developer in mind anymore. They have those investors in mind, and that's very clear with the direction they're going.
Yeah, I find that so weird. I think this is a really important topic too, and I don't think it's talked about enough in, well, I mean, in the Roblox space. And also this is like there's not that many podcasts on Roblox either where it can be talked about. So yeah, it's important to discuss this issue. Yeah, so where do you think that they're gonna go with that from here, like with the investors and the older audiences?
Here's my personal thing, right? And people might not go along with it, but just how I think it's gonna happen. I think within the next 10 years, Roblox will not be a platform that a solo developer can make a game on and be successful. I think you'll have to have some sort of company with you or be some sort of a bigger team to make a successful game on the platform, like Voldex or GameFam, whether you love them or hate them, that's just another company. But I feel like you're going to need sort of that backing. And then there's one of these companies is just buying all the games. Like, hey, let's buy them and market them under us. So I don't feel like an independent game developer will be able to come here in like the next 10 years. Maybe even 5 years. Like I feel like Roblox will be successful at aging up because they're not going to have a bunch of independent developers. They're going to have these teams that are in works with Roblox saying, hey, we need a game like this. And they're like, no problem, gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if they do, especially if they do continue with improving the graphics and everything like that and try to attract those older audiences, and if they continue to make that a focus, it will be harder to make a game on the platform for sure.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They keep pushing these real life avatars as well, but if you look at your whole friends list, like my friends list is mostly adults, and they are all in like some meme outfit, right? Like a hamster or something. Like nobody cares about aging up the platform, bro. We're trying to have fun.
Yeah, I agree. Chris, what do you think about this, about them aging up the platform and also targeting investors? As it seems really displaced from the Roblox audience.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed it. Honestly, I am curious like where it's gonna go. I think Robuilder's vision, like I think there is some truth in that for sure. And it's a little bit like scary. I feel like as like a solo developer, it would definitely be harder to make a game. And I mean, yeah, Roblox has definitely been like trying to like be good for the investors. I've seen a little bit of light with like, I saw there was that hunt event, which was pretty cool.
Oh yeah.
For like the community, that was nice. So I think,
my god, dude! I was sitting in there for 2 hours for the countdown to be done, and then just an egg came from the sky. I was like, "Are you serious? That's it?" Like, the whole lobby said that's it in the chat. Like, it was not exciting, bro. You had a 2-day countdown timer for an egg to fall from the sky.
Yeah.
Ugh. God, I was disappointed. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, well, I didn't even play it. So-
I'm same. I can't believe it. I'm a Roblox YouTuber and I didn't play the hunt.
Yeah.
Oh, I was passing out the creator egg or whatever, the star egg headphone things. I was just AFK in there spam clicking.
Dope.
But
Yeah.
I was banned from some of the games on there, so I couldn't do them anyways.
Oh dang. How come?
Dungeon Quest, I got banned for playing with somebody else who was using exploits.
Oh
I
shoot.
I made a video on my old channel and I was like, it was random, by the way. Like, I didn't plan on playing with him, but it was like, this exploiter carried me to room whatever. And then the devs hit me up, hey man, don't do that again, or you're getting banned. And I was like, yeah, no problem. Like, I won't. But the video popped off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like I'm pretty sure I said like for a part 2, and they was dropping the likes. So, a man of my word, I did the part 2 and I got banned. So, that's how that one went down.
Dude, that's crazy. I love
I'm
that.
banned on my restaurant because they don't really love the diss track.
Oh, you actually did a diss track on them?
On big games, yeah.
Oh wow,
You made a diss track?
Yep.
that's awesome. That is awesome.
I would say you could play it on the stream, but I think the beat is copyrighted, so
Ah,
not a great idea.
I gotta look this up. There's no. Oh wow, you actually did it. Damn.
It's the best diss track ever, especially in comparison to the other diss track that's out there.
yeah.
The admin plays.
Dude, I find Roblox
Yeah.
diss tracks so funny on this topic. I find them so funny. Like, I remember there was a time, like, I don't know, like last summer or something, I would look these up and I was just laughing because it's like, it's just so, I don't know. Roblox music videos are just so weird. I just have to say it. They're so weird. I like your stuff, Robuilder, but a lot of these people are like, I don't know. It's just weird. The music around Roblox is weird. Like, we need really good music.
I just don't take it seriously. Like
Same,
I just made
yeah.
mine. I was live streaming one day, and Gravy Catman joined the stream, and he donated a pretty good sum of money, and said, "Make a Pet Sim diss track." And who am I to say no? That's why at the beginning of the diss track, I'm like, "Shouts out Gravy Catman" or something like that. Like, bro, donated me some money and said make a diss track. I said I'm down.
Awesome. What game were you in when you donated?
I don't remember.
Oh.
I just remember he said make a Pet Sim diss track. It might have even
Okay.
been on a development live stream. I don't remember.
Yeah. It might almost be time to do another because wasn't he under fire recently?
It still
Preston?
is, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is just a rumor, but I saw something about the FTC going after him as well. I don't
Really?
know. Yeah, but
Wow.
it could just be
Damn.
a rumor.
That'd
Bro,
be
that
insane.
guy's always in trauma.
True.
But it's like, this is what's crazy, bro. Like, the people, bro, there's two things right now I'm going to address.
All
Number
right.
one, saying the good die young. I'm still alive. Does that mean I'm a bad person? All right.
Ooh.
Like, that's one thing. And then the other one, be a good person and things will come back and be good for you. I don't agree, man. I think every successful person has way more drama and way more controversies than I've ever had in my life.
I think that is because I think, well, the bigger you get in the spotlight, the more that every action you take is going to be analyzed. And I think that every single action you take, no matter what, there's always something someone could criticize about it. I could upload a video tomorrow about how to, how to grow on YouTube, and someone could criticize something about it. I think there's
Nah, but I mean like some for real stuff. That's
For real
like
stuff?
illegal stuff. Like not, oh, that's bad. You're a bad person. I mean, like, bro, you should go to jail, dude. But they like just way more, successful than I am.
you're saying like the successful people, they tend to end up in more of those, in your opinion?
I feel like people do questionable things to get successful, and it never hurts them in the long run. They get a couple haters, but that doesn't matter if you're successful.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. So, for the, for Preston though, is what he's doing, do you think that is actually like bad, or do you think that people are blowing it out of proportion?
I think a little bit of both. I guess my main thing is if you could put your morals aside, you would be successful faster. Like, who cares if people like you if you are right? You don't have to stress about like where your brother's gonna live, or how your mom's gonna get her medicine. So, like, who cares if a couple people online are like, oh, he did this and he did that, if everyone in your family's set.
Yeah, I can see that. It's a interesting issue. I think with Preston personally, I think I don't know what they're specifically up in arms about right now, but I think overall, I think what he does is fine. I think his monetization is fine. I think he has a good game and it's fun, and I've spent money on it and I enjoyed it, and I think that's what matters.
He gave exploiters like the rarest pet in the game and kind of destroyed the economy.
Really?
That's what everyone's up in arms about right
Oh.
now. It's promoted more people
That's
to start
pretty bad.
exploiting. Yeah, so I guess the story is, hey man, I found this exploit. I'm not going to tell you how I did it unless you do this, and he did that. And yeah, the community manager's like, boring topic, move on, like not handling it professionally, which they never
Oh.
have. Coilist could get a diss track by himself. I ain't even gonna lie.
Dude, Smarty Talks getting heated. Smarty Talks cancellation 2024.
We out, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting issue. The big games. You have like, so what was the FTC going after them about that? Is that what you heard they were going after them?
No, this once again could just be a rumor, but it was something about deceptive sales practices or something.
Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, I don't understand. Like, I feel like with Roblox development, usually that stuff, the legal issues, and I mean, obviously, this is a really complicated topic for Roblox stream, but with the legal issues, isn't that usually going to be more so directed at Roblox? Usually?
At this point, man, I think Roblox and big games are in cahoots.
Probably,
Roblox
yeah.
was like, hey, man, you have any monetization strategies for us? And then Preston was like, yeah, you should sell plugins for USD. And
Oh,
Roblox
man.
was like, hey, that goes hard, bro.
Dude.
that's-
We are like the number one. This is the Roblox conspiracy podcast now.
Hey, Roblox. Hey, bro, that goes hard.
Yeah. Roblox. We're watching you. Nah.
Oh, man. I am going to have to get on out of here, though, boys.
Oh, man.
Oh. Maybe I can join back when I get back home if you guys are still live.
Oh, are you out and about?
Yep, I got to get these errands done before stores start closing.
Awesome. Yeah, it's been a
But you guys
dude.
have a good stream. Guys, drop a like on the stream, drop a comment, and subscribe to Smarty.
Thank you. Subscribe to Robuilder. Subscribe to Chris as well, and like
I got to get out of here. Before
like
you
every video on their
tell them
channel.
to subscribe. Oh, every video. Dang.
Every
it's over
video.
1,000. Good luck, boys.
A lot.
All
yeah.
right.
Get
later.
started, guys. Get started liking all of them. Yeah.
Oh,
Dude.
he's up.
Dang. Yeah, I was gonna say this has been a good stream. I've liked it. I think we're just
It's
getting into like,
crazy.
the best
I
topics.
think we're getting a lot smarter because of this.
True. It's
Smarty
heating up.
talk, yeah.
Every talk gets smarter. Every Smarty talk gets better. That was what I said at the start of the stream. I said, this is gonna be one of the best Smarty talks yet. And I think I kind of like prophesized this because we had both Robuilder and Chris on here. This is
That's a good line.
legendary moment.
Wow.
Yeah, legendary moment. Really is.
How much, like, how many Smarty Talks have you been doing? How many total Smarty Talks do you have?
This is Smarty Talks episode 8. It's, I would say, one of the most varied Smarty Talks in terms of topics covered, people on, and just overall how this has been funny and also it's gone between like funny and super serious at the same time. I like that. And yeah, so this is the 8th one. And the thing about Smarty Talks, let me do a little commentary on Smarty Talks, swapping topics for a moment here. With Smarty Talks, I want to do more Smarty Talks. I want to do them more often. And I also would like to do Smarty Talks as often as possible. I would love to record Smarty Talks every day. I think that would be
Wow.
crazy because
That's a lot.
yeah, I mean, I think it would be crazy because the thing is with Smarty Talks, and I'll tell this right now, I don't have fully, like, okay, I want to make great content, but I don't have fully not all my intentions are on just like making amazing Smarty Talks. From Smarty Talks, I literally like have found that my speaking skills have gotten so much better with doing Smarty Talks because you're doing live, you're constantly, engaging with the audience, you're constantly speaking, and you have to keep the quality content up. And so I love making a great podcast, and I love just the improvements in communication skills from it too. It's so amazing to have that because it's really like most people, they don't have something like this where they talk for hours and they gotta be live and they gotta do all this, and it's such a good way to improve your communication skills. And adding on to that, I think earlier in the stream I talked about how with YouTube, it is a great way to improve your confidence with YouTube, and especially through your communication skills, you can improve your confidence. And live streaming and doing podcasts like this, such an excellent way to do so. In fact, probably one of the best ways to do so, because you are live. You have to be good in the moment. And yeah, it's really interesting. And yeah, I know you have done a podcast before. I'm not sure. I think yours isn't live, but it's got to be a similar experience, right? With like having to talk for that whole time. It's probably very helpful
Yeah.
for communication.
It's very helpful. I fully agree. Like I noticed that exact thing with my podcast. I was noticing, I was like talking to someone or like a group of people for like 3 hours straight definitely helps your communication skills.
Yeah.
And it's powerful, dude. Like, I'm gonna sit over here. It's very powerful. I think that, like, yeah, starting a podcast, I mean, there's a lot of good reasons to start a podcast, but that is like definitely near the top.
Yeah.
I think improving your communication skills like every single day is very important, right, for your future. And I think just in general, like, you know, we're communicating all day with all types of people, and so it's important to be able to like talk well, and to be developing that every single day and practicing that every day is super important. And that doesn't mean that everyone watching here has to make their own podcast. I mean, it helps, you know, it'd be cool to have your own podcast, but like that doesn't mean everyone here has to make one. I think, you know, even if you just practice by like, you know, I know people who they go on their voice notes, their voice memos on their phone, and they just talk for like 10 minutes straight, just rambling about like random things in their life. And then what they'll do is they'll play it back and they'll just analyze for like, you know, 30 minutes or an hour. Like they'll get deep into this. They'll just analyze every moment where they think they could have done a little bit better, or they could have said a better word, or maybe they could have had a pause here, gotten rid of a filler word. Like they'll deeply analyze everything they said, like to the specific part. And that helps a lot. Once if you do that for like a year straight, your communication skills are on point. I mean, it improves so much.
Yeah, I agree, and I would add that the voice memos thing, that's really smart. And I always use the analogy of when you are doing, if you're doing communication on YouTube, or you're doing it in your voice memos, or you're doing a live stream, or you're doing a podcast, anytime that you're doing that and you're watching that back, you are actually doing something really similar to what professional athletes do. Professional athletes, they play a game, say you're in the basketball court, you're shooting hoops, you're doing everything, and then these professional athletes, they go and watch their games back, and they analyze every single play, every single detail, every single thing, and they go and they continually improve, and they polish their game. Every single time they look at every single little mistake, every single thing, they're analyzing it on video. And when you're improving your communication skills, say through YouTube, through live streaming, through anything like that, you are doing something very similar. You are like a professional athlete with your communication.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think that's a great example of it. And I think analyzing, you know, I think all high performers do this in a way. I think, you know, even like YouTubers do, like they'll watch their own video. I know from my experience, I don't know about you, but like I've watched my own videos, even though it's hard sometimes to like hear your own voice and stuff, but I'll watch my own video and just like see where I could have spoken better. Maybe I could have put a better visual here. You know, I look at my retention charts. I'm constantly analyzing that. Helps a lot when I'm looking at the data and I'm seeing where do people click off, where do people get bored. Constantly analyzing, it's very helpful for me. Also, adding on to the voice memo thing, because I think that's really powerful. And I mean, let's be real. I don't know how many people watching are actually going to do this voice memo thing, but it's really powerful, and I've tried it before, and it actually works. So if anyone here is interested, maybe like 2 people actually do it. But like I got this from somewhere, but it's basically the thing is to use your default voice memo app on iPhone, or if you have an Android, you can get like a voice recorder thing, and then record your voice, identify the points where you did well, and then identify where you can work on, what you can improve on, what you can do better, And then step 4 is improve with every interaction. So every interaction you have, just constantly try and improve, kind of where you can work on, consciously try to improve with all of your future interactions. And if you stay on that and you just continue to work on what you can do better on, and you keep using this like voice memo method, or you just kind of keep listening to yourself talking, and you keep getting better, your communication skills will become insane. Like, people will feel captivated when they hear your voice. Like, people will hang on to your every word when you start doing things like this.
Wow.
And it's so important because, dude, we're communicating all day. You know what I mean?
True.
Like, communication is probably one of the most important skills. Like, I think it's like top 3.
Dude, yes.
We're communicating at all times with our voice, and listening. Listening is another skill, by the way. But super important. Communication's huge. Like, you need it if you want to be successful.
I 1000% agree. I've been like, that has been such a strong focus of mine lately, especially. And this podcast is a huge place where I do improve my communication skills. And it is, yeah, it's amazing. And the voice memos thing, I like that. And I would add, I love that process. And I would add that with content creation, I think you get another layer to that, where not only are you getting, okay, you're able to watch it back, you're able to see what to improve, and you're able to find every mistake. Not only that, you're also getting feedback from the viewers, and you're able to get a lot more feedback and a lot more things that you can improve upon, because you are getting feedback from other people on your content. And not only that, now you take that feedback, you implement it. Now it's going to create a feedback loop, in that you're going to be taking, okay, all the feedback you get to improve your communication, improve your videos, and you're going to use that, and it will help you to grow more, and it will help you to have more reach, and more people will watch your videos, and more people are going to, well, give more feedback. So yeah.
Yeah. Powerful stuff. Is there any like rapid fire questions we could do, or anything? Because I'd probably have to go in like 15-20 minutes.
Ooh.
But maybe if someone has like a question or something.
Awesome. Yeah. It's been a great stream, and I would like to do some questions, in just a second. Now I would add on the about the stream overall, I think it's been good, and I think as for improvements right now, looking at it, I think that it was good it's amazing to have both you and Role Builder on, and with planning it out and with adding more specific structured questions would really make a lot better. Obviously, we did it on the spot, and I think we had some really good spontaneous moments here, and I really liked those. And I also think the more structured approach can also help. So I'm not sure, like maybe we'll need to brainstorm on this off stream possibly. But finding ways to structure it out would be really good. Just more. And also, I was also going to comment on your podcast. I know that we're gonna do a podcast episode sometime soon, and so do you want to comment on that real quick, and then we could jump into the questions?
I mean, that's definitely coming soon. That's definitely in the works. I honestly haven't done a podcast episode in like a year now, I think. So it's been a while, but yeah, I think people could definitely learn a lot from you, and I think it'd be pretty cool to have an episode with you. And I mean, I had a Smarty Talk episode 4, I think it was, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So pretty hard to top that. That was a good Smarty Talk though.
Yeah, but that one was amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, but definitely would be great to have you online. And if anyone watching doesn't know, my podcast is called The Modern Podcast. So you can search up like The Modern Podcast Roblox. You'll probably find it on there.
Yes.
Or on my channels tab.
Look it up right now, Modern Podcast. It is absolutely one of the best podcasts on Roblox. Now, with
Yeah.
with modern podcast. There's not that many podcasts. There's modern podcasts. There's SmartyTalks. There's the one called the Devcast. There's Audit Podcast. We got to all start competing. We got to start seeing who can become the best Roblox podcast out there. We got to see.
It's a great idea.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
there's not that many out there. And hey, maybe some of you guys watching right now are thinking of starting a podcast. If you are, do it, because it's so worth it for all the benefits we talked about and more. And also because, well, look, there's not that many people doing Roblox podcasts at all. And I think that it is a huge opportunity for making Roblox content. And since there are no Roblox podcasts, really, dude, it's a huge opportunity. Imagine if you could do it just right. If you could do it even better than SmartyTalks, say, you could probably be very big. Look, people want more. They want different kinds of content, and they want authentic content. And with a podcast, you can bring both. You can bring quite a unique thing, and you can also be authentic because it's live and it's on the air, or it's at least, it's at least put out there pretty raw. That is what a podcast is. So definitely, if you're considering starting a podcast about Roblox, it could be one of the best things that you could do as for Roblox content, because there just are not any Roblox podcasts, and it is an untapped opportunity. And just like dev content, it's a very untapped opportunity. You could make a dev podcast. Heck, you could make a podcast talking about Roblox games. There's a lot of things you could do. Now, I guess I'm really driving home and selling you on making a podcast because, well, I want to see more Roblox podcasts. I think everyone wants to see more Roblox podcasts. And yeah, it would be amazing. So yeah, now let's jump into some questions. So if you have questions about that, or if you have questions about anything we've discussed on the stream so far, let us know. Let's do some rapid fire questions with Chris. And yeah, so this is going to be an awesome, quick, rapid fire, amazing section. So JJ Mo Go said, "Hi Smarty, I have motivation for becoming a developer, but I'm afraid for some reason of getting false banned. The thought demotivates me a bit. Do you have any tips to overcome this fear?" I think personally, the number one tip is use an alt. I will upload models on an alt. Models can be the number one thing that can cause that. Uploading a 3D model from Blender that Roblox doesn't like. So if you use an alt for uploading things, you're going to be completely fine on your main. As long as you're not uploading things, I think you're usually going to be fine, though it's not guaranteed, but be very careful. And using an alt can be really good, especially for 3D models, assets, images, anything like that. Try using an alt.
That's cool. I saw William Short asked a good question. He said, "Is doing free commissions worth it for networking reasons?" Definitely. I think free commissions, if you want to get into commissions, which is a huge avenue and a lot of people making a lot of money right there with commissions right now, and it's completely free to do because you learn the skill and then you make the commissions. So great Robux method. I love it. And yeah, I think doing free commissions at first, definitely to like help you kind of get started, is very important. I think, when you're just starting and you're a beginner in that stuff, I think it's fine to do free commissions because you're practicing, you're getting better, you're kind of getting your name out there. Obviously, don't do it forever. You need to eventually transition into like paid commissions, and eventually as your demand grows, you increase your prices, and make sure you're not selling yourself too low, because there's commission people here who are making like thousands of dollars off of commissions. I mean, it gets very high.
True.
So I do think at first though, free commissions help. And what I always say is like, when you're practicing with commissions and you're first starting out, and one of the things actually is you need to have examples, right? Whenever you're starting out, no one's gonna hire from you if you don't have examples of your work, and they have to be good examples for people to actually hire from you. So I see people who they have no examples, no past work, and then they're wondering why no one's buying from them.
Yeah.
So it does help to start at first. Just you can make commissions for your friends, for people you look up to, your favorite YouTubers, or anything like that, but definitely that's very important when you're first starting out in commissions. Very important.
Yeah, I think commissions is such a good topic because it is one of the best ways to earn Robux or earn money, and also to build a portfolio of work on Roblox. And to take commissions, you can do it in a lot of ways. There is Smarty Devs, of course, you can join below. Great Discord server to join and get commissions. And there is a specific channel for commissions in there. There's also on X, aka Twitter, you can go on there and actually find commissions from more professional developers usually. I always say that you're going to find the most professional developers on there looking for people to commission because, well, that is where much of the companies, the big devs, the front page devs are. They're on X, they're looking for developers like you to take commissions and to really be hired for work on their game. Even small, you could start small with commissions. It doesn't have to be a massive commission. A lot of people think, dude, commissions, they sound hard. Well, the thing is, you can do small commissions. It doesn't have to be the biggest thing in the world. You don't have to be like me. I took a cruise ship commission, like building a whole cruise ship. That was insane once. And you don't have to be like that when you start, especially. You can just take small things. There's people out there, tons of people, looking for, say, someone to build them a house, or someone to build them a car, even model a car in Blender, or say make a chair. Simple things. A car is a little more complex, maybe it doesn't count, but you can make really simple commissions. You can get really simple and small commissions when you start, and it doesn't have to be this insane huge project that a lot of people imagine it to be. Just really consider just taking some small, tiny commissions. It's really possible, and it's a great way to start.
Yeah, great answer. I saw a question about ideas. Where was it? How to come up with quality video ideas. I have ideas, but I don't want to sink 10 hours into a video that will flop. So, valid worry about sometimes videos do flop. That happens all the time. But for ideas, I think we were talking about this earlier in the podcast, a little bit about like remixing ideas. And it actually just thought of like a book that kind of talks about that concept. So if anyone's interested in that, I think there's a book called Steal Like an Artist. Have you heard of that book, Smarty?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, I think it's a book about like remixing ideas. I haven't read it, but I think it's has to do with that concept. So I think first of all, yeah, remixing ideas is very powerful. I've done this on my channel for videos all the time. I get a concept from like a completely different, area of YouTube, not gaming related at all. It could be like real estate, it could be finance. I specifically try those because they're like tutorial, similar kind of to like Robux. But yeah, you can remix ideas from anywhere. I mean, you can get, the thing is really you can get ideas from pretty much anything. And so a lot of times ideas will just like randomly come up to you out of nowhere. So that also helps. Always be like just, trying to find ideas in everything you do and everything you see. And if you do, write it down so you don't forget it. But there's ideas everywhere. I think remixing is really powerful. And you can also try and think of the perspective of like a viewer. So maybe you could pretend that you're a viewer on your own channel and try and like think of what videos would you want.
Yes.
And also just try and think of your audience in general. What would your audience want to know? What would be like the best tips that your audience could help the most with? And like, just think about your audience, think about what they really want. Try and build like an avatar of their dreams, their desires. I think building an avatar and then kind of going from there helps a lot with ideas. And if none of that works, even though I think those are all pretty good ideas, but you could also even just like go to your audience and straight up just ask people like, what do you guys want to see? And sometimes the answers aren't always going to be perfect, but you can kind of go from there So I think, there's a million ways to come up with ideas, and everyone's different with it. But I think I do think that there's ideas everywhere, and you just have to be willing to like find it.
Yeah, true. And I especially like what you said about taking the perspective of your ideal viewer. I, I, I really like imagining. Like I've done this recently. Imagine, okay, my ideal viewer. Imagine a viewer of my channel looking at my channel through their eyes and picturing that in my mind. And it's really interesting because it's really crazy how it will shift your entire perspective on what you're doing. You might think about something from your ideal viewer's perspective, watching your video, and you might look at your channel, you might be like, wait, something that, I liked in my shoes is completely garbage for somebody who is actually watching my channel, someone in my audience, my ideal viewer, they don't like it. And you can really realize a lot of things from doing this kind of exercise. And yeah, it's really helpful. And ideas, you have such a good point about that, using that perspective taking to get ideas on your channel. And yeah, I like it. What type of portfolio? Are you looking at that
I think
question there?
I think he's talking about commissions for that. I mean, I'm assuming so, right?
Probably, yeah.
If you're talking about commissions, I mean, I kind of just said like, yeah, you need to make sure it looks professional. I think that's the most important thing. Make sure it looks professional. Make sure make sure it looks like you know what you're doing. You have to have examples. I think that's the most important thing. Have really good looking examples, which means you have to practice a lot. You have to get really good at what your commissions are. So if you're building, you have to have, you have to practice a lot. Go in studio, look at tutorials, get really good at that. And then and then have examples that look really good, that look professional. You can have some text that shows like how long you've been working, and maybe if you've done past work, you could kind of put like the past people you've worked for. But I just think it really comes down to looking professional and making it look like you can actually do the job for these people. And I think that should help, honestly, for portfolios. I think making it look professional like that, having your examples, having everything look in order, that helps usually a lot.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if I heard you. Not sure if I heard whether or not you mentioned this, but you can use the dev forum or you can use Card to do a portfolio, and also many people do like a showcase on a Roblox game to do it on there directly.
That's smart. Yeah.
Yeah, there's many ways to show your portfolio. I like Card personally, honestly, because Card you can make like a custom site. And also, you might also consider this idea just popped in my head. I have a website, smartyrbx.com. Maybe you could even make your own custom website. You could make it super unique. I know my friend Myro, who I work with on projects and stuff, I think he made his own website not that long ago that he was working on. He was going to show his commissions on there for managing games, for example. So get creative with your portfolio, because if you could make your own website, maybe, who knows, maybe someone would really appreciate that and maybe you'd get more commissions. Just a thought. Chris, 10 ways on making Robux from Josie, he said.
Okay, number 1 is Robux. I'd say number 2, probably Robux, not gonna lie. And then number 3 is also Robux. Number 4, I think Robux too. Now that's a lot of ways, dude. Top 10. Yeah, there's a million methods. Developing, commissions, YouTube. I have a video. There's a lot of videos of how to make Robux. So I would direct you to those videos. They go very in depth on how to make Robux, if anyone's wondering here. because there's actually so many different methods, and like you guys would be surprised. There's a lot of different ways to make Robux. So if anyone's genuinely interested in that, I have plenty of videos on it. I'm sure Smarty has some videos on it too. So look up how to make Robux on YouTube. You know, ignore the scam ones. There's a lot of scam ones. So try and stay on just like Smarty or Modern Chris. Those are the best ones.
Yeah. Smarty or Modern Chris on top. Now, yeah, I would say yes, and adding on to that taking commissions and or Robux methods rather. Yeah, do any method that is in those Robux videos. And also, I would say number one is definitely always going to be games, making games. Now, it might be debatable. Maybe UGC could be one of the best methods now. Maybe some other newer methods are kind of bubbling up to the top, but I think still number one is games. You want to know why? Take any front page game, say Adopt Me, say Pet Simulator 99, say any of these major projects that are making crazy amounts of Robux. That right there is why it is the number one, because there are people making billions of Robux from their projects. Billions of Robux. You know how much a billion Robux is? A billion Robux. A billion Robux is literally multi-million dollars in real life. Multi-million dollars. So, yes, games, number one way to make Robux on Roblox. Now, a top 10, if you want a top 10 list, yeah, again, Chris is right. Take a look at any of our videos on how to earn Robux. We have tons of lists, tons of different ways, explained in different ways. There's all kinds of things you can do there in those videos. But overall, if you want the best way, making games. And if you want a way to build up to making games, we talked about this a lot on the stream earlier with Row Builder. Especially, we talked about commissions and smaller games. You can use commissions to earn Robux, and you can build up to making projects. You can fund projects. I'm not sure if we specifically mentioned that earlier, but we also talked about smaller games and how you can make smaller games and you could fund better projects later. Of course, me and Row Builder, we kind of had a bit of a separate views on that slightly, but I think the key thing is there where yes, you can fund better projects later with earlier projects, and there's a lot of ways to make Robux, and making games will be number one forever.
Very true. Development is huge. Definitely a big method. I think ultimately, like, yeah, when it comes to Roblox methods, you kind of have to find what works for you. Some people are just not built for development. They just don't like making games. But then again, you know, there's also a lot of parts of making a game. So just because you try like building, for example, does not mean that you can't do development at all. Maybe you like scripting, maybe you like, you know, making the thumbnails, maybe you like managing people that work in a game. So that's one thing. But yeah, you also just have to find what works for you. Some people like making videos, some people like designing, modeling. So I think, you know, you have to find a method that actually works, but you also have to find something that works for you. That's very powerful.
Yeah.
Have you guys talked about AI at all in this podcast?
Not in this podcast. Actually, I think Row Builder had mentioned it lightly with GFX being taken over by AI, but not much.
I saw someone mention ChatGPT in the comments. I heard they actually released a new model, I think recently, that made it even better. But yeah, if any of you are not using AI, falling behind, it's a very powerful tool. So, you know, I saw someone else ask for other ways to, you know, come up with video ideas. I think using AI is another really good method that I didn't mention. You know, just start like talking to it. There's a feature where you can even just like use your voice and it replies back to you with its voice on ChatGPT. So, you know, if you just kind of play around with AI, the thing about AI though that I've noticed is like it will give you answers directly to your it will give you answers directly to how your prompt is, right? So, you know, some people have really bad prompts. They just ask like, give me Roblox game ideas for, and then insert game, right? But then some people will insert like 5 paragraphs. So go into detail on their goals, where they want to, what they want the game to look like, the vision, all this stuff. And I think that's much, much more powerful. So that's one thing, the prompt is super important, but using AI is very powerful. If you want to come up with game ideas, if you want to make, you can come up with some art. I think also as like a starting point. So, AI probably is not gonna finish it for you. Like AI is probably not gonna make you your game thumbnail, but it can always kind of provide you with like a framework when you're first starting out and you have no idea what to do and you're at like your first sketches. You can also use AI a lot for that. So many use cases. And so yeah, if any of you are not using AI, I would get on it. It's very important.
Yeah, I agree. That's a lot of good ideas on how to use AI effectively. I would say that, yeah, definitely use it to the maximum ability. There's a lot of people out there, and I mentioned this on earlier streams, there's a lot of people out there who are like, no, AI is bad, and AI is a big monster, and we have to fight it off. That's kind of how a lot of people are looking at it. And I mean, I can see it that way. And also the thing about AI is, it is a tool, and you should use it effectively because it is not going away. It is not going anywhere, and in fact, it is going to be the future, and it's going to be people who are using AI and people who are not using AI, and the people who are using AI are going to get ahead much further than the people who are not using AI. So whether or not you think AI is good or bad, I think it is in your best interest to use AI and use it to its maximum ability that you can possibly use it for. Are you talking to Audit Podcast? Audit
Yeah, I want to go on there.
Podcast.
Looks like a cool podcast.
Yeah, you got to get on there, dude. He's good. I did like I think the first one on there, and he like, yeah, I was like, dude, this is cool. There needs to be more Roblox podcasts. Of course, I'm gonna get on there. So that's like an example. See right now, everyone who's watching right now. See this dude, Smokey from Audit Podcast. He started his podcast. He invited me on. He's invited a lot of other people on. He got connections in DevCreate. I think he is an incredible example of how to start a Roblox podcast, and on an even higher point, how to network. Because look, he offered to have me on a podcast. He offered that, and because that interested me, because that was a value to me, because I like podcasts and I think there needs to be more on Roblox, well, he was able to have me on the podcast, and that opened up a ton of other opportunities too for the podcast to improve. I think it's a really good podcast, and it's such a good example that you guys can model after too. See what he did, right? If you want to start a Roblox podcast, you could simply, okay, you could look at that, you could be like, okay, I'm gonna do what he did. I'm gonna reach out to guests like RowBuilder, like Chris, like I don't know, anyone. You could even try reaching out to Creekcraft. I kind of doubt you'd get him on, but you reach out to me. You could reach out to all kinds of people who make Roblox content and offer them a spot on the podcast, and you could do very well. Like, there's not that many Roblox podcasts. You could do very well. And it's also a good example of networking. See, networking, you got to provide value to somebody. Value is anything that someone else wants. It is giving them, what they want. It's taking social interactions and saying, okay, I'm going to look at this from a what's in it for them mindset. What's in it for them? And I learned this from a book that I recently was talking about on community posts, etc., and in Scripting Secrets, etc. I was talking about how Social Strategist, this is a really good book, and they actually talk about this concept of a what's in it for them mindset, and I really liked it, and a lot of people in the community post also resonated with it. You're going to come to a social interaction, you're going to come to an opportunity to network with the mindset of what is in it for them, instead of what can I get out of this? What's in it for me? What am I going to gain from this? Don't think about any of that. Only think about what's in it for them, and it will make you be more persuasive, and it will also make it so that, well, you're able to think about what they want, and you're going to give them more value in the process.
Wow, amazing stuff. Yeah, completely true.
Thank you.
Loki,
Yes.
I have to get going. But this has been amazing. Definitely learned a lot. It was great when Robuilder was here, and this conversation here about development mindset, YouTube. So great Smarty talk, and thank you for having me on, and thank you to the people who are watching right now. So yeah, I have to go, but
Yeah. Thank you for joining.
man.
Thank you. Yeah.
For sure.
I'm looking forward to the modern podcast a lot too. And yeah, I'm also looking forward to just Roblox podcasts overall expanding. I think this is just a huge opportunity for anyone who wants to make content on Roblox. Huge opportunity, and yeah, I'm just looking forward to more podcasts, and also having Robuilder on and you was quite amazing. I think everyone can agree this was an amazing collab. This was just absolutely probably one of the best, if not the best, Smarty Talks yet, just because of how varied this podcast was, and also how much how many guests we had. We had 3 guests. This is the first time we've had 3 guests at once, and yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
I
All
see you
right.
in chat there.
I'm kidding. All right, I gotta go. See ya.
Later.
Bye, chat.
Thank you for joining. All right. It's just us now, chat. It's just us now. So, yeah, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Robuilder, as well. Dude, yeah, it was insane. I think let's discuss kind of what we went over on this stream, and let's go into it. So, yeah, it was a good stream. I just want to reflect on having Chris and Robuilder on. I think it shows how, dude, I didn't imagine that collab coming together. I think it kind of is a huge thing for Roblox podcast. Almost like this specific collab is like a huge moment in Roblox podcast, just because you have 3 people who have been in the Roblox space for a while, good amount of subs, all that, and also very similar content. Like, we all have very related content, surprisingly, and we all got on the podcast. And yes, it really is quite a good experience. I think yeah, and I hope that you guys have gained value. I'd like to hear in the chat, what do you think about this podcast so far? Because I think most of all, it's been super interesting. Eric F said, I think we all need to know that you shouldn't be afraid to be together with others. When multiple brains are together on a similar topic, way more information can be learned. I 1000% agree. I think I definitely need to get guests on here more. And maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe it's like, oh yeah, maybe it's you don't get in that mindset of thinking, yeah, I want to add more people on the podcast. Or yeah, maybe it's like nervousness even, of thinking, what happens if I add more people on the podcast? But this podcast proves that you should just start. And yeah, I think it's been fun. And even if it wasn't the most planned out thing ever, it's an example of just start. Just start when you're not ready. The best time to start is not when you have all the information, because you never will. It's to start when you're not ready. Just start. Make the podcast, make the game, make the content, whatever it is. Just start. It's going to help you a ton. And yeah, so Floating Cat Games said, very great podcast. Thank you. Audit Podcast said, I think podcasting is the only way to get more personal info rather than seeing regular YouTubers. Yeah, I mean, definitely. It is a really unique experience, because usually your favorite YouTubers are on videos. You aren't able to interact with them. They're not live, and they aren't together, especially. That's really rare. And yeah, so podcasts are awesome for that. You can see a more authentic side of them, where, look, we're here live, we're discussing our ideas. You get to see our thought processes. You get to see our mistakes, like that one. You get to see the all that. And I think podcasts are awesome. Audit Podcast, you said I'm gonna start going live in mine for real. Just getting a map started. Awesome. Yeah, I would love to see you go live on your podcast. Live Roblox podcasts are just so cool because look, you're on the spot. You're on the spotlight. You have to be there in the moment. You have to be present. You have to be making your podcast very in the moment. You have to make it good. And that can be hard. And that's good because, as I said earlier throughout this stream multiple times, content creation is one of the best ways to improve your communication skills. And podcasting even more than that, because podcasting, and especially live podcasting, as I said, you are sitting there constantly speaking off the dome and improving and trying to, be on point when you're live. And yeah, Eric F said, I think it would be very cool to see you build and script stuff live. If you can make others see how you go every day with your work, this can be underrated. This can understand things better. Yes, I'd like to do that. I first will want to do more tutorials on the channel directly in studio. I haven't, as I mentioned earlier, I haven't done that as much lately, and I'd like to get back into that. And I'd like to do tutorials on the channel directly in studio. That's something I would love to do. And then after that, I would consider doing some live work or even just educational stuff on a podcast. That'd be really cool. Or not on a podcast, but on a live. And yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, so I really like this podcast, and I know that many of you are enjoying it. So yeah, I'm glad. JJ Mogo said, Smarty, when do you think the next podcast episode will be? Hopefully as soon as possible. As I mentioned earlier, the podcast, I want to do this podcast as often as possible for many reasons. And yeah, I would love to do one as soon as possible. If possible, I'd like to do a podcast every day. Someone just joined. I'm live.
The builder
Oh,
is back.
Awesome. Dude, I almost thought it would be somebody else, and I was like, awesome, it's RoBuilder.
Oh, I thought you would hope for someone else.
Nah. I want RoBuilder. I want RoBuilder on here. And let's keep it going.
Here he is.
Awesome. Yeah, I was just talking about with like the chat, just like I think this has been a good stream, and it's just really a kind of honestly, I would say historic moment for Roblox podcasts, honestly, because there's not many times where you see a collab like this.
Especially like an unplanned one.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. And I was talking about that too. Like I think it's good to have structure, but I also really like the moments where it's like, it's just funny or it's serious or whatever. It goes between the two. I like having both of those. Yeah.
How much should you be working on Roblox every day? Oh man, that's a question that could have so many answers. It depends. Is it a hobby? Is it a job? Are you making a game? Are you working on a commission? Are you trying to build a map to tweet? Like, there's so many different things.
True. Yeah, it does. It depends. I think like if you're doing YouTube, I mean, it's quite a different story than a lot of stuff, especially like dev stuff. Because with YouTube, I like how you can do it at any time. You could, for example, schedule videos out. You can do that. If you're doing dev stuff, you don't really have that freedom where you can. With YouTube, you can really manage your time how you want a lot more. And I mean, if you're doing dev stuff and you are paying developers and managing projects, like what I'm doing with the dude I'm working with, that can also save a lot of time. Like, so I think the time is also a big element in that. And if you're doing especially like Roblox work with YouTube you're gonna have a lot more ability to not always be on, but you can still get a lot done in a way.
For sure.
Yo, people are saying, okay, I just watched this video and saw Smarty was streaming, LOL. Cool. Row builder, hey. Cool. Let's see. How long should you work on it if you want to be a job? Okay. I think that's best question for row builder.
Well, you said if you want it to be a job, meaning it's not a job yet, so I wouldn't really allocate all my time to it because you're not getting anything in return. And it can't be a job until you have enough work in the public's eye, so I would just complete one thing per, I'd say, week. I don't think it needs to necessarily be a daily thing, but I'd complete something, post it, then complete another thing, post it. So maybe work on it an hour a day or 2 hours a day, depending on how much time you have. But I would not, I wouldn't allocate too much time to it if it's not profitable for you.
Yeah, I agree. It'd be best to put out stuff first. Yeah, and I think it goes back to kind of like if you're able to, like for YouTube, you're able to put stuff out, you're able to schedule it, all that. If you are putting work out there, if you're distributing your stuff, you're able to start to get, people reaching out to you or say for commissions, or say like if you have a game and it's already out, you can have players who can join. I mean, you should probably be promoting it too, but you can have players who can just join up in the game. It's out there, it's distributed, and people can find it. If you are starting and you don't have that distribution yet, the thing is, like, you're probably gonna have to spend a lot more time making something to get out there that is distributed, so that you can start to like earn from it whenever it's offline, or get opportunities from it whenever you're offline. I mean, and yeah, this kind of connects to like I was talking about this like concept of luck surface area, which is kind of an interesting thing that I was covering earlier in the stream, which I basically said, okay, you have a skill, and many people, they just have a skill, but they don't have a way to distribute that skill. So you need a skill, but then secondly, you also need distribution. And when you get distribution, you get luck surface area, because now opportunities, anything, income can land on the luck surface area. And the bigger that your luck surface area is, the more chances you have of earning from your creations, earning Robux, getting views on videos, whatever it is. You have more luck surface area for opportunities to land on it. And that is also really key. So often it isn't even about the time you're spending or how much you're doing. It's about that luck surface area. Are you distributing what you're doing?
It's also not really about your skill level either.
Yeah.
I would say if you're intermediate at what you're doing, and then and a lot of people know you're gonna get more commissions than if you're like actually professional, super high quality work, but nobody knows you.
Yeah, I agree. Like and that's why, yeah, like luck surface area, like what I said, like you could have the best skill in the world, you could be the best game developer in the world, but without distribution on that, without promoting it on Twitter or on Roblox or on YouTube, you're not gonna have anything come out of that. No one's gonna know who you are. There could be someone who's horrible, absolutely horrendous at building, but they're putting their stuff out there everywhere on Twitter, on YouTube, on Roblox, everything. And because of that, they have much more luck surface area. They're going to be more successful than the person who's sitting there not posting, even though they're the best developer in the world.
Correct. I just saw someone saying, what should I do? I watched many YouTube scripting videos and I couldn't understand most of them. I tried making a basic obby and even that was hard for me. I want to say this, bro. It happens with every single new thing you try to learn. And we often put ourselves in this exact mindset that says, it was too hard for me or I didn't understand it. I'm in the same spot with Substance Painter right now. I was in the same spot when I started learning Blender, and in the same spot when I started learning Studio. Every time you learn something new, it's super daunting, and we always tell ourselves it's way harder than it actually is. You need to commit to it and start telling yourself you can do it, and I'd say 90% of it's a mindset. Like, even myself, I'm putting scripting off because I keep telling myself I can't do it, and I'm making the excuses of, oh, I'm dyslexic, reading, writing, numbers, letters, all of this stuff is way harder for me to understand, but I'm sure if I spent a couple weeks, I would actually be able to script stuff.
Yeah, that's really true. So you're saying like many times when you start a new skill, you're looking at it as I don't know what to do. It's hard and that kind of thing. When you need to look at it as I can do this, and kind of yeah.
Blender, for example, there's so many things it can do that's daunting. Like, it can be an animator, a rendering software, a modeling software. There's so much different stuff you could do to it, but you don't need to focus on learning everything. You need to focus on learning one part of it. So Blender, I don't know anything about rendering or really anything about animating, but I can model on it. And a lot of people are like, how to use Blender when they started. That's so vague, you know? Look up how to do a specific thing, like how to model a tree, or if you're in Substance Painter, how to texture a tree. If you're scripting, how to make a block kill you, or how to make it change color. Like, look up a specific thing instead of the topic itself.
Dude, that is a really good point. I like that because that, like, yeah, people get so overwhelmed by like, I gotta learn scripting, I gotta learn all of Roblox development, I gotta learn all of building. People get so overwhelmed with like huge stuff, and I do the same thing sometimes when I'm learning a topic, for example, anything. Dude, yeah, you can get really overwhelmed and bogged down in like, I got to learn all of this when, yeah, get specific. That relates, there's like this psychology thing called like chunking, and you can like, so like the brain like processes different like information in different, amounts, and I guess so chunking is a way where, okay, you break it down into parts, and if you can break it down into different parts, if you can chunk it down in a way, you can get the more specific elements of what you want to learn. And yeah, that's kind of like what you're saying with Blender. You would break it down, okay, I don't just need to learn Blender, I need to get specific. I need to learn, how do I model, how do I enter edit mode, how do I texture things. Yeah,
This is an interesting topic. Someone said, how can I get out of tutorial hell? Now, if you guys don't know what that is, it's when you're first learning something, and the only time, let's use building for an example, or modeling, the only time you ever make something is watching a tutorial on it. And that is a spot a lot of people get stuck in. I'd say stop, breathe, and don't go in with an idea of what you're gonna make. So think about something and just build it. Don't look up how to do it. Don't worry about perfection. Don't worry about how it looks at the end. Just build it. Creativity is the only thing we have kind of setting us apart from each other. And if we watch a tutorial and follow it, well, now your model looks like a worse version of whoever made the tutorial.
yeah.
So just relax and don't worry about perfection.
Yeah, definitely. Tutorial. So you're saying like people get stuck in tutorial hell because they want perfection. They're worried that if they make something on their own,
Well,
they can't.
a lot of people will look, let's say dynamite, all right? A stick of dynamite, and they want to make that. Before they even try to make it, they're going to type in how to make dynamite on YouTube, right? And then follow that tutorial. But really, you could break it down like it's a cylinder that has a band around it.
Yeah.
So, like, break it down into the most simple shape, and then you can start moving around vertices, lines, and faces to really make it stand out from another one. A lot of times people just don't break things down. So if they see a candle, for example, they're like, oh wow, this thing has wax dripping on the side, like how would I ever do something like that? But think about how to really break that down. It's a cylinder with extruded faces down the side and then a subdivision, and it's just break it down into basic shapes and add the detail from your basic shapes.
Yeah, that's a good point. breaking it down or chunking it, chunking tasks. You can also do that on like to-do lists. If you have like,
For sure.
if you write like, oh, make a video, well, that's also really, really vague. Like, what video exactly? You know, if you get, the more specific you get on tasks or on things you want to learn or anything, the less overwhelmed you're going to be.
For sure.
Yeah, and like that must be like a huge thing for a lot of devs when they start. I haven't really thought about that. Like,
It's
people are probably,
massive.
yeah,
It happened to me.
yeah.
Like where I would just like anytime someone's like, "Hey, want this as a commission," if I never made it before, I used to go instantly to a tutorial, and then I was like, "Well, that's not going to be my style at all. That's not going to resonate with what they're expecting this to look like, you know?" So it happens to a lot of people, but you really just need to break it down, breathe, and think about like what makes this into a good shape. Like why is this not just a square?
I like that. Yeah, and I would also add, like, I also talk about this. I think this really relates. I think this is kind of transitioning a bit, but it's so related, and it's also something I see with devs, and it's something I've tried to push recently because I think this is kind of a game changer for like, especially like newer devs, because like they get focused on the learning an entire skill. They want to learn scripting, they want to learn everything about it, or they want to learn everything about a skill, when actually what you should do is you should use the 80-20 rule, which is where you have, okay, 20% will get you 80% of the results you want. Learn 20% of scripting rather than learning all of it. Learn the 20% that'll get you the results you want. And this is the approach I take for myself in skills, dev skills, anything, because I'm pragmatic about a lot of things. I want to get results. So it's like 20% that gets 80% of the results. If you don't need to learn a specific scripting concept, you don't need to learn Rojo or VS Code if you're making something that doesn't need it. So only learn the 20% that'll get you the 80% of the results you need, especially when you start. And like also with the 20% that you choose, okay, what is the 80% that you're getting out of that? Well, that could be like, if you're doing commissions, that could be 80% of the commissions you want to get. That could be 80% of the Robux you want to make on a game. That could be any result you want to get. That could be the 80% that you're looking for. But yeah, and it is related to this. And it's like, but it's also more about like prioritization. So it's about prioritizing what do you want to learn. That doesn't mean that you don't learn more advanced stuff later ever. It just means, okay, I'm going to learn the basics. For scripting, for example, you only need to learn like really the basics, and you can start to make anything. And then as you go through projects, you can start to pick up the other things you need to learn, and you can start to make those you can start to learn those other aspects of scripting. But start with the 20%, the basics, that'll get you 80% of the results. Have you applied the 80-20 rule, or heard about that concept?
I actually haven't heard about it until right now.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, it's
So-
really useful. Yeah, it can be really
So
helpful.
there we
yeah.
go. 20% effort, 80% reward.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really helpful. I mean, it's so related to that though, like breaking it down, like, because, okay, many people are like, okay, they think they got to learn every single thing, and no, you don't have to do that. And also, yeah, I guess as you said, get specific into the specific things. I like that. And yeah, so there was another thing I was gonna say about this. What was it? The It'll come back to me, but yeah, it can be really helpful.
Oh, I just got a perfect landing in my game.
Really? What are you playing?
The testing for the bike game.
Oh,
But I landed perfectly into a ramp and it was so satisfying.
nice. Yeah, I still need to test it. I need to do that ASAP.
I would wait like 2 more days. I think I'm releasing alpha at the end of this month,
Really?
which is crazy. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I want to
Yeah.
see that.
We're going to see what happens with over a year of development on a game.
Yeah. That is exciting. Yeah, I feel like how many games do have like a year of development put into them? Say.
Right, especially on Roblox.
Yeah. It's
The
rare.
only issue is motorcycle stunting is a bit niche. So
Hmm.
we're going to see, what happens.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited to see. Like, I think it also will be an example of what happens when you make something on something that's more niche. Just overall, like, say somebody wants to make a game about, I don't know, tomato farms. Kind of a random example, but if you want to make something niche, how does motorcycles work? You can see, okay, how does RoBuilder's game do? Now, everyone watching, you can see, okay, what can I learn from this? Can you make something niche, and can you make it succeed on Roblox? And is there anything I can learn from this? Is there anything that RoBuilder did super, super, super well to make the niche game work? It's going to be like a kind of a big scale lesson for a lot of things.
For sure. Hopefully a good lesson.
I think it will, yeah. Someone commented on the 80-20 rule. The 80-20 rule, like Smarty was saying, learn 20%, but break that 20% down into smaller sections and learn what you need to learn for the systems. Yeah, so I can build on this a bit with the 80-20 rule. I literally, I had such a good idea. I can't remember what it was, but I lost my train of thought with the rule. But yeah, so the 80-20, oh yeah, here's what it was. Now I remember. So the 80-20 rule, it comes from this, I believe, from this concept that they found in, it was like workers in some company or something a long time ago. They found workers had, the 20% of workers were doing 80% of the results for the company. And they actually looked and they were like, oh, wait, actually, this works across everything. This works across productivity, across skill development. This works across business. All these things, the 80-20 rule applies. It isn't just about workers. They found that this is actually a really useful concept, and especially in productivity spaces, it's huge. I know that what's his name? Ali Abdal, he's a productivity YouTuber. I'm pretty sure he talks about it a lot. It's such a good mental model for thinking about anything that you want to do, especially skill development, because really think about how with it'll come to me. I'm thinking. Why do I keep losing my train of thought on this? Like, this is so essential. Come on, I need to get this. 80-20 rule can be really, it can work really well for that, for skill development.
Buster, chill, bro.
What's up?
My dog was going a little nuts.
Oh, dang. What
Chill-
type?
Chill out a little bit.
What type of dog do you have?
He is a German Shepherd Chihuahua.
Ah, that's a really unique breed. I like that. We used to have,
Awesome.
dope. Yeah, I like German Shepherds. Me and my family, we used to have a German Shepherd Rottweiler when I was little. I haven't had a dog since I was like 5. I'm 18 now. I haven't had a dog since I was 5. I'd love to have a dog again. And
I've had
yeah,
this dog since I was 10 years old,
that dog.
and now I'm 26. Yeah, he's 16 years old.
Whoa,
Yeah.
that's awesome. Yeah, I mean that's good. He's living a good long life.
Oh, yeah.
My dog. I can't remember how old he was. He was quite old. But yeah, dogs can live a long time, oftentimes. Eric F said, mistakes equals a good thing. Oh yeah, they're talking about mindset in chat a lot.
Mistakes only equal a good thing if they don't happen more than twice.
Really?
Like if you're making the same mistake over and over again, it can't be looked at as a good thing because you're not learning from it. But
Yeah.
if you realize that it's a mistake, then it can be like beneficial.
Dude, that's so key, because like that really reminds me of something I think I was thinking about YouTube. Because okay, you probably have seen the same thing with YouTubers who are new. Like they'll oftentimes ask, YouTubers like us, for example, with a good amount of subs, they'll ask us for advice, and then you click on their channel, it's like every video is like a Call of Duty clip or a Brookhaven clip or something like that. It's like, and without voice, and it's like how, like many people, especially with like YouTube, for example, they don't seem to recognize that okay, you got to change something, you got to improve something. If you have something that's not working, change anything, do anything else if it's not working. Always, like, but many people don't do that. So it's like, I don't know.
I'm hoping my game is successful so I don't have to rely as much on YouTube revenue, and then I can really reevaluate my content structure. Like I want to make higher quality videos, but I don't want to reduce the upload schedule in case it doesn't end up working. So I'm hoping
Oh yeah.
like, game pops off, and then YouTube I can really just focus on how to make the content better, how to make it more everything, more engaging, more focused, more like everything. I don't even know if that means higher quality editing. It could just mean, a better story, a better script,
Yeah.
different visuals, like more cohesiveness. But I really need to take a break and check like all the statistics and just focus on it.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like the kind of a predicament, huh? With because you want to do your game. You said you want to do your game. You want to prioritize that, but also you want to keep YouTube going, depending on how your game does.
Well,
Yeah.
I need to make sure. So YouTube's pretty much my full-time job, and I have a house, a mortgage, like I got bills. So if I make a big switch on YouTube, that's saying, oh, let's upload once a week, but a higher quality video, is that higher quality to me, and I think it's a better video, or is that higher quality to the fans, and that correlates with more views that equal out to the amount of views I would have gotten if I uploaded 7 videos this week instead of the 1? Like, high quality to me isn't exactly high quality to what YouTube may want, or what the fan base may want. So I need to figure out what that is.
Yeah, so what would you say is, like, specifically, what do you think is high quality for you, and then what do you think is specifically high quality for the fan base and for YouTube?
And that's what I still have to figure out.
Oh,
Like
Yeah.
I don't know that yet. I don't even know like which side of development I want to capture. Obviously like the newer developers, but then I get a bunch of hate from the experienced developers saying you're teaching them the wrong way.
oh,
But I don't think you can be taught in the wrong way.
Yeah.
Because well, like I never say I'm trying to teach you how to make a AAA game. I
Mhm.
want you to start making games and then, you know, let your creativity take you from there. So
yeah,
I got to focusing on who I'm trying to entertain / teach, and do that in a good way.
I like that. Yeah, I agree. I feel like same like for me. I feel like for me, I kind of look at YouTube like I'm a very like strategic person, and I always am looking at like I'm like imagining like future videos and this and that and how this is gonna connect to the future things I'm gonna do, and everything is just like a big like strategy, and that's just kind of the way my brain works. So I'm almost like,
What's crazy about that is your next video, if it correlates to this one, the people who are seeing your next video probably didn't even see the one before. It's a lot of times we start making content for our current fan base, even though they're not the ones who are gonna watch the next video.
yeah. So
Like if you go to your analytics, you'll see more views from people who are not subscribed than the people who are subscribed.
oh yeah, true. Yeah.
Those people subscribe for one of two reasons. One, they like you, they think you're a cool personality, and boom, they want to see more videos.
Mhm.
That's the less likely way they subscribe. Or they subscribe because that tutorial helped them and they think another tutorial will help them in the future. However, by the time they look up that tutorial, there's 50 other people who uploaded it already, and they kind of just forget about your channel. So there's, I don't know, when you make new content, you don't really need to focus on why people subscribed previously, because you're not going to capture that exact same thing again.
Yeah, with so you're saying like you don't want to have the same, you don't want to make the same thing as before because you don't know if the same people are going to be watching it.
Well, the people who watched it before aren't going to watch it again because they already saw it.
Yeah,
So it's like a weird thing.
yeah. I think with the way content is almost, so it's kind of like, so I think with the way I view it, it's a little bit, it kind of mitigates that kind of issue because the way I look at content is like in like layers. So I'm thinking in like layers. So you got the videos that bring a large amount of people in. That's like the Robux videos, for example. Those are like commentaries, that kind of thing. And then I'm thinking, okay, make a lot of those, bring in as many people as possible, and from the Roblox community, and then point them towards development, and then say, hey, look, and on the channel there's the easiest beginner guide to Roblox scripting, there's the ultimate guide to studio, there's Blender guide, etc. There's different places where you can start to learn the skills you need, and that's basically the way I think about it. I think about it in layers, almost like a funnel. So it's like, okay, you got the top layer of the funnel, brings the most people in.
The problem with YouTube is the funnel has holes in it. So people
Oh.
get poured into it, but they're not going out of it the one way you think they are. They're falling out the sides.
And how does that happen for them falling out the side?
Make a video series, put it in a playlist.
Oh
and that
yeah.
video series has, let's say, 10 videos. The first video does super good, right? Everyone's excited to learn. The 10th video, not as many views as the first one, because people fall off along the way. People are either not as excited, one part got too hard, they don't understand one part, just for any reason, give or take, they won't all be there at the end.
Yeah. That's true. Now, I think that I would add on to that with the video when you're okay. So yeah, you are losing people in the funnel for sure. And with videos though, the thing is like I look at it like kind of like with the value in mind, and I think if you are providing a lot of value to the viewer who's watching, they're going to feel a lot more dedicated. Like there's reciprocity like in psychology, like people want to, they want to give back. If you give value to them, they want to give back naturally. So I would think that if you're giving a ton of value, some of that can kind of be mitigated because now they're going to be like, oh yeah, I want to watch Smarty more.
I definitely agree. I also feel, especially in today's day and age, value is forgotten. So they'll watch one video, two videos, and have that value, but with the attention spans, while they're listening to you talk about how to make a Roblox game, they're scrolling, looking for something, for a reason to click off of that video.
Definitely.
So it just depends on the person, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, and I suppose like people do the attention spans, that really does affect it. I think with the way I kind of do it, I'm almost like in a way I'm like flooding you with content in a way. That's kind of what I do on my channel in a way. Like it's good content, but I'm posting a lot. I'm trying to post community posts. I'm trying to post commentaries. I'm trying to post the guides, and then I view all this as like layers, and then there's the podcast. I would say is like one of the deepest layers of value because people who watch this stream for hours, like the people watching now, they're the most invested people on the entire channel, and they're probably at the bottom of the funnel, nearly at the bottom of the funnel.
Agreed.
Yeah, so I guess
a podcast in the Roblox space is the exact opposite of what the casual Roblox viewer is looking for.
Yeah.
Low edit, real people. It's the most genuine thing.
Yeah.
Which there will be a subculture of Roblox people who want to watch it, but the majority of them are like, really? I'm gonna sit for a couple hours just listening to people talk? Like, nah, that doesn't sound good to me at all.
Yeah. I agree. It makes it hard to grow a Roblox podcast. I like making it because I like making a podcast, but yeah, it is harder to have people invested in it for sure. But I also think the value lens, there's not going to be as many people, but the people watching, they're going to have so much value. They're going to be so invested that might be more valuable than say 1,000 viewers who are less invested in the channel. The 23 people watching now are so invested that could be more valuable than 1,000 viewers. They might be more interested in other things I do, or they might be more interested in purchasing a product, for example. I think of it from like a business lens too. So yeah, I think the investment is really key, and there's also a lot of reasons in in business and in psychology and in sales, for example, huge reasons why this kind of value giving is so important. And yeah, I find that interesting. That's like probably one of the main reasons why I do this podcast, is like give value constantly, and not even for expecting something in return. It's about giving so much value that you have something that lasts, and you have people who are just who love the channel and who are just super invested, and that's what I love to do with the podcast.
I also think it depends where you're setting your value. Is it value to you or value to the person watching?
Yeah. And that connects with what you were saying earlier with whether or not the viewer would like it.
Correct.
Yeah. I found really, recently, one thing you can do, I think visualization is really good for this. It is imagine yourself looking at your channel or looking at your video or your store even from the viewer's eyes. Imagine if you were them and like you were looking at it from their eyes. I think it gives such a fresh perspective. Like I did this recently and I was thinking, man, I honestly, like you're right, like I honestly am not making necessarily things that a lot of people are going to be interested in. I might be interested in myself, but like business concepts, maybe that's veering too much into things that a lot of Roblox people would not be interested in. And I mean, sure, I guess the back to the value thing, sure, like the people who are super invested in the channel, they're still going to like a lot of that stuff. And they would like to hear that authenticity about me talking about topics I'm interested in, like business. But at the same time, like, you know, if you're looking at it from their eyes of the average viewer who's watching your channel, they're probably not going to be interested in some things like that. So yeah, it's true, and it helps to look at it from that way, especially like the visualization. And I would add on to that, I read this book, I have it right next to me, it's called Copywriting Secrets. So copywriting is basically like the creation of like persuasive text, trying to, you know, persuade people to take action on something, whether that's clicking a link on a video or going to a product page or clicking any link basically, or doing any action. That's what copywriting is. Anytime that you have written, if you've written a post for like, hey, go play my game, that's a form of copywriting. If you're linking your game, if you're saying, hey, go play my game, that's a form of copywriting. Some people just invest into that skill and try to polish it. Now, with this book, though, I also was looking at it and I realized, like, wait, hold on. Everything in this book is so good for content creation. Everything in this book is like, wow, this is like what you need. So what I have this actually written down on my, it's like put up on my wall, but it's like basically has this thing in the book where you make your ideal customer, or your ideal, in the case of YouTube would be your ideal viewer. And he breaks down how do you get all the stuff they're interested in, and how do you get how do you find out everything, you know, about the person who you're making videos for. And I was reading this in this book and I was like, wow, this stuff isn't just for copywriting. This is perfect for videos. And it was like, wow, so this Fred framework, let me see if I could pull out a few just little bits, because it's really helpful in figuring out who you're making videos for and how to serve them the best, give them value they're interested in, find out what they're interested in. I'm not sure where it is in the book, but I'll just go grab my.
What's up, SmartyTalks?
What's up?
Still row builders stealing. Welcome back to another episode of Smarty Talks.
And
In
Roblox
today's
getting audited
talk-
from the IRS.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That's horrible.
IRS live on SmartyTalks.
I would just leave. I'd ban myself.
He was on, the IRS was with Mr. Beast on a podcast or something, weren't they?
Yeah, I think it was
Yep.
more of a meme thing though.
It was, but
When are you gonna
is
get
IRS.
Ludius? Is he asking? Who's asking that?
We
I'm
never
not sure.
know.
Ludius
Well,
was
not
in
who's
here.
asking that, but yeah. I think I introduced Ludius to Dev Create because he was pretty cool.
Really?
Yeah, and because I actually I ended up interviewing him, and then I said, hey, there's this really cool server that I'm in, and you're a really good developer, so I was like, you should get to know me.
Dang.
Mm-hmm.
Buddy was glazing. No.
I've invited like 3 people to Dev Create.
Dope. Yeah, anyone watching right now who wants to, if you don't know what Dev Create is, it's an excellent like community server where we discuss Roblox development content, and it is basically like the epicenter of this niche. That's how I like to look at it. It's like the epicenter of this niche. And yeah, we all collab in there. And once you have like 500 subs or 1,000 subs, you can join Dev Create and you can network with us. You can network with a bunch of people. So if you haven't yet, start a dev channel. Just start. It's one of the biggest opportunities for any like Roblox content. Of any Roblox content, I think it's one of the biggest opportunities because, okay, I was talking about value earlier. How are you going to give value on a video about Brookhaven? Like, you aren't giving that much value, you know?
Obviously, new badge placement. Duh.
Oh, yeah.
Hey guys, welcome back. Today I'm showing you the new badges in Roblox Brookhaven.
Yes.
Hey, honestly, that gets
Most value.
views though.
But it's
True.
value to the people looking for it.
True. Now,
That's the thing. And even simulator content is say there's an update. All of the people who are excited about that update are getting value because you're explaining everything and showing everything that's in the update. Buying it maybe before they can, you know?
true.
Value is just in the eye of the viewer, I guess.
True. Now, I would add on to that, though, with a slight nuance for dev content. In dev content, when you're providing value to developers, the thing is, okay, Brookhaven viewer, you're probably not going to be able to sell to them or anything like that. You're not going to be able to really go a deeper dive or even, provide like longer guides for Brookhaven. That's just not a thing. With development, you can provide longer guides. You'll make more ad revenue, for example. With development content, you're going to be able to sell assets, sell products on, say, a website, for example. You could promote games better in a way, like devlogs, etc. You can do a lot of things with a dev channel to, get returns on all the value you're pouring out in a big river to the marketplace. You get so much more back because a dev channel has so much more opportunity entrepreneurship-wise.
I have a question for you now, Smarty. You just reminded me.
Yes.
So, recently, I have been more in the mindset of if I'm making a game, I should make these devlogs while I'm making it, but not publish them until the game is fully done. How do you feel about that?
I think that's a good idea. I think the thing is with it, I would do it if you're gonna do that, I would do it in like a way where there's some sort of benefit to doing it that way. Like, say you want to tell them right now, hey, look, I'm making a bunch of top secret devlogs that aren't going to release yet, but when the game releases, you'll get to see them all. This creates something we call an open loop. And an open loop is basically where there's something that people are anticipating. There's an unfinished task. These stay in your head, and you're constantly, you're anticipating what's going to happen. So if you're doing it to set an open loop for the viewers in their mind about like something that they're looking forward to, like there's a big drop of a bunch of devlogs at once. If you're setting an open loop, then I think it would be beneficial. That's one example of a way you could gain from it.
The reason I ask is because the dream game, I've run into a bit of a unique situation that I've never ran into before.
Yep.
And since I've been making devlogs on this game for over a year, right, with no product that has come out yet, no game that's come out, I get the feeling of if it's not perfect, you get the comments, I waited a year for this type of a deal, right? But that also means I can't release the minimum viable product to see if it's even a good idea in the workplace. So now I'm stuck between waiting even longer and releasing what I hope people see as perfection versus getting the base game out to see if it would work, and then people being like, wow, this took a year. So it's a real complex spot I've been in with this game.
So yeah, let me make sure I got this right. So you're saying that you're stuck between making sure you get it to perfection versus you said doing it as a minimum viable product?
So I'm stuck between making the game enough of a game for for the people who have been watching for over a year to feel like it wasn't a year of wasted time. Versus making the game, you know, the minimum viable product, so I can see if it will work in the market.
So, how about I ask you this? So, how do you know that if you upload it and it's if you're doing it when it's not perfection, how do you know that they'll respond with, I waited a year for this? Do you know necessarily that they might, that they will?
It's like a fear. Like, this game, like I don't call it the dream game for any clickbait reason. It's like literally the project that like it consumes everything, right? Like
Yeah.
it's what I do in real life. It's a combination of the two passions I have, which is motorcycle stunting and then development. So for people to possibly say, wow, like why did we have to wait so long for this, is just like a fear, I guess.
Yeah, I get that. That would feel very scary, potentially, to be like, to not have a good reception for something you're really invested in.
What's minimum viable product? So when you make a game, dang, but Buster, chill, bro. What's the problem? Hey, settle. It's okay. When you make a game, you don't want to think, how can I polish this and make it the perfect game before you know if it's going to work in the market. If you look at Jailbreak when it first came out, it is nothing like Jailbreak today, but people who are trying to make games are focused on what's on the front page now and not what was on the front page when they came out. So you don't need to focus on, you know, crossing your T's and dotting your I's necessarily. You need to focus on the main loop that's going to make the game playable and see if there's any interest in that loop. If there's not, you can move on to another project without wasting too much of your time.
Really good point, yeah. Minimum viable product. You got to make that first before you don't make the biggest game ever. Make a minimum viable product first. And then I always add on to that, like, focus on some core unique selling points, USPs. Because look at every game on Roblox, they all have something that differentiates them. Even if, you know, we were talking about how, most games are copying each other in some way, but they still have differentiation. There's like, okay, you might say Bloxburg versus Brookhaven. Bloxburg has a little bit more, I guess, you know, realism, I suppose. So that would be more their USB in a way versus Brookhaven. Yeah, I was thinking that.
Not like.
So yeah, here's the whole idea behind it. Smarty, I don't know if you can actually show it on the stream or if you want to, but I'll kind of share my screen while I'm talking about it.
Yeah. I can show it.
Obviously, motorcycle stunting is a niche topic. Not everybody cares about it, nor even knows about it, right? So it's a niche topic. The idea is, how can I take that topic that not a lot of people may like or know about and turn it into something that a lot of people will enjoy playing? So what do people like? If you don't like stunting, maybe you're against it. There will be a cop team in this game to where you're going to be able to arrest the stunters. Now, that led to a lot of comments on the videos saying, oh, add robbing and add this and add that. No. The goal is not to be a Jailbreak competitor just because there's a cop team. The goal is, how can I add in other gameplay mechanics and other loops that will interest people if they're not interested in stunting?
Wow. Can you build on the loops? I think many people might not understand the loops.
Sure. So, gameplay loop number 1 for this game, ideally, it's people riding the bikes around, doing wheelies, and doing tricks on them, and all of this to earn money. But if you don't like doing wheelies and doing tricks, there's got to be a reason you'll still want to play the game. So, not an alpha, but later on in the game, there's going to be jobs Now, I'm going to tie these jobs into stunt riding, so you're not going to be working at a pizza place, for example. You'll be welding stunt parts or something like that. So it'll still tie into the game, but if you don't want to be a stunter, maybe you just want to be a welder. Now this game becomes from a stunting game all the way to a game that has to do with like the trades, like welding and stuff. And the more loops you can put in a game, the more people will likely be interested in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you're discussing, so you're like saying like multiple loops.
Yes. If you focus on just one, you are focusing on one niche that may or may not even want to play a game.
Oh. Yeah. Makes me think about YouTube. It's really related to like how you do different types of videos. You're gonna have different types of gameplay loops and mechanics.
For sure.
Except motorcycle stunting is dope though. Like, it's an underrated niche.
True.
But you still used the word niche. So the problem is if no one's interested enough to click the game, they're not going to see how dope it is. So you need to give them that reason to click. Like motorcycle stunting, if that's not the reason, what could be the reason? Because I think it's sick. Like,
It's awesome.
It's the coolest thing to me.
Yeah.
But, how can you make it cool to everybody else?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that connects to that's like a USP right there.
For sure. Pretty cool. We out, baby.
Yeah, I love it. It's so detailed. And that's a really cool how you're going up inside that building.
I'm trying. I want to see if the ramp is still up here. It is!
Ooh,
Let's
nice.
go! So look, I made this. So if you ramp off of this and land on top of the hospital, and then... Oh, I missed it. And then you ramp on top of the hospital off of that, you land in the spawn. And I did that somewhat strategically, so if you just join a game and see somebody flying insanely high through the air, you're gonna be like, bro, what? How do I do that? So that's one of the little things that the people might not really realize why it's like this, but I just think it would... Imagine, like, right when you join a game, you see someone flying through the air backflipping on a motorcycle, right?
Yeah.
What? I want to try that. And then you have to explore this map that is 12 base plates
Whoa.
to try to find out where they came from. You know, how they flew through the air. What ramp did they hit? So that's just a fun little thing. Oh my gosh, I'm fumbling the bag. Whatever. Forget that ramp.
Yeah, it's an amazing game. I think, I definitely think people are gonna like it. I mean, I would almost connect, I'm always thinking about this topic because I'm interested in it. Psychology, I think I would almost connect, a post I made recently to kind of, what you're experiencing with the having the very real fear of having, potentially people not necessarily they wait a year and then they're gonna not like what the game is after that time, or and I think understanding that psychology kind of helps you to see, okay, as a fear in your mind, it's something that you can break down and figure out, okay, as I said earlier, how do you know that they'll necessarily have that reaction? You can kind of break it down, kind of like breaking down video ideas. I mean, kind of like breaking down when you're learning to model, you're going to learn the parts of it, like we were talking about. And I had a post, actually, I'll read this right now. I had a post recently that was about how like working for yourself is super hard. Many people don't really realize that like when they start or before they start, if they haven't done it before, working for yourself is crazy. So here's what I said to work for yourself, you basically have to rewire your entire brain. If you're doing it, respect. If not, I recommend you get started on a small project to improve your life a ton. Even if you get no recognition, no support, no likes at all, you're going to learn huge lessons and you're going to improve yourself a lot. Start even a tiny, tiny, tiny project. It could be making a Roblox game, starting a YouTube channel, or writing tweets on X. Just start anything and you'll start to expand your mind, to grow and develop discipline and creative habits. So I said this because like I've realized, I was remembering back to when I started, anything, like when I started learning building for myself in around 2020, I started to get really, really serious about it. When I started doing that and working on commissions and all that, you really have to develop discipline. You have to understand your mind. And like, I think going deep into human psychology is essential, especially for people who are working for themselves or working on the internet, for example. And I would add that when you're doing when you're having a project that you're making and you're very invested in it, you want to have it do very well. And understanding like your psychology is super helpful with those kind of things. Like any kind of fears, anything like that, it can be really help with like mindset and psychology and stuff like that. I know it's helped me. Like for example, I guess, what's an example? Recognizing what has helped me recently? I suppose just I guess almost like, because this is natural as a YouTuber, kind of a fear of, what am I always going to have my audience? All that, kind of a fear of that. And this is natural. And understanding like your mind and how these fears are like natural is really helpful for me. And I think it's really essential. And also, adding on to that, again, with YouTube and Roblox, understanding human nature and psychology is like so essential. Marketing, sales, content creation, especially in like viewer retention, such a helpful thing. Yeah.
I was so close. Fumbled the bag again.
Dang.
No, psychology is super important, like for everything.
Yeah.
Like, knowing why people are going to click on something, or knowing why yourself is putting certain thoughts in your mind. Like, it's on both levels, both sides of what you're doing, no matter what you're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. And I really like I always discuss like some YouTubers I like Dan Coe. He's really big into the psychology stuff. Like he talks about this so much, and he basically says like, understand human nature, then do anything you want. That's like his quote, or something like that. And it's like so crazy because it's so essential. Like I think a huge amount of problems in people's lives comes from not understanding psychology. And if you were to understand the psychology in your communication, in your own thoughts, in interpersonal relationships, you would probably solve a lot of problems. And I think a lot of people, it's hard. Obviously, it's hard to work for yourself, like on the internet, etc. It's really, really hard. You have to rewire your entire brain. And
because you no longer have to be accountable for somebody else.
True.
Like no one's saying you're fired if you don't do this today, Like there's no immediate like punishment for not doing something.
100%. Yeah. And like, so with human psychology and stuff, I think that the reason why so many people never get into like content or get into online work or start working for themselves in any capacity, I think it's because they oftentimes they don't grasp the human psychology and in that aspect for themselves and also for marketing and sales, etc., in whatever they're doing. And if they were to understand human psychology, they could, they could manage themselves effectively, and they could also sell, market, make content better, serve their audience better if they understood the psychology. And without that piece, I think so many people they get stuck where they would like to work online, or they'd like to work for themselves. They get stuck working a 9-to-5 job or something like that simply because they didn't understand the psychology first, which is like number one element in order to get started in working for yourself.
For sure.
But yeah, it's crazy how that impacts everything. So yeah, I was one thought I had earlier that I was still need to continue was I was discussing copywriting Secrets by Jim Edwards. This book had a really good thing for understanding your ideal viewer, so this may help you even or understanding your customer. It's the same thing, really. Making an avatar for the person that you're trying to reach. So basically, he calls it like making he calls it Fred in the book. And just turn my light on. So basically, you write the name of whoever you're reaching. For mine, I wrote that's like the name I chose. The age. The general age of the audience, you want to write that. 8 to 18 probably would be whoever is learning Roblox development. Then you have the niche, that's Roblox. Sub niche, Roblox development. And then you have micro niches, which would be scripting, game success, and then probably content creation would be the micro niches. And then after that, you write down the top 2 problems of your audience. Number 1, this is old, I need to redo this, but number 1, they don't know how to make a game, and number 2, they don't know where to learn, or they think that everything else is too hard, or third, they have no Robux and they don't know how to make it, or they can't make it for whatever reason. Then next thing you write is the questions for your audience. So for mine, the questions they're asking. You have, how do I script my game? How do I make a game and get players? What do I do next if I'm stuck? How do I get people to help me make my... So those are the questions. Then I have roadblocks. First, too many YouTube tutorials, too hard to find out where to go. Second, don't know what to do next. Third, getting lots of bugs in their scripts. Fourth, discouraged by other developers' skill being more than them. That one's pretty big. I remember that.
That one's huge.
Yeah.
Actually.
I remember that when I started a ton. I forgot about that. That's so crazy. That's something I need to address in videos. That could be something like a good topic. You can even have that topic if you want for a video if you want. Then I have results. So the next thing is results. I have number 1, learn scripting and make games. 2, earn Robux and get players. 3, become a successful dev. 4, make fun games. 5, earn from your skills. 6, get a good amount of players. Even reach the front page one day. Though I can't speak on that yet. But
I wanted to ask you something, because I think about it like kind of often.
yeah.
All of us in this niche are trying to make videos, all in all, to how to be a successful dev, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have any of us actually been a successful dev? Have any of us made a front page game, or a game that lasted longer than a month? Have any of us really done it yet?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think success is it's a subjective. It depends on who you are. For most devs starting, success would be any amount of players. I think I agree. That is difficult issue for a lot of us in this niche. And some people in the niche probably haven't really been on a project that's gotten that many visits, yet they talk about that topic. I know for me, I've been on like we have a group named Jimmy Games, which is like meme games and that kind of thing. And yeah, it's been successful for a long time and all that, but to a degree, and it has millions of visits, and it has consistent players, and it has for like good, actually probably multiple years. But also, people want to see, okay, they want to see from me, they want to see successful, serious projects, more serious, not meme games so much. And that's what I'm working on now.
Have any of us really made something that has longevity, I guess?
Yeah. Yeah.
I wouldn't watch a video on how to wheelie from someone who doesn't even know how to balance point, you know?
100%. Yeah. I mean, I think some of us have been on some pretty good and successful games. I mean, I said this recently in like a post. If you have any level of skill higher than a beginner, then you are expert enough to teach someone who's below you. I think if you've gotten a decent amount of visits, no matter what the game is, you're able to teach someone below you that how to get how to get visits, for example.
I guess I just overthink it. Like, I have 2 games with over 8 million visits, one with 9 million. Like I have games that have been successful in their time, but I wonder, it's like, I guess it's defining success.
Yeah.
I guess.
And I think
that's something for everybody.
I agree. It's hard as a dev content creator to be like, am I qualified to talk about how to grow your game and all that? It is hard. I agree. It can be hard at times. I think, realizing, I have successful projects more than what the beginner has. Like, the beginner hasn't even had 1,000 visits. They haven't even had 10,000 visits. And I think realizing that can really help. Like, oh yeah, the beginner doesn't have any visits. If you have any amount of visits, like, I would say even say a million visits, that's a super good amount of visits for a developer. Like, if you consider, I mean, obviously it's it might be front page for a minute, but not like long-term front page. But yeah, so I think it is qualified. I think it just depends on the person watching. If you're a dev on the front page, are the devs on the front page, like the Asimo, are they going to watch people like us? Probably not. They probably don't need advice from dev content creators, but somebody with 0 or 100 visits, they probably could. And I think it's a matter of like perspective. And if you're just open about, this is how many visits I have, and take it or leave it, I'm going to give advice from what I know. And if you think that's not enough, then that's okay. You can watch someone else, or you can learn from someone else. That's kind of the perspective I take.
For sure. We got 2 things. We have one person in the chat that says, Smarty, what is success in your opinion? So
well,
let's narrow it down into like a game. Like, if you release a game, what would deem that as successful in your opinion? Not a flop.
That's a good question.
Let's say you spent 6 months on it. Like, let's add a time frame in it.
Okay. That is a good question. I think, me personally, if I'm gonna be honest, I've been more focused on, like funding projects, game design, that kind of thing, over more so directly making new projects all by myself, etc. Or in, say, like Jimmy Games, etc. I've been more focused funding new projects. So it is a little bit different from that lens. But yeah, so I would say if you're working on it for 6 months, depends on the funding you put in. But it depends on the person. For me, success would probably count as honestly having enough consistent players to make the amount back plus some more. Now, I know for you probably also would be looking to have additional income than that because you have bills to pay and all that, and I don't have that yet, so I wouldn't be looking at it that way as much. So I guess it would be more like is it gaining a profit at minimum, any kind of profit, and am I having some
Just
consistent
being
players?
profitable means it's not a flop
Yeah.
to you.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say I'm about in the same boat. I don't think the motorcycle game will be profitable. Not because it's not a good
Really?
game, but because how many bad judgments I had during the development of it. At the start of it, I was so excited to get it on the road that I would pay everybody whatever they wanted, and
Mm-hmm.
quite a bit of money, like
Oof.
a lot of money. And I'll probably talk about it in a video later when the game comes out, and I plan on doing like a very big video, sort of going through the whole of making the game and the ups and the downs and all of that stuff. But it's just, yeah, I definitely spent more than anyone should on a Roblox game.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that will be interesting to see what you learned from the whole process.
So much. Like,
Yeah.
it's gonna be hard to put it all in one video,
Dope.
but I'm going to. It's gonna be a banger video. It's
I'll
probably
bet.
gonna be the last video on my channel.
The
Then I'll
last?
just quit.
Bro, no way.
Yep. All right, guys. Here's my last video on why my game is a success or why my game is a flop. I think if this does flop, I won't try so hard anymore on games
You think?
because I don't think there's anything else I'm like actually passionate about when it comes to like what I would make a game about. So I'll probably go back to simulators if this flops.
Hmm. Well,
I'm still making like decent games and stuff, but not like
yeah.
Like I wouldn't spend 6 months to a year on a game anymore after that one.
Would you consider, say, making like a maybe like say, which I think it will work, but say the open world aspect isn't vibing with people. Would you consider making like a smaller version of the same game? Because I thought about that because with Lake Life, for example, the lake game I mentioned, we were thinking, what if we just took, okay, we have this game that's on pause. What if we just took the whole game, shrunk it down, and made a smaller version rather than trying to make this giant game?
Yeah, so I think if the game is like a hardcore flop, like let's say 10 players, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that wouldn't be a flop for a quickly made game, but since this is over a year in development, I would consider that a flop. Let's say there's 10 players. I would definitely figure out why the game isn't doing good,
Yes.
and then change those things and see if it does good afterwards. Like, let's say the map is too big and too detailed. I would just make a low poly version of the map, more cartoon oriented, and then change the realistic stuff into more arcade styled things, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And see if that made it any bit more successful. If it didn't, I would realize, like, okay, a motorcycle game, well, that's not exactly what Roblox is looking for right now, and I would go find something that they are looking for.
I see. Yeah, I like that because many devs and many people, they won't think that, why is this not working? How can I fix it? And then go and do it. I think that's what stops a lot of
give
people.
up way too early.
Yeah.
This is my dream game, and it's not going to be everyone else's dream, but there's enough I can do to it to make it fun for everybody. There's a great foundation. Building a new foundation is a lot harder than putting a new house on top of a current foundation.
Yeah.
So even if it's like this whole map that I spent loads of time on, people don't like it for some reason. Even if it's that, I have a great bike system that
Mhm.
feels satisfying to drive and has support for mobile already and tricks and a lot of stuff. Maybe I'll do something else with it. Obby, but you're on a motorcycle. there's plenty of stuff to
Yeah.
work with from here to make another game.
100%, yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing, like when you make such a huge project, like you're right, there's so many different bits and pieces that can be reconfigured into new things. And that's exactly like what I was thinking with, projects I've done like Lake Life. Like it didn't come out yet, but hey, there's a lot of stuff, or at least a lot of ideas at minimum, that could be reused. That would be interesting, like a motorcycle simulator. That probably would do well, or it definitely would.
Don't put it above me. Like, I might have to toss my hat in the barrel a little bit for one. We'll have to
Yeah?
see. I just have to think of ideas on how to make it fun, because I would want to include like the tricks and stuff, but
Hmm.
we'd have to see how that goes.
Awesome. Yeah, I would like to see that. I mean, even if the game does well, I would like to see that. I think it will.
I honestly do think it will as well. Like, it's a good foundation. Like, there's a lot to work with here.
Mhm.
So I don't have too many doubts of its potential, but I want to set my expectations low so I'm not like overthinking anything on like the first month of release. Like, maybe we're not getting the amount of players we were hoping for. If that happens, then it could demotivate me and the team. So we're hoping for a low amount of players, but a consistent amount. And then if there's anything more than that, well, hey, it's a celebration day. Like, none of us, there's nothing but more motivation if
Mhm.
that happens.
Yeah.
If you have the highest expectations, you're just setting yourself up for failure. If you have really low expectations, anything above those, which you think are going to happen anyways, anything above those is just going to make you more motivated to work harder and make the game even better than it currently is.
True. And at the same time, I also think that if you set lower expectations, sometimes you can reduce like what you can achieve.
What do you mean?
So, I think if you set super high expectations, you're more likely to get at least 10% of that. Whereas if you set lower expectations, you would still get a fraction of that, and it's going to be, or you might hit it, but it would be less than the 10% of the high expectations, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so I guess it depends what mindset you're setting the expectation with.
Yeah.
Because if you're setting the expectation, let's say 10,000 players, but you're hoping to get 10% of that, then you're still setting your expectations at whatever, 1,000 players, let's say.
Mm.
If you set the low expectation and it exceeds that, I feel like we're almost getting to the same spot. Whether it's a low expectation exceeded or a high expectation that you already pre-cut to be a lower expectation.
Mm. I see what you're saying. So you're saying okay, you can set a high goal, but you want to have expectations, and the expectations are separate from the goal.
Yes.
Mhm.
Obviously, the goal is thousands of players and like everyone loves the game and it's perfect, no bugs, you know?
Yeah.
The expectation, well, let's hope for the best, guys. Like this,
Yeah.
we're gonna just go for it and see what happens.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I like that. Modern Chris said, Smarty's still going. Yep. I respect the grind. Thank you. Yeah. I mean,
Look at the screen, Smarty.
subscribe to Smarty RBX. Whoa. You serious? Is that in the game?
Yeah.
Dude, that is wild. That is insane.
We out, baby.
I'm humbled.
Take a screenshot just in case the game blows up later.
Oh yeah. Hurry. My front page moment. Screenshot.
Be like, if the bike game said subscribe and it has blank amount of players, you should probably do it.
Yeah.
We
Oh.
out, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be like posting that. I'll be sitting there, guys. Remember me. Remember me. I was in the game. Don't forget about
I got a
me.
subtle flex. I have a subtle flex in this game as well.
Yeah.
I'll show you.
I had some part in this.
Oh my god, I crashed a little bit. Excuse me. Oh,
Was that there the whole time?
yeah.
I didn't see that. I'm like, I must be blind.
Streaming enabled, baby.
No, I mean like the subscribe to Smarty RBX.
Oh no.
Oh, I was wondering. I was like, did I not notice that?
A Roblox retweet, baby. Let's go.
Oh yeah. Are you gonna leave that in for the release?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that
Dope.
is that's my prized possession at the moment.
Yeah.
Bro, look how bad the mini map looked at the time.
Ooh.
Ugh.
I mean, a mini map's a mini map. Having any kind is good.
Oh.
A lot of games don't.
This is facts. Absolutely beautiful. Someone in the chat says, "Can you dev?"
Can you dev?
I personally can't, but I think Smarty's a pretty decent dev. I think he can build some stuff or script some stuff or something. Probably be all right.
I don't know, man. I don't think either me or you can dev. What are we doing?
We should
Shoot.
switch to Call of Duty content.
Good idea.
Well, actually, no. Call of Duty's on the downward.
Ooh.
We should switch to. I don't know if there's really anything on the crazy up right now.
Really?
Yeah, I don't like what's really just crazy popping on YouTube right now. Like what's really pulling consistent numbers. Make games on Fortnite. There you go.
Yes.
Smarty, let's go. I actually wanted to do that for one video. Like
Really?
I made a Fortnite game. Yeah, just to see like, you know, how the video does and how the Fortnite game does. I thought about it. But, yeah, no. Switch to Unity now. So the thing is, switching like those bigger platforms, I feel like there's a more serious community around them, right? And I don't want to be like a super serious game developer. I would just want to have fun and make games that I like. I don't want to like work super hard to make some AAA game.
Yeah, I agree.
And then just have people be like, wow, this guy should move to Roblox, you know,
Yeah.
or something like that. I will say that there is a lot of games and successful YouTubers that are just funny games on other platforms. So maybe it's you know, something that I have mentally blocked myself from. But I do want to try some other platforms per video as well. But we'll see. Maybe someday.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I think I was thinking about like something like that with Fortnite, for example, when they started doing the creative update.
Dude, we should do a big collab. Get like, I don't even know what all it takes to make a Fortnite game. I don't know if you have to code and stuff like that, but what if we had like 3 Roblox builders make a game in Fortnite as a video, and we all uploaded sort of our angles or something?
That is a good idea. Now the thing is, like, I'm just worried about how well would it turn out for a first time. Like the thing is, like, it could be.
Well, isn't that why people would click? Like, can Roblox developers even do this?
Yeah, and if we completely fail, then it'd probably almost be funny.
If we completely fail, we have to upload it to Pluto's channel.
Okay.
I feel like Pluto is like, he's so refreshing in the niche. He's just like a meme. Like nothing he does is super serious, and if he does take it super serious, I'm sorry, Pluto. The vibe your content gives off is just like, bro, I'm a meme and I love it.
Yeah.
So it feels very refreshing.
Yeah.
Like, I would love to see him make a series that's just like, watch me blank, and
Yeah.
every time he tries something new, he just fails. Like, I just feel like it'd be hilarious.
Yeah. I'd like to see that. Yeah. If only he's watching right now, he could be taking notes.
His content is definitely like, it's just refreshing. It
Mhm.
doesn't feel serious. It doesn't feel like, hey guys, I know exactly what I'm doing, and that's why you should watch me.
Yeah.
It's like, hey guys, I'm pretty much in the same boat as you, but maybe
Mhm.
we'll figure it out, you know?
Yeah.
It's just refreshing, man.
I like that. Yeah, I need to watch his. I think I might have seen some of it. I also know another person who's really in that meme category. I also have not watched, but you can tell from his thumbnails. Bite blocks. Dude.
Oh, is that the one who's like, how to date girls?
Yeah.
I haven't watched his videos either, man, but I've seen the thumbnails.
I can just
Three
tell from
devs.
the thumbnails.
He said 3 devs make a Fortnite game without communication. You have to put Roblox in that title, though. Because
Oh.
3 devs make a Fortnite game, well, that's... Okay, devs make Fortnite games every day. But Roblox devs trying a Fortnite game, wow,
Mhm.
how is that going to work out? What's
Yeah.
going to happen here? I feel like
100%.
it would work because 80% of the Fortnite games right now are Roblox games anyways. So we would just remake a Roblox game on Fortnite.
Oh yeah, true. It actually, imagine if we made the video and then it actually got big.
And then the game got big and we all
Yeah.
quit Roblox to become Fortniters? Yes, dude.
Yeah.
We out, baby!
Let's all swap Fortnite.
Yep, there we go. Yo, that'd be like, listen, man. Like next year on April Fools, like I need to start planning it now. Every single Roblox dev YouTuber uploads a Fortnite dev video
Oh.
for April Fools.
You're
Saying like, guys, we band together to all switch, bro.
Yeah.
That would be, it'd go so hard if everyone did it, dude. Like the intro would be all of us talking, like in a funny way, like how we don't like Roblox, right? But
Yeah.
like comically, of course.
We're quitting.
Guys, we're quitting because Roblox over the past 10 years hasn't raised DevX rates, and
Yeah.
Fortnite is blossoming or something like that. And then we're like, all right, so how do we do this? And we make some like horrible game, and then at the end we're like, all right, guys, look at the date. I'll be back on Roblox
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Yeah, and I was just picturing this. Imagine in the intro, it's like every single person. You have like, imagine you have like 20 different Roblox devs, all of them, and it's
Yeah.
almost like a professional like speech talking about all the problems with
Yes.
Roblox. This, and this, monetization, this plugin issue, making all plugins cost USD, all that.
You would have to make it somewhat comical though.
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't want it to be like a super serious tone. But I just think it'd be hilarious, man.
Yeah, it would. And what if it was, well, what if it was like so serious that it becomes comical?
That's another way.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
One thing I think our niche specifically is horrible at is collaborating. Like, I feel like most of the niche wants to be at the top by themselves and doesn't want to build the niche. So it's kind of a weird spot. Like, there was this art thing in the, I don't know, maybe last year, like 2 years ago, and one guy painted on a canvas, right? A little thing on the middle of the canvas, and then he mailed it to another YouTuber artist who painted another thing, and it went around the whole YouTube art community, and they all painted something onto that canvas, and at the end there was a big reveal, everybody got content out of it, and it just became super big, and it exposed a lot of the underrated artist creators. So I feel like it'd be really cool if we did something like that with Roblox, like a huge collab that's not necessarily everybody collaborating in one video, but everybody collaborating in one series. I just think it'd be really cool.
That's a really smart idea. Yeah. Yeah, and I like that the example of that is a good example of a collab. I think, yeah, it is weird. Like for a niche that should be so deep into collabs, we don't do enough. I mean, I can't really say anything because I'm the one who's probably done not enough at all. But yeah, it's true.
It's not even just our niche. I feel like most Roblox people, there's no actual unity. Like everyone's like, I'm gonna be at the top, not you. Instead of, hey, let's all get to the top together.
Hmm.
It doesn't have to be lonely at the top if we helped each other get there, you know?
True.
So I just feel like people are too focused on getting to the top by themselves that they're actually holding themselves back by not, trying to collaborate and network, really.
Yeah. Yeah, I like Dev Create for that reason.
I've had you on my channel like what, 3 times already? 2 or 3 times?
Hmm?
I've had you on my channel
Oh, yeah.
like 2 or 3 times or something.
Yeah.
And now I'm on yours. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
I just be jumping around, bro. If someone asks for a video or a collab, I'm like, yeah, let's think of an idea and let's get it done. I don't care if you have 10 subs or 10 million. Like, let's
Yeah.
make a banger.
I respect that a ton because, yeah, at your size, like collaborating with people so small, that is amazing. That is really good.
I don't consider myself at the top yet, but I know I'm gonna get there, and I don't want to be there alone. Like, I genuinely don't. Like, what's the point of winning if you can't share your plate with people?
Yeah. That's true. And that makes you think like about the path there. And
Goal Builder 24-hour
Yeah.
stream win. Oh god. Listen, guys. If YouTube ad revenue goes up a little bit and I can get some snacks, I'll do a 24-hour stream, okay? Because right now, oh god, I'd have to be on like 3 energy drinks and just hope for the best.
yeah.
You know what? Maybe I'll do a 24-hour live stream for alpha release of the Dream game.
Mhm.
We'll think about that one, and then I'll try to get. Oh, dude, do you think I can? How much do you think these devs will charge me? Like, if I made a thing in Dev Create and was like, "Hey guys, I'm paying people to make a video on my game, good, bad, whatever you want. Make a video, publish it this day, or maybe like schedule them out one day at a time." What do you think the normal rate would be for people?
Are you saying like paying
Yeah, like Robux.
paying Robux for people to make a video on it?
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, in Dev Create, I think people would do it. People would do it for free. I mean, I would, for sure.
Oh, hey, clip it, Smarty did a video on the drink.
Oh man.
Oh man, Robuilder speaking facts like actually changed my perspective on winning, bro. It's all in the eye of the beholder. Get it? Black eye.
Oh yeah.
Okay, niche time, I get it. But it's just if you win by yourself, you're up there alone, thinking of what? How you can make friends now that you're rich, and
Yeah.
they're not there to be your friend. They're there because you have stuff they want. Like,
Mm.
you need to make friends and connections while you're at the bottom, so when you're all
Yeah.
at the top, you have the same things in mind.
That is really true. And I think that reminds me of like, I heard like most celebrities, they only make friends with celebrities or something. I'm talking like major celebrities. Like, and that's kind of like, it's almost scary in a way because if you think about it, like being up there, being whatever, being one of the most famous people, I guess a lot of people are just going to be, yeah, you're right, only interested in you for the money. Yeah, and I was reading, and I've mentioned this book in a lot of posts and on this stream, The Social Strategists, they mentioned this in this book. They said, look, high value people, they have a lot of value takers, basically. Value takers is what they call it. People who don't have value to provide, really, in a way, they go after the people who have a lot of value to provide. And people like celebrities, especially, they have value takers coming after them. And I mean, not in terms of like, like as a high value, oh yeah, every friendship has to be completely super beneficial. No, but in terms of like value exchange, you can't, how do I put this? In terms of the social exchange theory they discuss, it's like, you gotta you got to have a win-win situation basically. And yeah, and it gets hard to do that. It gets hard to make those win-win friendships when you get to the top and when you have people who are just like they're trying to take value, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess so the adding on to the like the people not collaborating or people not working together like in the Roblox space. Why do you think that is?
I think the number one reason is just being scared to reach out to maybe a bigger creator or to another creator. A lot of us are socially awkward, you know?
Mhm.
Like just hopefully I say the right thing or hopefully I move the right way.
Mhm.
It doesn't matter. Just hit someone up. And the second reason,
True.
which I already stated, they want to win by themselves. Like
Mhm.
if they collab with you, let's say Smarty and who Chris. Let's say you two collab, right?
Mhm.
And then Chris's video is now the biggest video on his channel. For some reason, he could think, "Oh wow, I just made Smarty a lot bigger." And I'm not saying he would, but these are just
Mhm.
names off the top of my head. But people just have a weird mindset of
True.
not wanting to grow with other people.
True.
Like they just want to be there by themselves. Like
Mhm.
I'm winning, like I'm better than all of you, which
Mhm.
is just a weird mindset, man. A weird everything.
Yeah, I agree. And that's kind of a natural thing, like to catch yourself sometimes falling into that as a big YouTuber or whatever. It can be really easy to. And you bring up a super good point for any YouTuber to like consider. Even I need to consider because yeah, you need to reach out to more people. And I'll say right now, I'd actually like to shout out Chris because Chris was very good in reaching out to me, for example. I think he reached out to me in the first place. And it was really cool because I used to watch Chris not that long ago. I used to watch Chris's videos. I was a fan. And yeah, so now we're friends though, and it's kind of crazy. It's like it's awesome, and only because he decided to reach out. And yeah, you're right. It's like it is fear, even like subconsciously. Like yeah, maybe it is like you're nervous to reach out to another YouTuber, say, hey, let's collab or something like that, and you just got to do it. You're right. And I think Dev Create, for example, is really helpful for that. That's like why I made it. A huge reason why I made it is to give that opportunity just right there for dev creators. And yeah, it is. But when you're on your own, like, and you don't have a space like that, it gets extra hard to even consider reaching out to another creator because you just feel like, oh yeah, I'm working on my own. And it's really easy to fall into that mindset that you're talking about where I just want to win on my own. I think it comes out of that isolation almost. That I mean, a lot of people nowadays are kind of isolated in a way. They don't have many social interactions after the 2020 event. I don't know if you can say that on YouTube or not. Pandemic. After that, people have less social interactions, and it impacts a lot of things, and YouTubers included. And I think it leads to that mindset. And I think isolation also, it kind of leads to a mindset of thinking of, I think almost like a survival mindset, because humans are wired to be with other people. And I think if you're isolated, if you aren't with other people, you get into that mindset of, I gotta just fend for myself in a way, or I gotta do everything I can to win for myself and not think about others. And it can be really easy to not think about others. And it's essential to remind yourself and make friends with other people, gain a network, and get out of that scarcity mindset and live in an abundance mindset. There's an abundance of opportunities. There's an abundance out there, and that's a huge key to this. The idea of competition and all that, oftentimes it can be really linked with scarcity mindset. And then not looking at competition, looking at authenticity can be really connected to the abundance mindset. Now, I would also add on to this though, the thing is, I think also there's value sometimes in seeing it as a competition in some cases. So I don't think you should completely eliminate the idea of competition.
I agree, but I would say friendly competition.
Yes.
Like rap beef, for example. I know weird, whatever. But rap beef, when people are dissing each other, but keeping it friendly, like not like I'ma kill you, but yo, I'ma kill you lyrically. Like I'ma show you why I'm better than you. That's a cool way to do it, but you're going back and forth at each other in the spirit of competition, not in the spirit of tearing each other down. So I think people get it confused, like competition versus friendly competition.
True. I agree.
Also, I wanted to go over a couple things in the chat. Someone said Roblox and success don't go together. There's multiple devs who are actual millionaires in real life, so I have to rebuttal that. And then someone said, what's your opinion on Murphy's Law? Anything wrong will go wrong. You're both far more successful than me, and I wanted your opinion from a game developer. Anything wrong, or anything can go wrong for sure. Like everything's gonna go wrong. Every time I release a game, even if we've tested it, every bug that we've never seen before pops up. Like, things go wrong. Things happen. Things don't go perfect. But they just have to go good enough.
Yeah. Things just have to go good enough. Could you expand on that?
Yep. Well, good enough is always in the eye of the person who they need to go good for. If you are $3 million in debt, good enough would be $3 million. If you just want to buy a new pack of ramen noodles, good enough is $5.
Mm-hmm.
So it really depends on your situation, on what
True.
Good enough is.
Yeah. It's a matter of perspective. And I think if you want to be the most successful, you gotta change your perspective on purpose and say, and increase what is quote unquote good enough. Because many times I think people who want to achieve things, they think that they want to be successful, but then they also can be like they can be, it's easy to get complacent even if you want to be a successful person. Like I can recognize this for myself. Like, you want to be successful, but if you don't see, like, for example, 75,000 subs, if I don't see that as that's small compared to what I can do, it's going to be very easy to get complacent.
I wanted to touch on this chat topic as well, once again from this guy who seems to be a bit of a pessimist. He says, don't you think most Roblox devs will inevitably ruin their life? The success only reaches a finite number.
What?
I would say it like this. The success only reaches a select amount of people because the rest of the people are making bad games. 90% of Roblox games are bad. They're just bad. They're copies of another game with nothing new to them. They are Clicker Simulator 9,400,056. They're just bad games. I have not seen a super well-made, beautifully executed game with a good gameplay loop actually flop. Like, they make enough. They get at least what they needed to get. If it's a showcase that was built beautifully, no, it's gonna flop, okay? It's a showcase. You're just looking at something. There's not even a way for you to make money from it. However, if you have a good gameplay loop and an original idea that people like, your game's not gonna flop. So I'd say if more people made better games, Roblox would have more success stories.
100%. And that kind of, I think I would also connect that to the abundance mindset. If you are thinking that you can't succeed because there's too much competition, ironically, you're going to make yourself, obviously, you're going to make yourself fail. If you see, no, there's an abundance of opportunities, and I can make my unique idea work, well, you're probably going to be able to make it work. And like the person in chat saying, that, what was he saying originally? That it will be finite. I think that's kind of coming from a scarcity mindset. And if you look at it from an abundance mindset, that look, there are infinite opportunities on Roblox. There's tons of games that have not been made. A creative idea that is well executed can work well, even though there's a ton of other games out there. Based Seraph said, Roblox has favorite devs and only a hand-picked few become super successful.
Roblox doesn't have favorite devs until after that dev is successful.
100%. Like,
Roblox didn't care about Preston when Pet Simulator had 2 players.
Yeah.
Roblox didn't care about Hasm when Please Donate was nothing. Like, they don't give you any special treatment until you're making them enough money to care about you.
yeah,
So I don't think the point was quite there yet.
I agree. And how are they gonna? I mean, the only way that they would hand pick is like through the accelerator program, which they don't really even do anymore, I think. So yeah, they don't hand pick anyone. It's just people who make good projects and succeed on their own, and then yeah, as RoBuilder said, they work with Roblox after that.
Is it just me, or our Roblox games are not good anymore? Like, there's not a next big thing. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, because the next big thing is always smaller than the previous big thing. Like, right now, the new big thing is RNG games, but it's nothing groundbreaking. It's nothing that people are going to be like, oh, yay, an RNG game. It's just the thing right now. Like, when was the last next big thing other than the simulator breakthrough, which is now brain rot games for children?
Mm-hmm.
Like what could it even be? Like, there's already every genre: driving games, donating games, fighting games. Like, the Bed Wars is literally on Minecraft, like a Minecraft game brought over to Roblox and has 30,000 players. Like, I don't know what the next big thing could be, and that's why it's not here yet, because nobody knows what it is. It's gonna be the same thing that happened with Please Donate. Someone made a game, they saw a problem, and they made a game from it, and then that game blew up. So when someone finds another problem that they can fix with a game, that will be the next big thing that everyone will copy. But until then, the next big thing is...
Dude,
who knows?
Such a huge point on the problem solving. I would like to add, I think I saw that something around that exact point from Cole on X. He said something about that, and I think many people, they don't come from that frame of problem solving on Roblox. Whereas you look at the entire business world, the entire entrepreneurship world, everything is about problem solving and finding out, okay, what problems can I solve in order to make a profit and also serve the customers who want those problems solved. And people on Roblox, they never think of it that way. And look, well, maybe some do, the biggest ones.
The biggest problem Roblox has ever had for its player base is everybody wants Robux and only a few people can get them. Hasm made Robux possible for literally everybody, and
Yes.
in turn, I would imagine he's one of the richest developers, if not the richest.
Yes.
Like, he took care of the biggest problem the site had and
Mhm.
did it completely ethically and morally correct. He didn't do anything frowned upon. He didn't start a website where you can buy Robux for cheaper. He did it in a way that the players help the players and both sides of the party are getting rewarded.
Yes.
So that's the kind of idea. The catalog games. Every young kid on Roblox wants an item on Roblox. So they made games where you can go in there and put those on your avatar and play the game with them. That is a problem that got solved, and those games are also doing pretty good. Someone said, I'd imagine Bloxfruit's owner is still richer than Hasm. I don't think so. Hasm's whole game, yes, it has less players, but his whole game is based around Robux transactions. Every single time there's a transaction from player to player, Hasm gets a percent of that transaction. Like, there's nothing you do in the game that doesn't go to his pocket, which I'm not hating on him or pocket watching. Like, this is awesome. But I feel like I would say he's unless premium payouts are going crazy for Bloxfruit, I don't know, dude. It hasn't been around long enough, but dude, every single transaction he gets like a percent. Listen, no matter what, he made it. That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying. Like,
true.
I don't care who's richer; they're both doing just fine in life. All right, They made
100%.
it.
Yeah, and what really blows my mind about Please Donate is, okay, I remember seeing, like, right when it launched, I saw it on Twitter. It was called Twitter back then, it's X now. I saw it on Twitter, and I instantly, like, liked it, and it had, like, 30 or 50 players or something. And then now it's the biggest thing ever. Like, and it just shows how, look, this idea was not thinking this is going to be front page when he made it. He wasn't sitting down thinking, I'm going to make the biggest game ever, as far as I know. It's really likely he was not thinking that. He just put out a fun game, Please Donate, and he put it out.
While sitting down solving a problem.
Exactly.
Now, he might not have realized how big that problem was, but it was massive. And that's why
Yes.
he's doing so great these days.
Hmm.
He solved the biggest problem on the platform. It's like the people in the old times of Roblox that quote unquote solved the problem, right? The old finish the obby for Robux, where you didn't actually get
Yeah.
any, but you played the obby because you thought you were gonna get some.
Dude, that was
He
the
has
worst.
made a game where you can actually get them. So, like I said before, morally and ethically solved the problem without doing anything wrong. And that's why I'm happy he's successful. He's also a very genuine human, by the way. I don't know if you guys have ever talked to him or not, but he's a good person.
Cool.
Makes it even cooler to see him winning.
True. Yeah. Problem solving, especially, like, I feel like nobody on Roblox focuses on this enough. And I think Cole touched on this, especially, like, on his tweets. And he had a few other good ways to look at development. And yeah, problem solving. So think about, like, problems you can solve on Roblox rather than game ideas, and you could probably do a lot better. So an example.
I would go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no worries. So the example, a few examples I could think of. Let's see. I suppose Robux. Yes, that's a huge one that Hasm solved, and some other problems could be, I suppose. I feel like most of the other problems are harder to come up with because they are smaller usually, or they can be.
I have a good segue on that.
Mhm.
It doesn't have to be a current problem. It could be something
Oh.
you think is a problem. So, with the motorcycle game I'm working on, and I hope you don't feel this is like self-promotion that I keep bringing it up, but
Please do self-promote.
the thing with the motorcycle game, I noticed there isn't a single good stunting motorcycle game on Roblox. So that could mean there's no call for it, nobody wants it, or it could mean there's a gap in the market, aka the problem,
Mm-hmm.
and I could fill that gap, being the solution. So
Yeah.
it doesn't need to be a problem that like exists for everybody, but it has to be a possible problem. And that could make the game huge, right? Like maybe this is what everyone's been looking for. Maybe it's not, you know, but I guess we'll figure that out soon.
Yeah.
But I'm saying it doesn't have to be a problem that is set in stone. It has to be like it was a problem for me. I wanted to play a stunting motorcycle game and couldn't find one. So as long as it's a possible problem, you could be the possible solution.
Yeah, true. I like that. Because yeah, it makes it a lot easier to think of it that way. So it could really be anything. Have you guys ever run into a problem on Roblox? Like maybe it could be as simple as you search for something in the search bar and you click search and nothing was there. I think that's happened to me a few times, like looking for something. It has to have. I can't remember one off the top of my head, but maybe you search for something and that's a market gap that you can fill.
Which you are inheriting risk if you're thinking about a possible problem. If
True.
you're not, like, if it's not set in stone, right? Like, maybe there is a reason there's not a good motorcycle game, right? So, yes, I'm working on a game for over a year, spending a ton of time, a ton of money, and inheriting this risk, but there could be a huge reward, right? There could also be a complete flop, and a lot of people making fun of you for spending a year on a game that flopped. But we're not going to talk about that. There could be a huge reward, but you are inheriting risk if you are sort of inventing the problem, I guess.
Yeah. True. It is risk. So like
26,000 Robux? This guy made 26,000 Robux in 2K visits. Is that good? That's insane.
it is.
Like, imagine your Robux per player. That's like, yeah, that's a lot. I would imagine you have some sort of a troll dev product that people bought over and over again. That's
Yeah.
how I'm gonna go with it.
100%.
Maybe like a nuke all, fling all, kill all, something, something like that. Some sort of repeatable dev product, and then you had one or two rich people that joined into the game.
Yeah.
Don't you think accomplished developers might? Yo, as is, don't come to my stream tomorrow, bro. I'm literally just gonna ban you, bro. Like, you're just weird.
Did he say that on your stream?
No, it's on yours, but I'm just saying, like, nah, he wouldn't have lasted too long in my stream, I think. Oh, man. I started in 2014, made my first account. I still have it and play on it occasionally. I would really like to learn scripting language. I've been on Roblox for 9 years. But there's a lot to learn. Yeah, there is a lot to learn, and we kind of covered this earlier. You need to break it down into a smaller task. If you try to reach the top of a tree without a ladder, it's going to be a lot harder, you know? So make those steps, and just, yeah, I don't know.
Mature enough to understand an apple must be eaten one bite at a time? Andrew Lake? What is that supposed to
That's how
mean?
big your teeth are, man.
Yeah.
Maybe you got bigger teeth.
What is the point you're making though? This
Like, do you slice it first? Do you avoid the seeds? Like, there's a lot to talk about here.
Yeah.
Man, that's a real podcast. Make 30-minute segments off of one comment.
Yeah.
We out, baby.
Yeah. Yeah, this has been a really good stream.
great question. However, do you have any questions regarding Roblox development? Because those we are more equipped to answer.
We aren't professional chefs. Do you
Yeah,
need us to act like
personally-
it?
I personally would rather have neither. You know, that could be a whole conversation, but this is about a development stream.
Exactly.
What if the food was made in Roblox? Yes, I could definitely say what was modeled better. There we go. We're starting
yeah.
to talk. But with a
Perfect.
pasta, you're gonna need a good texture on it. Really sell the wet sauce effect. Okay, so the model doesn't matter as much. Do you think an axe clicker game could do good? No. Throw it in the trash and restart. If I genuinely feel this day and age on Roblox, if the game name has clicker in it, you've lost. It has such a stigma around low effort games. If you have clicker in your title, congratulations, you found a template, you changed the icon, and you're calling it a different type of clicker. Run away. I think it's a horrible idea to make them this day and age.
Yeah. Is there any way, if somebody who really, really, really wanted to, do you think there's a way they could?
I feel like the people with an equipped enough skill set who would really want to make something good would realize it's a bad idea off the get and make a different idea.
Yeah.
I don't think, like, clickers were a trend that lasted way longer than it needed to and got burnt out very, very fast. Even the high quality clickers that were coming out at the end were not doing good because everyone assumed once they see clicker, it means low effort. So I just don't think it's a good idea anymore. Unless you found, like the new RNG games are the new clicker games. So maybe do Axe RNG. There you go. Rebrand it to Axe RNG. As long as you get it done within the next 2 weeks to 3 weeks, I think you'll be pretty all right.
Good idea.
Other than that, no. Clicker is no. How do you feel about those Deep Vulcan type games? I don't know much about them. I think they're higher effort games that take quite a bit of time, but I haven't personally looked into them or researched them, so I'm not. 2 weeks is going to be a struggle. Yeah, Viper. The problem is when you're talking about a clicker or an RNG, like you're talking about getting on a trend. And Roblox trends are so unreliable. They can be here for 2 weeks, they could be here for 2 years, but we don't know that. So you need to make the game a minimum viable product as fast as you can. So something that feels like a finished game. And then if it's doing all right, you can put time into all of the polish, the dings, the sparkles, the animations, like everything else that's going to make the game way more satisfying. But you just need to get something out to kind of hold your spot in the trend.
Yes.
The riskiest game to make. If we mean risky as in getting banned, you know, something against TOS. If we mean risky as in risk versus reward, anything that takes longer than 6 months is risky in my opinion, because you've spent so much time on it, and that time doesn't always equal a market share. You know, it doesn't mean people are going to play it just because you spent time on it. So I usually say the quicker you can make a game, the better. However, you know, there are, of course, objections to that.
Yeah. I would agree. It can be like, I've found that it can be really hard. Like if you're working with other people for a lot of stuff, a lot of the time if you're commissioning people, it can be really a lot harder to get the game out quicker, maybe as opposed to if you did it yourself, or if you were working with people that you knew a lot better. It can be a lot faster, in my experience.
Working with people you're friends with is good. You just need to make sure there's a clear expectation of what money is going where when the game releases.
Yeah.
Money ruins a lot of friendships. So you need to make sure everyone knows exactly what they're getting and how, why, all of that before you even start.
100%. Oh, and I'd like to
Feasible?
point something out real quick, that the stream has been going for 5 hours and 29 minutes. So you said earlier you don't want to, you don't, or something about a 24-hour stream came up. Well, we're around 6, 12, 18, 24, a quarter of a 1 hour
Are we
stream
running it?
almost.
19 more hours?
I don't know, but we're a quarter of a way technically to a 24-hour stream, I think, almost.
A feasible budget for creating a game and hiring a development team. This purely matters on what type of game. The budget for a simulator, for example, you know, you could hire a builder for $100 or $200 and get a pretty decent map, and a scripter, we'll say $300 to $500 if it's a pretty basic simulator. So I'd say $1,000 could get you a pretty decent middle-class simulator. When it comes to a massive open world driving game, you're gonna be looking at least quadruple that, I would say. And you can always find things for way cheaper, but you know, if you want to keep quality up, you kind of have to pay to play. Driving games are tough because modeling cars is a lot. Imagine modeling motorcycles. It's weirdly harder than modeling cars. A car has a lot of flat body pieces and it can hide the engine and stuff. Motorcycles, there's so many intricacies. I don't know what the right word is, but God, dude, a whole headache. A whole headache. And there's not much you can reuse from one to another. Robo, you could do Garage UI if it's not done, or you can do something that you don't want to do. You know what needs to be done in the game still.
Where was
What
his...
skill should I learn? Everything is hard. Pick one that you like then. If it's hard, at least it can be enjoyable.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a beginner for 2 years. Okay, you're on the wrong path then, man. After 2 years, you should be like an intermediate.
I want to respond to this one. Aziz, I feel like you guys are too naive to be put on the podium of successful devs. I assure you, if you reach a certain degree of success, you'll have to sign some non-ethical contracts. All right, well, listen, we aren't claiming that we are the most successful dev. You can listen to whoever you want about development success or anything related to Roblox development. And we...
Nah, Smarty, I
Yeah.
got this one. We gotta talk our stuff. Yo, Aziz, it's your boy RoBuilder, the future most successful dev on the platform,
Yes.
alright? And I'm letting you in on a little bit of tips and tricks before I blow up. Giving you my time before it becomes absolutely immeasurable how much you would have to pay me to sit in a room with you. So, you can either enjoy it now, before I've blown up, or it's gonna be a lot harder to contact me after I'm at the top, alright? So, you're welcome for now, and, thank you.
You're right, I gotta amp it up.
Yes, man, we might not be on the top yet, but we are on the way, and we're trying to make sure you guys can get up there too. So if you got a
Certainly.
question and we think we know the answer, we gotcha.
Yes.
But hate is not the way to make it happen.
I love that. I love that. And yeah, so I agree. Like literally, look, we're head to the top. And if you want to hate, well, all right. Don't take the advice. You don't have to. You don't have to come up there with us if you don't want to. It's okay.
How I keep my motivation streak? You can't. Use discipline when motivation is gone, man. You cannot rely on something that you cannot control.
Yeah.
You can control motivation. Set yourself a list. I don't care how big this list is or how complex it is, even if it's making your bed. When you mark one thing off of that list, you're gonna feel like you're not useless, all right? So make a list, even if it's small stuff, and check that stuff off. Don't say I'm doing it later, do it now. Once you start getting stuff done, you'll keep getting stuff done. If you keep procrastinating, well, that's gonna keep happening too.
Yeah.
As is, I can assure you I will not apologize for saying I'm going to be successful. How to
Agreed.
avoid burnouts? It's sort of the same thing. I do know burnout happens a lot more when you're not actually motivated to make a game. So, for example, when I was only making simulators for the hope of making some good money, I would get burnt out quite frequently because I wasn't actually passionate or excited to work on the game. I was just excited for the reward of it, which was leading to not making the best games, therefore not getting the best reward. With this motorcycle game, I got burnt out once in the whole year, and that was right after I got scammed for the first bike system, guys. Like, $1,250 gone, right? So I just felt like, wow, it's over, right? I'm gonna fail, nothing's working, and I did get a little bit of burnout, but the fact that I was so passionate about this project, like, kind of led me past that. So I think it just matters where your motivation's coming from, and that's gonna be how much burnout you get or not.
Yeah, I've found that for me, I think burnout usually just comes from you really, really expect results. You're tied to the results and they don't come. And then you get burnt out because all you wanted were the results. And if you enjoy the process and you remain outcome independent, that goes away.
Yeah, don't be dependent on something that you can't control.
Yeah. 100%.
What's the best way to find someone for my team as a young developer 14 to 15? I wouldn't focus too much on getting a team put together. I would do everything you can yourself. And then at the end of that, let's say you're a builder and a UI designer. So do your builds, do your UI, and then see if any of your friends at school do anything that you can't do. If that's not the case, at least you have a project that's pretty much done that you can approach somebody with and say, hey, I have already built this, I've already made the UI, there's nothing you'll be waiting on. Can you script this project? I'll give you a % of the revenue. If they think it's a good idea, they'll probably take the %. But most of the time, they're bad ideas. And most of the time, % is not too great if they don't believe in the project. So it is going to be sort of a luck base if you find people, but you just have to reach out after everything you can do is done.
So you're saying that you should only reach out to other devs to work with them after you've done everything you can do yourself?
I'm saying if you have nothing to offer,
Oh,
nobody is going to want to work. So
True.
let's say, hey, I have an idea. If someone approaches me and says, I have this idea, can you build it? I'm going to find a scripter. I'm going to find a UI designer. They're offering me nothing.
Mhm.
They're not offering help to the team. They're not offering me a
Yeah.
payment other than a possible % in a game that could possibly get finished. If you at least come to me saying, hey, I'm a scripter, I've already made the main gameplay features, here's my idea, here's how everything works, it's all done, I just need it to look different aesthetically, can you do that? I can see that you actually mean something, like this game means something, it has something. And I wouldn't mind, I would hop on, build it, and then it's done, right?
yeah.
If you come to me, say, I'm a scripter, haven't done anything yet, this is my first game, will you build it? And then I'll script it. No.
Yeah,
Why would I do? There's no guarantee of anything.
absolutely.
So I'm saying you need to, if you are, for lack of a better word, worthless, in case like you can't give money for a skill, you need to at least give something saying, I have this done. Now, how can you add to this? And here's what I can do for you.
You're definitely right, and I think that connects to what I speak about a lot, which is value exchange. And if you have no value to provide to somebody in anything in life, if you have no value to provide, people won't really want to associate, whether that's on a game, whether that's you reaching out to a popular YouTuber for advice or something like that. If you don't have value to provide, it's going to be harder to get those connections. And if you find a way to give value, even if it's something like in the book that I referenced for this, even if it's something like saying, you know, in the future I can pay you back in some way. In the future I can provide value. If you can show that you can provide value in the future, that is like the last resort option that you have. Now with a game, that's a little bit more difficult. That might equate to like percentage, but yeah, it's yeah.
We got a couple things in the chat. Someone says, what is the best thing to learn then? Here is the thing for you, man. You're asking a builder, and what do you do mainly, Smarty? Do you build or script?
I would say that I primarily do game design and project management right now. I would say that if I were to pick a
say, for lack of better terms, we're both builders.
Yeah.
Just for this. So you're asking two builders, what is the best thing for you to learn? Personally, I'd say building, because that's what I did. But it doesn't matter if you're the best builder in the world if you don't like doing it. You're not gonna do it. So you need to think, what brings you the most happiness in development? Is that sound effects, animating, UI design, scripting, building, modeling, just game design itself? Maybe you draw the map before someone else builds it. You need to think something that you're actually going to want to do, because it's going to make it a lot easier to learn and a lot easier to keep going. If you start scripting but have absolutely no enjoyment out of it, well, you're going to give up pretty quickly when things get hard.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where like I remember in the past, I haven't suggested this recently, but in the past I recommended, okay, why don't you as a new developer try a bunch of different skills? Just see every single skill. Try them all. Try GFX, try building, try scripting, try all of them. Find the one you like, and that'll be your best one for you to go all in on.
For sure. Will people look down on my game if it uses an AI-generated artwork? I will say, if you do the proper prompts and try a few different times, you can get really, really nice icons that people don't really care if they're AI or not. However, most of the people who use AI-generated icons are lower tier devs, and when you click on the game, you have an expectation based on that artwork. So if AI made you a killer thumbnail and icon, people are going to expect that sort of vibe in the game, not a couple parts with a couple leaderboards. So
Yeah.
a lot of times when people use AI, they make too good of an icon, which gives you a false sense of how good the game is going to be. And when you join and it doesn't look that good, well, it's an instant letdown. So it just doesn't work out in the long run.
Yeah, that's a good point. I've noticed that like a lot of times any smaller dev that uses the AI, they're like, the game does not match your expectations at all.
And then it's an instant letdown. You don't even want to give the
Yeah.
game a chance because it feels like you've already been lied to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I would say when we review games, for example, in the videos, that we see that a lot where a dev has that problem. And
For sure. Definitely.
yeah, and it's something that you can fix. You can fix that problem. You got to improve the game, or you got to tone down the icon, one or the other.
Right. The games I build, I basically just do the exact same thing from other games. So I would consider you in that tutorial hell phase, where you have no creativity or no imagination. You're just doing what you've seen work for somebody else. If you don't change what worked for somebody else, there's no reason that people would play yours over it. You didn't make it better, you didn't add a new idea. It's the same thing, except in the other game, they've already spent their money and they've already unlocked everything cool, so they want to keep playing that. They don't want to restart in a lesser version of something they already like.
Mm-hmm.
So many ideas, but lack of skill to make it, or the scope is too large. Yeah, you have to sort of pick your favorite one and just tackle it, man. Before this game I've been working on for the past year, every game was pretty much a linear simulator. So zone after zone after zone, and I always thought an open world stunting project was out of scope and I didn't have the skill set. I've made 4 different maps for this game, and I'm just now settling on one that I'm pretty happy with. So sometimes the scope is too big, but you will learn so much just trying to go for it. Like, take the shot, man. Just pick your favorite idea and start. The first Dream Game map versus the current one is insane, and I could show those on the stream if Smarty wanted me to, if it adds value, but
For sure.
there's just a huge difference, man. So I would say just pick one and do it. Bro, the first Dream Game map, it's actually crazy, the difference.
Really? Yeah, we could show it. That'd be cool.
Let me open it up.
Good night.
Good night.
So before I knew how to make an open world map, I focused on completely the wrong things. So the first map was 1.5 base plates, which I thought was massive at the time. The new one is 12.
Whoa.
Yeah, so absolutely incredible. And then if we look at the map itself, I'll send you. I'll kind of send you a sky view screenshot of each, I guess. That probably
Okay.
will work.
Are you gonna send on DMs or?
Whatever works better for you.
All right. Yeah. Let's send it inside the chat for the voice lounge.
The chat and the voice lounge.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So here's the up from the old map.
1 second. You guys will see it in a moment. Where is it? There we go. Perfect. Okay. Everyone can see it now?
The new one's it's loading. I had to reopen Studio.
Alright.
I'll say it like this: the city portion of the new map alone is bigger than the old map was in its totality.
Whoa.
Here is the new one. And then I'll grab one screenshot from the city.
First thing I see is the lighting. Big difference because
Yes.
atmosphere.
Think of how much further I'm zoomed out as well. So that
Yeah.
that atmosphere is going to be a lot more dense.
Yeah, I like atmosphere. Do you like fog or atmosphere more?
Definitely atmosphere.
Yeah, I'd agree. Sometimes though I find that fog can be good instead of atmosphere in some rare cases, like when you want to have a custom color for it rather than the sky.
For sure.
Yeah, awesome. That's the transformation. You can see original, and then here's this one, the newer one, and then close up. Awesome.
The first map wasn't even bad, but the new one's a whole different level, or a whole new level. I do agree to an extent. The main reason I redid the first map is there's too many 90-degree turns. And it made it very unsatisfying to drive the motorcycle. And if the core of my game is meant to be driving motorcycles, and that's not satisfying, well, where am I going from here, right? If the core is a flop, then, you know, you can't put enough icing on a burnt cake to make it taste better.
Yeah.
Motorcycle with a grappling hook. Listen, I am gonna get super wacky with the ideas if the game is doing all right. So, priority number 1, release alpha, get the game to beta, and then get it to a free release, right? That's priority number 1. Throughout those steps, I need to make sure that the game is like fun. I need to make sure there's a reason people play it. If there's not, there's no point to add in these wacky extra features because that's not going to help the core of the game. So after the core or the base of the game is set and everything's good, I'm going to get super wacky. I want to add like a Little Tikes tricycle with an engine, a shopping cart with wheels, like, well, I guess all shopping carts have wheels, but you know what I'm saying, like just stupid stuff. Maybe wings to your bikes. You could fly around like how GTA did it. I just want to get into a good spot before getting super wacky.
I like that. Yeah. Add your more unique elements after you have the foundation.
Yes. Because once again, if you got a burnt cake, that icing is not gonna
Yeah.
make it taste too much better.
Yep.
You know, I just made that analogy and I love it. I'm gonna
It's
use
amazing.
it for the rest of my life.
Yeah, it's good. Use it every video.
I can see this game getting maybe half the size of Driving Empire. I mean, Driving Empire is a pretty big game, isn't it?
I think so.
Let me go see.
I'm not sure what it's at now. Yeah.
Driving Empire. 6,000 players? Hey, if my game had 3,000 consistent players, I'd be happy. And Driving Empire has 1 billion visits, which means I'd get 500 million? If my game gets to half the size of Driving Empire, I would consider that a massive success.
Yeah.
And I'd be a-okay with it. Like, that's 3,000 active players and 500 million visits? Oh.
You're set.
Dude. I'd be geeked.
Yeah.
You know, I'd be all right.
Dude, 500 million visits. That's like, well, you consider like at least 1 Robux per
That's
visit.
nutty.
That is a lot.
Yes, dude. I'm geeked. That's it. They said it. That means I'm winning. Hashtag dubs.
Yeah.
Bikes are less popular than cars for now. For now. Why is my dog going nuts?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, this has been quite a great stream. A lot of amazing insights so far. And yeah, so we went over like mindsets, and then we had both Chris and RoleBuilder join. We had discussions on both success in YouTube and in anything, the mindsets that you need and that we have found have worked well for us. And we went over some keys to content creation as well, and especially mindset and content creation. And now for the past several hours, I believe, we've been discussing game success and answering your questions about game development. It's been quite a good stream so far. Thank you for tuning in so far, everyone. And yeah, I'm not sure. I think we'll probably continue for a bit with questions. But yeah, thank you for tuning in so far. And continue to keep the great questions coming.
I'm playing Obby, but you're on a skateboard. Yep.
Amazing. That game, I'm not sure if I played that one, but I liked Obby, but you're on a cube. That one was good. I really liked that one.
Dude, Obby, but you're on a motorcycle would bang if it was like made
Ooh.
like one of these cute ones.
Yeah. How much would you get from like 50 players estimated? F2 said. Well, from 50 players, believe it or not, I will tell people this. People think that you have to be on the front page to make a good amount of money on Roblox. If you do a good level of monetization on 50 players, you could make a good amount. You could literally make, like, there's some games that make probably millions of Robux with that amount of players. I sure know in like Jimmy games, we've had games that have been at 50 players and they make hundreds of thousands, or I think millions at that size, if I can remember correctly. So and that's per month. And yeah, so 50 players, you can make a good amount. You don't have to be on the front page. You just have to monetize well and make something that people enjoy. John Casti said, if you guys get a bit older, will you be doing Roblox development, a full-blown business, or pursue other profitable niches? Well, I'll be doing both. I would like to expand into both business and continue doing Roblox dev.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I didn't think I was still gonna be here on Roblox.
Really?
Thought I would have already made my cheese and left.
For real?
Yeah, I definitely didn't plan on being here as long as I have been.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, I've grown to like it, but it wasn't always that I actually like liked it. It was just something I saw that I could do. I mean, you know, and I've grown to actually enjoy what I'm doing, but there is gonna be a point where we're just too old to be on the front side of Roblox. Like you're not gonna be a Roblox YouTuber and be like 40, you know.
Well, there's some.
And hopefully by then you could be on like the back end investing in games where there is. But name like one pop in a Roblox YouTuber that's above like, I don't know, 35.
That's hard. Well, actually, what's his name?
I'll wait.
There was, what is his name? He always used to do Pokemon Brick Bronze. I can't remember. That was a long time ago, but I think he's still successful.
Used to.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Pokemon Brick Bronze is no
Are
longer
you talking about?
a thing.
Are you talking about D-Field?
Who?
Was his name D-Field Plays or something?
No, I think I mean what was his name? It was
Logan HDI.
nope, not him.
I don't know, man. I'm just saying there's a time and a place. And if I'm 40 still doing the same thing I'm doing now, I failed.
I mean, yeah, I see it as like, okay, I think, okay, Roblox is amazing. And I think that if you do other stuff on top of that and use Roblox as your starting point and you can continue doing it, I think that is the best thing, like super long term. And especially like looking at like the age 40, yeah, have Roblox and then, yeah, continue building out other stuff. Roblox is a super good catapult into entrepreneurship. And it is a great idea to extend out of that. And that's how I see it, because for myself, I see doing all kinds of stuff in business in the future, and I also want to continue content in other channels as well. And I don't want to stop Roblox at all. I want to continue doing it because Roblox is one of the best platforms you can be on. It is one of the best opportunities.
But do you think it'll stay that way?
I mean,
Like, I genuinely feel like within 5 years, Roblox will not be a good place for an independent developer anymore.
really?
Yes. They're starting it now.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
you're gonna have to be part of a company or part of a game fam-esque thing to be on the platform. Like, you're gonna be getting paid a salary from a company and no longer working for yourself. And Roblox is only going to promote these bigger organizations, I feel like.
yeah, I can see it that way. I think that the market for smaller games, however, is always going to be there. Like, there's always going to be an opportunity for, say, somebody like Hasm to come on with please donate and make something that's just
And
simple
then
and people enjoy.
Right when someone like Hasm releases a game like Please Donate, before it gets successful, one of these companies is going to come along and offer an amount of money that small dev could have never dreamed of and buy the game from them, and then they're going to make obviously way more than they bought it for because that dev didn't realize what they had. They're already doing this. Like Voldex Games, I believe, is the one who is just like buying up a bunch of games, or like even plugins now. Like, one of them bought Moon Animator and now they're selling it. Like, these companies are gonna buy all of these games that these newer devs make for what seems like a lot of money, because that new dev wouldn't exactly know what they have on their hands. So
True.
I do think it's not gonna be a place where a solo developer will be able to remain successful within the next 5 years. I think it's just gonna be all sold out, all pleasing the investors. They don't care. Roblox is already starting not to care about the developer. Like, it's more so the investors now.
Yeah, I can see that for sure. I would say that for the what was I gonna add? Oh yeah, I was gonna say this really reminds me of, say, the music industry, where artists are kind of bought out by like labels, and the artists have a huge potential to be independent, and they're doing well, and then they get a record label. They think it's a really good deal, but they end up basically getting screwed over in the long run because they think they're getting a lot of money up front, but they're losing their money in the long term. And it kind of just made me think about that with game studios. You're kind of, and that's kind of what you're saying with game studios. It's almost going to be like that. And yeah, somewhat. And I would also say, like there are independent artists in the music industry, there's still going to be, no matter what, some independent developers. At minimum, some are still going to exist in some way. Like for another analogy, there's, no matter how much AI art is out there, there's always going to be a market for real artists. And
I guess
no
the
matter,
market and opportunity just gets smaller. And what people already think is an unobtainable level of success on a Roblox is going to be even more unobtainable. So it will be here. Like, some people will make it work. But I think for the majority, it's just not going to be that viable.
Yeah, I can see that. It's really hard to say though, because Roblox, it could go in a lot of different directions right now. I know it looks like at the moment that it's going in a certain direction with investors, etc. And I also think that if it's only strictly focused on investors, Roblox will probably end up losing a lot of its player base. And I think that it's going to,
I guess they've been getting bigger recently.
yeah,
But
they're going to be forced to go and have those passionate like developers that they have now make games, rather than just have companies or just be serving the investors on the platform. They're going to be forced to have the solo devs or the independent devs come back and make those creative projects that people like to see.
for sure. Yeah, I'm kind of like I'm in the mindset of like, okay, try to get my bag now. In case if I can't in the future, it's already been secured.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to wait for it to be impossible to try.
I agree. I see it the same way for, like, say, YouTube, for example. I think I want to do the very best I can to build a long-term success. And I also want to ensure that I have other pathways I can go down in YouTube, including in YouTube. So I will be making other channels, for example, and things like that. I'll be expanding into different pathways, not losing my focus, but expanding and adding on things, and not reducing, just adding on more pathways so that I'm diversified.
For sure. Another thing that's like sketchy, you talked about longevity. What's good on Roblox right now won't be the same in like 2 or 3 years. So these videos of like for example my channel, like how to make this border, right? That style is going to be completely irrelevant and outdated later on.
Yeah.
So longevity is like kind of a hard topic as well when it comes to something that updates so frequently.
Yeah, it is. And I would say that that's why I value providing value so much, because if people are providing value, if I'm providing value to people, then they're going to be more invested in the channel, and it's just going to be better for everyone, and it's going to last longer because everyone's more invested. And I think, like, even if you have videos that might end up being obsolete eventually, say a certain style of border, yeah, or a certain style of rock, or a certain style of even building goes out of style. Well, if you're providing value to your audience and you've built that relationship, well, it's probably still going to last, because you're going to have that relationship. You're going to have that social capital in place where you will still be able to last long, such a strong foundation with your viewers.
For sure. Do you think the whole Roblox YouTube landscape will change over the next 5 years? Definitely. Every
Yep.
landscape's going to change over the next 5 years.
Yeah.
there's nothing that's gonna be the same. Like your local store's not gonna be the same. You know,
True.
everything changes.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's really essential, yeah, to do the most you can in the moment, because you don't know what's going to happen in the future. And if you are constantly, improving, doing more all the time, doing better, you are future proofing yourself against whatever could come in the world, basically. And I think if you are constantly, producing content, for example, you're constantly doing these types of things, well, now say something comes along where maybe there's some sort of change in the YouTube industry, or say there's a disaster, or something happens, right? You have momentum that you've built up over time.
Down,
Yeah,
or they remove Robux.
yeah. And now you have momentum, though. You're able to continue on. You're able to adapt much better than if you'd been stagnant that whole time, not improving your skills, not improving overall. And since you have built up the momentum, now you're able to adapt better to the times.
For sure. Mr. Smarty, I think I'm hopping off for the night. It is midnight.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you for staying on so long. This has been
For sure,
insane.
it was too. So everybody have a good night. Make sure to like the stream and subscribe to Smarty. And yeah. I
Thank
will
you.
See you guys around.
Thank
Sure,
you.
man.
This has been an amazing stream. Yeah, good night. And yeah, thanks for coming on. And also, thank you, Chris, for coming on. It was a really good stream. It's insane that we did a stream for 6 hours and 11 minutes. This is the longest Smarty Talks yet in history. So, I'm looking forward to the future streams. I wonder how you'll apply the insights in this stream. I wonder what'll happen if you take action on them. And I can't wait to see what you do. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the future of Smarty Talks and the channel. And thank you for tuning in. And thank you again to Row Builder and Chris. Make sure to subscribe to Row Builder. Make sure to subscribe to Chris. And yeah. And as always, see you